British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 976. Learn from the opponent's strengths. Comparing the competitors of the free world in different periods, it is easy to find that the Soviet Union's resource reserves are above its own industrial capacity, while China's resource reserves are not enough to support its industrial strength. The resource gap exists objectively, so importing raw materials is a must for China. This is also the reason why Australia does not think it will be retaliated. Australia's resources can be sold to any country. Economic losses are completely bearable for Australia. Money can be earned again, but there is only one life. Just as the Soviet Union's export of raw materials is based on a vast territory and rich resources, China's foundation is destined to go out if it wants to go further. Alan Wilson can conclude that Grace only needs to wait. As long as Tanzania opens its mouth, someone will appear to help. The difference is that the Tanzania-Zambia Railway has become the world of people like Grace because of Zambia, which may be different. But Alan Wilson thinks there will be no huge changes. If only the railway in Tanzania is built and Northern Rhodesia is thrown aside, then needless to say, Britain can completely prevent the railway in Tanzania from being built. Anyway, it is inevitable that Zanzibar will be used as an offshore military base for Britain to monitor East Africa, and Tanzania has no choice. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Alan Wilson thinks that the value of the Tanzania-Zambia Railway is that it does not cost the British a pound and can be used for free. If this goal cannot be achieved, it is better not to appear. Before the Tanzania-Zambia Railway appears, the railway to South Africa will be used first. Anyway, South Africa can hold on until the end of the Cold War. In fact, there are other alternatives, that is, water transportation on the Congo River, which requires help from other countries. Especially as Angola's sovereign country Portugal, Britain is preparing to continue to mediate the issue of the Belgian Congo. If the Belgian Congo is really unpreservable, while preserving the oil interests around the greater Gulf of Guinea, the Congo River export will be transferred from Belgium to Portugal. As colonizers, European countries have sufficient reasons to do so. Even if Africa eventually breaks away from the control of Europe, it can also use this to provoke conflicts among African countries. Portugal can do it completely. The Cabinda region of Angola is located north of the mouth of the Congo River, northwest of Angola, and west of the Atlantic Ocean. It is an enclave of Angola, located between the two Congos, and separated from the mainland by the narrow territory of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Cabinda is not important, but it is also an important port in Angola, the second largest city, and its status is equivalent to that of Shanghai. The oil company invested by Princess Margaret discovered oil just off the coast of Cabinda. If the Cabinda enclave is connected to Angola, it would certainly be a good thing from the perspective of Portugal and Angola, but it would not be a good thing for an independent Congo. Congo's only small outlet to the sea will disappear completely, blocked by Angola. For Belgium, as long as Portugal is willing to exchange certain interests and protect the interests of Belgium at the same time. The colonists who are to be driven away still care about the hostility after the independence of the colonies. Sometimes Alan Wilson feels that he is really a friend to the Portuguese, otherwise Salazar could consider awarding him an honorary governor or something like that to commend his contributions to Portugal over the years. While the people in the viewing platform were whispering and communicating with each other, Richard, the High Commissioner of Malaya, had come to the end of his inspiring speech. He affirmed the economic development of Malaya, and at the same time, he criticized the surrounding illegal immigrants, and destroyed the social morality of the Malayan colony. Richard revealed that the capital Kuala Lumpur and the largest port Singapore would jointly bid for the next Commonwealth Games, to highlight the construction achievements of the Malayan colony over the years. Applause. Warm applause lasted for a long time, and the people in Victoria Square cheered and shouted "God save the Queen." Gentlemen, in fact, the work of pacifying the colony is not difficult, right? Alan Wilson looked at the colonial commissioners around him and took Richard as an example. This time, so many African elites came, which is also useful for the rule of the British colonies. Of course, we have to conduct some investigations to determine whether the people we trust are reliable when we put them in high positions. The next day, the news that the Malayan colony was going to obtain the right to host the Commonwealth Games became the focus of hot discussion in the newspapers. After all, this is still a very impressive thing. The Commonwealth Games cannot be compared with the Olympics, but it is also a very influential and high-end comprehensive sports event. It is an important link to maintain the Commonwealth countries, and there are no fewer member states than the Asian Games. However, in Alan Wilson's mind, this originally high-end sports event, after being held by India once, suddenly lost a lot of its aura, and there was a term called the Commonwealth Games scandal. Gentlemen, Malaya is going to host the Commonwealth Games, and we still need your help. At the evening cocktail party, Alan Wilson took a goblet and brought Richard to demonstrate the reliability of the colonial commissioner. The answer he got was naturally no problem, and the Commonwealth Games could be used as an opportunity for the Malayan colony to take off. Anyway, in Alan Wilson's eyes, the Commonwealth Games must be participated by all the existing protectorates and colonies of Britain. It can't just be the independent Canada and Australia that participate. That would be boring. I can't drink much. Gentlemen, please continue. I'll go back to rest. Alan Wilson, who received a satisfactory answer, knew that the next entertainment project was a time for foreign aid from Singapore to let the gentleman experience the exotic customs. He would not participate because he had to consider his reputation as a senior official in Whitehall. The main reason was that the foreign aid included Hedy Lamarr and Ingrid Bergman. The exotic customs included Queen Nanfang and Xiameng. Alan Wilson was already immune to other vulgar women. The celebration was just an embellishment of the long river of time. There was always a time when the song ended and people dispersed. The first sharp whistle of the factory broke the silence of the early morning. Then in every corner of the city, other whistles gradually whistled. The hoarse and constant sound spread to all directions, just like a group of vicious roosters singing, using their iron voices to call people to go to work. The chimneys with tall black bodies and slender necks, standing in the rain and fog, slowly woke up, spewing out balls of fireworks from time to time, and breathing balls of smoke, indicating that it was still alive, and moving out of the darkness that still enveloped the earth. A heavy sticky fog covered the sky above the city. The raindrops knocked on the roofs, and then flowed down to the sidewalks, to the dark, rain-filled streets, and to the treetops that were shivering in the wind against the long walls. The wind blew from the soft fields in the wild. It rolled hard on the streets, making the fences shake constantly, and tried to lift all the roofs, but finally disappeared on the ground. Typhoon season comes when it feels it is coming, regardless of whether the world accepts it or not, and no matter how well connected the bureaucrats are, there is nothing they can do. Compared with the mood of nature, the means of the gentleman are still not enough, and they can only turn the clouds and rain in the social field. This only delayed the itinerary of the visiting African elites, but did not delay the specialists who were meeting in the high-end hotel with all the necessary facilities. The brightly lit conference room was not affected at all, and the atmosphere was relaxed and comfortable. They were also prepared to play golf after the typhoon was over. Anyway, the typhoon did not have much impact on Malaya this time. The exchange between the gentlemen was peaceful, and the consequences of the exchange would naturally be borne by the anti-British element. In fact, resistance in the colonies has always existed. As long as there are no riots, it is all under our control. Ingram used the example of the Gold Coast as a comparison. It is much calmer now. The important thing is to give them hope, and we need to use a combination of soft and hard methods. One thing to be clear is don't annoy us. Alan Wilson nodded in agreement. Candidates who aspire to control the country in the future must be given clear advice. The road ahead for successes is not easy. We must make it clear to them not to betray Britain, so that they can take over smoothly. Don't have any second thoughts. We should learn from France in this regard, in case there are elites who aspire to lead independence in the future. If they have any objections to our actions, even a slight expression, they must change immediately. There are many people who want to replace us. That's right. Many people nodded in agreement, which was very interesting as the raindrops hitting the windows. If we lend a helping hand to a business, it will survive. But it is not difficult to kill a business. The same goes for individuals. Alan Wilson said with a smile, "If all else fails, we can pick a colony as a target and announce to the outside world that we will implement the Soviet judicial system. Then we will throw the rebels into the gulag, and after killing all the rebels, we will announce that the Soviet judicial system is a failure and not democratic at all, and then we will terminate it and finally apologize. Is this okay?" Many commissioners raised questions. Most people did not quite understand how the Soviet judicial system worked. Of course you can. In fact, the Soviet judicial system only needs to do 4 things: convict by confession, cut off contact with the outside world during detention, arrange for the lawyers we want to control the pace, and hold closed trials. As long as these 4 points are achieved, you can let the arrested anti-British element admit that he planned the blitzkrieg against Poland, and he will plead guilty. The commissioners in the conference room were silent. It seemed that a new world had opened up in front of them. It's amazing. We must combine the advantages of different systems and consider how to treat anti-British element from the perspective of optimization and integration. Alan Wilson stretched lazily and said with the tone of an experienced person, "Anyway, gentlemen including me, no one should be able to withstand this trial process. Does a lumbardisectomy mean that I can only be treated by lying down? Are there any other ways to deal with it?" Chapter 977 Awards Controversy. The problem of British West Africa is not a big problem. As the Dominion of Nigeria has entered the independence process, British West Africa only has the Gold Coast left, and Britain's interests in Africa will be concentrated in British East Africa. Alan Wilson looked down on West Africa. Black Africa in a broad sense is just a generalization of race. Because of the triangular slave trade, the entire western part of Africa was severely damaged, and the social structure regressed all the way. In comparison, although East Africa did not escape the impact of the triangular trade, it was already quite good compared with the western part of Africa. The tallest among the short ones, Southeast Africa controlled by Britain has much better conditions than French North Africa and Central Africa, both in terms of natural conditions and social structure. The problem of the Dominion of Nigeria is not big, because the discovery of oil in the Gulf of Guinea has solved the original problem of shortage of development funds. The development of the Dominion of Nigeria has helped Britain overcome the difficulties of the economic crisis. Now even if the Nigerian construction fails, it will not have a big impact on Britain, because the world has passed the economic crisis and started a new round of growth. The privatization of Nigeria's nationalized enterprises is also in progress. After the privatization with equal benefits, the new enterprises will go to London to be listed to enhance the financial strength of the United Kingdom. After the independence of the colonies, the title of the High Commissioner remains unchanged, and he will directly take on the work of ambassador and the representative of British enterprises. In fact, to put it bluntly, as long as the colonies are not independent, as High Commissioners, everyone's power is unlimited. Deputy Secretary General, where is our future? The speaker was William, the High Commissioner of Northern Rhodesia. His words were somewhat worried about the future. Britain was implementing a policy of crawling backwards, but when would it end? Alan Wilson also knew that the gentlemen did not want to end their lives in the colonies to benefit society, return to their homeland, to work in a low-income government, or have to leave their beloved jobs. This is very different from the current life. He also didn't like that a person with billions of wealth must work hard on his own. Why? Maybe, it still depends on the result of the Algerian War. I believe that, if France successfully suppresses the resistance in Algeria, no matter which party comes to power, the colony cannot be lost completely, otherwise we cannot suppress the French. I hope everything goes well for the French. I don't know who said this, and the commissioners in the conference room all nodded solemnly. The world is so wonderful. Thousands of miles away from Algeria, there is a group of British people who are eagerly looking forward to the mortal enemy of 700 years, to move from one victory to another. Who said that Britain and France are like water and fire? When it comes to a better life in the future, everyone can be French. Patriotism is important, but if the country cannot bring benefits to individuals, it is easy for the ideological stamp of patriotism to loosen, not to mention that everyone is a high commissioner who benefits one side and understands this principle better. The rain gradually stopped, and the commissioners were in a good mood. They could play some elegant sports such as golf and show their hole-in-one skills. The filmmakers who had a bad return journey because of typhoons Yang Jiang also returned to the warm Malayan beach. Malaya and Hong Kong each have their own focus. The development of Malaya's entertainment industry was secretly suppressed by the colonial government because the entertainment industry was to be left to Hong Kong. In terms of division of labor, Malaya mainly provided a market, while a group of British gentlemen were relaxing and entertaining on the golf course, accompanied by exotic customs. Alan Wilson also asked Richard, the current chief executive of Malaya, about the effect of going to sea. Because the population of the Malayan colony is not large, it has both advantages and disadvantages compared to Japan. The disadvantage is naturally that it cannot be compared in size. The advantage is that the population has an upper limit and the Malayan colony can transfer industries earlier. Of course, considering that compradors are naturally weak, sometimes administrative power must be used to force them so that the goal can be achieved faster. Richard answered his boss's question seriously. The transfer of Myanmar's textile industry is almost complete, and the spare labor force has been put into the oil refining center. The effect is very good. The essence is to exchange support for stability. After 15 years of persistence, the independence trend will pass. In 15 years, no matter what method is used, assassination or anything else, the situation here must be stabilized. Alan Wilson said something without a beginning or an end. This surprised Richard. He didn't know how the 15 years were calculated, but the boss seemed to have forgotten to continue and changed the subject and stopped talking about similar things. The reason why Alan Wilson kept silent was very simple. He couldn't say that the Vietnam War was over at that time and the United States had to adjust its internal injuries first and had no time to dig into the corners of Britain. Moreover, from the overall environment, by that time, most colonies had been independent for a long time. Countries like India and Indonesia had been independent for almost 30 years. Everyone could see what kind of dead they had developed into. Later, countries like Puerto Rico in the United States and Guyana in France had no idea of independence at all, and they wanted to go a step further and directly merge into the mainland. Are the residents of the Falkland Islands willing to join Argentina? How many times has Argentina gone bankrupt? They won't be independent, even if they are asked to do so. They are happier to be a parasite with British subsidies. The phrase flock of bees can also be used in international situations. In fact, from this point of view, Portugal can be said to have fallen before dawn. It might have been a different result if they were just one breath away. Even if they couldn't keep all the colonies, they could still keep some important enclaves. But just then Salazar died, and no one in Portugal could stick to the established policy. Richard's itinerary for the visiting group lasted for a month, allowing thousands of African elites to take a good look at the benchmark set by Britain. While relaxing, the colonial commissioners from all over the country also discussed the issue of the Second Malaya with the African elites who had finished the visit. Ingram, the British High Commissioner of the Gold Coast, said that the Second Malaya must be the Gold Coast. But in the words of the British High Commissioner of Sierra Leone, it must be Sierra Leone. Everyone has a bright future. The ascetic permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with a cup of wolfberry next to him, held a telegram from Karachi. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and Hedy Lamarr and Ingrid Bergman, who had been to Hong Kong and returned, came in. They seemed quite surprised by the man's attitude. They glanced at the telegram and smiled. A telegram from the Pakistani ambassador? You are really a busy man. Commonwealth countries don't have so-called ambassadors or Pakistani high commissioners. Alan Wilson put down the newspaper and corrected. I don't know what national policy is. Ingrid Bergman sat down directly and said, we went to Hong Kong to present awards. I heard something about it. Alan Wilson took out the front page headline of the Malayan entertainment newspaper and raised his hand. Doesn't it say it? Asia Pacific Newcomer Award Ms. Lot. Let Ms. Meng tell you. Hedy Lamarr snorted. It's as if our award is unfair. Huh. Alan Wilson, who thought he wouldn't be shocked, even if a full-scale nuclear war broke out, was stunned. You are optimistic about Zia Meng, and I think the award should be given to another actor. Ingrid Bergman explained calmly. Oh. Alan Wilson groaned for a moment. I'll talk to her about this little thing. Before Xia Meng was signed by Vivian Leigh, she was an actress at Great Wall Films, and now Great Wall Films is promoting Chen Sisi. I hope Xia Meng, who has already entered the international market, can help her out of old friendship. So it's a personal connection. After Xia Meng came here and explained the whole story, Alan Wilson commented indifferently, "It seems that some Hong Kong actors want to copy your route. It's a personal connection, but both presidents refused." Xia Meng said in a low voice embarrassedly, "You may not have such personal connections over there. I'm sorry. Who said there aren't any? People in the world are the same. In Europe and the United States, it's called connections." Alan Wilson held his forehead and shook his head, directly piercing Xia Meng's wishful filter. "I can understand the desire of Hong Kong filmmakers to enter the international market, but it's not possible now. They must go through fierce competition and market testing. It's not possible to learn from you to have support from others. How can I have so many film and television resources to support a bunch of people? At this time, the level of Hong Kong's films is still not enough, and relying on female stars to enter the international market is a bit simplistic. The film industry is supported by male stars. At present, Hong Kong films cannot rely on quality to win. Oh, by the way, I feel that it is not important who the award is given to this time." Alan Wilson said disapprovingly, "Just explain directly that this award is not that important. If you have it, L'Oreal and Louis Vuitton will come to sign contracts." Xia Meng took out the photos of Lot and Chen Sisi and asked Alan Wilson to judge, but naturally there was no result. "But I can be sure of one thing. I have never seen the real people of the two ladies, but I can be sure that they are much more beautiful in person than in the photos." Alan Wilson has long been a senior photographer, good at taking the most beautiful photos of ladies of the same status as his wife. Some basic element of photography and photography are still known. Photos are generally uglier than real people. Even in the 21st century decades later, there are many people who are not photogenic. The early black and white cameras were really just a technology. It was just wishful thinking to take beautiful photos of people. The lenses and cameras that could withstand the early 21st century were all stunning. Greta Garbo conquered everyone when she entered Hollywood. She was the one who could withstand the death filter. Actresses who can carry black and white silent films are all extremely beautiful. Even Xia Meng's image in the 1950s is not as impactful as a real person. Being handsome and beautiful is the first choice for filming movies, and people with ordinary looks will be at a great disadvantage under the camera. A professional bureaucrat seriously analyzes the development trend of movies, and the key is that some people actually believe it, which shows that love makes people blind. Chapter 978, The Minister's Middle East Policy. Xia Meng's face turned from sunny to cloudy, and she muttered quietly, "I thought you were a gentleman, but you still value men more. Haven't you heard that women can hold up half the sky?" "I have heard of this sentence. It seems that you have frequent contact with the country." Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows. How could he not know this famous saying? But this is also a problem. Don't use the correct words to deny the market. Even in Hong Kong, male actors are the guarantee of box office. Isn't it true? There is no exception in the market of all countries. So if Hong Kong movies want to successfully enter the international market, the hope is still on male stars. Alan Wilson thought for a while and decided that this important task would still fall on Jackie Chan. As for the other Bruce Lee, he is actually an American citizen. As for fighting ability, although Bruce Lee is associated with the cultural symbol of Kung Fu, he has never been on the ring or had a street fight. No one knows whether he can really fight. Jackie Chan is an international superstar born and raised in Hong Kong. There is only one international superstar in Hong Kong. The biggest difference between him and other Hong Kong stars was after Snake in the Eagle's Shadow in 1979. His salary was 20 times that of the second-ranked star. For the next 21 years, Jackie Chan was the global box office champion of Hong Kong movies. When other Hong Kong stars were at their most famous, they could only be 50-50 with Jackie Chan in Hong Kong. If Southeast Asia was included, it would be 30-70, and Japan and South Korea would be 19-10. If the world was not covered, there would be no trace of him. If history had not changed drastically, it would take another 20 years for Hong Kong movies to be known as the Hollywood of the East. It was far from what Xia Meng expected. Alan Wilson could help Hong Kong movers enter a wider market at that time, but Hong Kong movers definitely did not have the strength to do so now. Alan Wilson, who was taking care of his health, had to start working hard again after the award ceremony ended. Fortunately, he was not in London and had no other work to worry about. He just paid attention to the news about Japan, Malaysia's rival. Japan was currently under the leadership of Nobisuke Kishi, the 13th post-war prime minister. It is obvious that Japan is not a match for France, the political system experimental field, in terms of the frequency of changing national leaders. Before Charles de Gaulle came to power, France had changed 23 cabinets. What is true democracy? After several discussions with Richard, the current High Commissioner of Malaya, Alan Wilson judged that the current economic transformation of Malaya should be ahead of Japan. Just like what was said before, there are advantages and disadvantages to a large population. Japan's population is 5 times that of the Malayan colony, so it is impossible to adjust as decisively as Malaya. Japan must ensure the stable employment of its 90 million people before it can transfer industries with sufficient confidence. Otherwise, unemployment will cause social instability. Even in Japan in the 21st century, some mid-end industries have been retained to create jobs. Because Japan's population exceeds that of ordinary developed countries, there are not enough high-end jobs to fully employ its population. In the current period, there is a fact that Malaya's textile industry has begun to transfer to Myanmar, and Japan's textile industry is still an important part of national employment. Alan Wilson, who confirmed this fact, was very pleased. The population could not compare with this imaginary enemy, and the diligence level could not make up for the huge disadvantage of the population. He could only think of ways to speed up the industrial transfer. There are Chinese in Southeast Asia. We use Malaya as our main base and support a class of stakeholders in each country through the blood relationship. Japan cannot do this. After completing this step, there is no need to worry about the loss of Britain's international influence in the short term. Alan Wilson was quite optimistic about what Richard said. There are Chinese in Southeast Asia, and there are Japanese in Southeast Asia. This is the advantage, and Richard also understood it. Permanent Undersecretary, this can also stabilize our position. Of course, we are the cornerstone of civilization. Alan Wilson said with a tone of responsibility. Politicians only consider the polls 5 days later, but we have to serve the country for 50 years. In about 5 to 10 years, the profits of the shipbuilding industry will also be a drop in the bucket for Britain. At that time, it can consider transferring the shipbuilding industry. As for cars, Alan Wilson has few options. Britain has a lot of Rolls-Royce, McLaren, Bentley, and Aston Martin. It is not appropriate to transfer these brands to Malaya. For more popular brands, you can try to produce Land Rover in Malaya at that time. If Land Rover doesn't work, there is nothing you can do. At this time, he was shocked to find that, because of the oil shortage caused by the Suez Canal War, low-end family cars did not appear. The only popular brand he could think of was Land Rover. It's really difficult. Alan Wilson gritted his teeth, not knowing whether Malaya could hold on if it was really transferred. The British automobile route is really not suitable for industrial transfer. In essence, this kind of bribery policy is to delay time and wait for changes. The same is true for Malaya to host the Commonwealth Games. Using the Commonwealth Games to attract attention, another 4 years have passed. From the feedback of other colonial commissioners, Alan Wilson knew that the tour group organized this time still achieved its goal. The full support that has continued since the war is naturally effective. Malaya is second to none in Asia, not to mention compared with British Africa. This intuitive impact left a deep impression on some elites in African colonies. I hope this visit will be effective. At the same time, British Africa should strengthen public opinion control. The so-called intellectuals will never cry until they see the coffin, unless the knife cuts their neck. During the break of the party, Alan Wilson discussed the stability maintenance work with the colonial commissioners. He understood what the so-called intellectuals really were, not to mention the real intellectuals. Even those who were a little bit intellectual could not help but want to die. Even those who write online novels are like this. From time to time, they have to add some private goods to test the scale, which always causes trouble for the editor. If this kind of inner thinking exists, it must be curbed at the source. Once it is discovered, it is better to kill 3,000 people by mistake than to let one go. The permanent secretary is right. The other commissioners also nodded and said that they would pay special attention to this aspect after returning. The one-month visit, which aims to showcase the achievements of Malaya's construction and promote it to other British colonies, has come to an end. The colonial commissioners are very happy and feel at home. Alan Wilson, who is carrying a heavy burden, also breathed a sigh of relief. The free world is precious, but we must do what we can. At this time, he received 2 telegrams, one from Australia and one from London. The content of the telegram from Australia was obviously good news. The Blue Light strategic missile was successful in the latest 10,000-kilometer test. Of course, the test launch could not be carried out only once, but it was definitely a good start. Once the reliability is confirmed, the Blue Light strategic missile will enter the production stage. At that time, Britain will be independent in the field of strategic missiles and will not have to worry about being strangled. It has incomparable significance for the strategy of the entire country of Britain. Alan Wilson knew that Britain was pitted by the United States in the field of strategic missiles. In terms of strategic strike force after the war, Britain did not forget the development of carriers while launching the nuclear program. Britain tried to develop a ballistic missile with a range of 3,500 kilometers in 1947, but later stopped due to financial problems. Britain began to develop the Blue Light missile to form the strategic strike system of Britain. At the end of Eisenhower's term, he reached an agreement with British Prime Minister Macmillan at Camp David that the US Navy's nuclear submarines could use the British naval base in Holy Bay, Scotland. In exchange, the United States would open the Sky Lightning air-launched ballistic missile project to Britain to participate in the project to equip the Vulcan bomber. The British were thinking like a pawn shop at this time, thinking that with the Sky Lightning project, there would be no need for Blue Light, and it could also solve the problem of tight funding for the Navy and the contradiction between the services caused by the control of nuclear deterrence, so they terminated the Blue Light project. The United Kingdom had just terminated the Blue Light project, and the United States notified the United Kingdom that the plan was cancelled due to cost reasons. Finally, during the term of Macmillan, whose mother was American, Britain signed the Nassau Agreement and lost its independent nuclear strategy. Now, the Blue Light strategic missile has been completely successful, with a range of 10,000 kilometers. The technology can be used in air-launched and submarine-launched missiles, so Britain can avoid being pitted by the United States. With the Blue Light missile in hand, Britain does not have to worry about being strangled, and it is more justified when talking to Americans. The telegram from the Woomera launch site stated that, as long as the subsequent test launches were successful, the Blue Light project could be declared a success. The telegram from London was about another matter. Foreign Secretary Harold Wilson would go to Baghdad to discuss with Iran the follow-up negotiations on the distribution of Iranian oil. I almost forgot that it was just a temporary response at the time, and it has expired. Alan Wilson suddenly remembered that it had been 5 years since the Iranian oil crisis. Foreign Secretary Harold Wilson was going to Baghdad this time to discuss a long-term solution with Iran's Mossadegh. As for why Alan Wilson was informed, it was because he was the one who dealt with the Iranian oil crisis at the time and signed a short-term solution with Mossadegh. Now he is the permanent deputy minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so it is natural that he cannot be left behind. He doesn't know yet that the purpose of the foreign secretary is far from this matter. While Alan Wilson was showing the development of Malaya in Kuala Lumpur, Harold Wilson was also contacting European countries, aiming to sign an agreement with oil-producing countries to ensure the energy security of the Middle East and Europe, but it just happened to coincide with the expiration of the Iranian oil distribution contract. In any case, Alan Wilson had to go to Baghdad. At the same time, facing the call of love, Hedy Lamer took out the black Arab robe that she had not worn for a long time. Chapter 979, a heavy blow from the United States. The appearance of a group of big compradors made the former High Commissioner quite pleased. It wasn't long since they last saw each other, and it seemed that there were several new female relatives, all dressed up and well groomed. Successful people are indeed very lucky with women. They also called each other humble wife and were very versatile. The bosses are a little too modest. I know something about your traditional costumes. Women who dare to wear them must have strong self-confidence. Alan Wilson smiled and then greeted several concubines. If you want to wear traditional costumes well, it is not something that ordinary women can handle. Han Fu can easily brush off 90% of women, and Chiang Sam has higher requirements for body shape than Han Fu. If you don't have a good figure, dare to show it. Humble wife heard that Lord Zhangtang was leaving, and she wanted to see his true face very much. Guke said enthusiastically, all of us can't do without Lord Zhangtang's support. That's a fact. The compliments from the ladies are really touching. Alan Wilson paused slightly, and then hinted that women have their own place, and it's better not to let women hear when talking about serious matters. Everyone understood and asked the concubines to bring Louis Vuitton and L'Oreal to talk to the spokesperson of the two brands, Ms. Zimeng. They were so familiar with each other that there was no need to be too shy. Given their relationship, even if the compradors liked to kill people, it was not impossible to talk about it. Alan Wilson asked if there were any difficulties in transferring the textile industry to Myanmar. Coker said that it was generally smooth. Although the investment was not small, the cost could be recovered in 2 years, and it would enter the profit stage in the future. We in Britain still have some background. Alan Wilson changed the subject and said calmly, the Chinese community in Southeast Asia has a special status. At present, from the perspective of ideology and national strength, the mainland government can't do anything for you. Even if it wants to help, it will only backfire. Britain can support you to expand your industry. If I'm right, everyone, have a drink with me. Su Yang immediately called the waiter over and filled a glass for the compradors. He spoke first, then let's toast to Lord Zhangtang. When we need to help, we will never be vague. Thank you for the blessings of the justices of the peace. Although I'm thousands of miles away, I have always been thinking about the stability and prosperity here. Alan Wilson raised his glass and said with a smile, good days are still to come. All of them are Chinese businessmen who have been supported by him. Alan Wilson doesn't need to hide anything. Analyzing the international situation, Myanmar relies on the fact that Britain has not completely declined. At least it is strong in front of Myanmar, so it is worth investing. Like other Southeast Asian countries, they have to rely on their own efforts. What do you think of Thailand, Lord Zhangtang? I received guests from the Z family in Thailand some time ago. Let's see if there is any opportunity for cooperation. Cheyenne Kai and Kiu took the initiative to ask. After all, they were not politicians and were not very clear about the international situation. What is the name of his company? Alan Wilson was moved when he heard the surname and asked a question without a beginning or an end. Cheyenne Kai and Kiu immediately told him, Zengda Company. It is a very good partner. Alan Wilson heard it and said directly, the blood between you is thicker than water, and it is limited by the invisible borderline. Help can be limited to cooperation and mutual assistance or even marriage with Chinese businessmen and other Southeast Asian countries. The British Empire is happy to see this happen, but it does not necessarily have to hold shares. As for the reason, it is still because of the invisible borderline. Alan Wilson said a circle of words like a tongue twister, letting them slowly understand it themselves. The Chinese have economic status, but they are a minority in any country. What if one day Britain leaves Southeast Asia? We are infinitely loyal to the leadership of the Queen. Su Yang quickly expressed his position, but his words were still very reserved. Loyal to the Queen, but the so-called British cabinet has nothing to do with them. Alan Wilson can hear the hidden meaning, but what does it matter? People do not have the obligation to be loyal to the British government. God save the Queen. Alan Wilson raised his glass and saluted in the direction of London with great humility. God save the Queen. The clash of glasses added bricks and tiles to the diversification process of the Malayan colony and even the entire Southeast Asia. The so-called public-private balance. In this field Alan Wilson thinks he has always done well. In addition to giving the British African elite a head start, he came here to raise funds. It can't be said to be blackmail. At least the industries of the compradors present have shares that he originally exchanged for the startup capital, generally in the range of 15% to 20%. Can you find such a conscientious senior commissioner? It was originally his own industry, and it is not excessive to take a little for silver operations. This is only part of it. Considering the long-standing close friendship with Maharaja Ali Khan of Sabah, he can't let such a good thing leave his friend behind. After these things were finalized, the moment he boarded the Comet airliner, he could say that he had returned with a full load. This time, he almost plundered all the ladies of the same status as his wife, all the Khampridas he supported, and Maharaja Ali Khan. Together with the help of the Newfoundland Foundation, he raised funds to buy 28.5 million ounces of gold, and prepared to make a big deal on silver. It was the job of General Charles de Gaulle, the French macho man, to make trouble with gold. A small character like him could only start with silver. The Comet airliner soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters and arrived in Karachi, the current capital of Pakistan. From the Pakistani High Commissioner, he obtained the records of the previous meeting between Portuguese Goa and Pakistan. Since Pakistan's independence, the relationship between Portugal and Pakistan has always been very good. Alan Wilson did not deny that this had something to do with him. This not much means that it is about details, not an overall view. The relationship between Britain and Pakistan is also good, and the same is true in terms of economic and trade relations. The Middle East is extremely important in the eyes of Britain, and the construction of the airport and the construction of Britain's Middle East colonies and protectorates require a huge amount of manpower. Because the Malayan colony was positioned as an industrial production base, the labor force had long been exhausted. Even the textile industry, which could create a lot of jobs, was transferred to Myanmar. Naturally, there was no surplus labor to work in the Middle East. The country that Britain can maintain the greatest influence in the Middle East is Iraq. No matter how big it is beyond the national strength of Britain. The countries in the Middle East that can be covered by Britain are all small in area and small in population. There is not much labor force, so Pakistan can only help. In the Middle East in later generations, the main foreign labor force also came from South Asia, to be precise, India. Although Laocoon has hit the Peace Church hard, the Indians in the Middle East are all serving the Peace Church. Since India's independence, Alan Wilson has been determined to weaken the legacy of the British Indian period, that is, the legacy of the Indians and the British colonies. Naturally, it is impossible for Indians to borrow the British Empire to lay eggs. In consideration of balance, Indian workers must be prevented from entering the Middle East by diplomatic means and replaced by Pakistani workers. After passing through Karachi, Comet 1 finally landed in Basra, a major city in southern Iraq. Hedi Lama, shrouded in a black Arab robe, and Alan Wilson, who came to help the minister, got off the plane together. As soon as he got off the plane, his old friend, John, the Persian Gulf Commissioner, was waiting with a serious face, which made Alan Wilson feel that something was wrong. If it was in a third world country, even in the Soviet Union, he might be thinking, is there a coup? It seemed as if the Iraqi revolution did happen this year in history. Alan Wilson couldn't help feeling heavy-hearted. My friend, what happened? The communication between the minister and Iran was not smooth. Prime Minister Mossadegh's attitude this time was very tough. He asked Britain to terminate the unequal treaty and return control of oil to Iran. John shook his head slightly and said, the minister is in a terrible mood. Alan Wilson's expression eased a little. It was good that it was not the Iraqi revolution. He breathed a sigh of relief and asked, have you communicated with the United States? What do the Americans say? The Americans' attitude is ambiguous, which is surprising. John and Alan Wilson walked shoulder to shoulder and said, the Americans said this is a matter between Britain and Iran, but they do not recommend that Britain make a big deal out of it. Damn it, they are the only ones who are qualified to make trouble. I don't believe that Pahlavi can cooperate with the Soviets. Which monarch dares to do that? Didn't White receive any movement? Alan Wilson was angry. The White he was talking about was Richard White, the director of MI6. John shook his head and reminded his good friend, the minister is in a very unhappy mood now. You have to be careful. I know. The two got in the car together and went directly to the hotel where Foreign Secretary Harold Wilson was staying. Harold Wilson was indeed in a very unhappy mood. He was caught off guard by the sudden change of mind of the Iranian side, which was obviously a good talk before, and he refused to communicate with a very tough attitude. At this time, in the Tehran Palace, the US ambassador to Iran had just come out of the bedroom of King Pahlavi. The special relationship between the United Kingdom and the United States, which was walking on the surface, was suspected by the hardcore anti-American element in the dark. It was me. During the Iranian oil crisis a few years ago, the United States was in a mood to watch the excitement and watched the embarrassment of Britain. Because the incident lasted for a year, the United States judged that Britain would not resolve it peacefully, so it adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Unexpectedly, Britain and Mossadegh really adjusted the allocation of the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company in the end. This disappointed the United States, which was watching the changes and did not find an opportunity to show goodwill to Iran and step on Britain. Now that the short-term solution has expired, the United States cannot miss this opportunity. It can no longer sit back and wait and see. It must take the initiative. Chapter 980. Who is the enemy? The pattern of Iran's three-way division is not unbreakable in the eyes of the United States, and Britain is obviously the weakest party among the three-way division. Since Mossadegh is welcomed by Iran, Washington uses this support to achieve its own goals. In modern times, Britain and Russia have divided their spheres of influence from Iran and even invaded Iran during World War II. Unlike Britain and the Soviet Union, which have historical baggage, the United States can at least stand with Iran as an outsider at present and exclude Britain first. On the way to meet the Foreign Secretary, Alan Wilson was also thinking about the supporters behind Tehran. In fact, he was thinking about who was more suspicious between the United States and the Soviet Union. From a geographical point of view, it was the Soviet Union, and from a national strength point of view, it was the United States. Anyway, it could not be Pahlavi. Although Britain is no longer the empire on which the sun never sets, it is not something that Iran alone can deal with. This time, Iran's attitude was obviously very abnormal. The reason why the minister is so angry must be related to the election year. That's right. After listening to his old colleague's words, Alan Wilson asked, has the Labour Party decided to choose a good time to dissolve Parliament and start a general election? I just said it's possible. John shrugged. Or this is my guess. But what can politicians be so angry about? I can't think of anything else except the election. Indeed, maybe it's really related. Alan Wilson was stunned, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. From 1945 to now, 13 years have passed, and it's almost the end of the year. It's really possible for the Labour Party, which has been re-elected for 3 terms, to do this. Parliamentary countries have different electoral systems from the United States. Take the 5-year term of the British Prime Minister as an example. Usually, the 3rd or 4th year of the term is chosen when the approval rate is high and the general election is held to facilitate re-election. Why didn't they do this in the first 2 times? The reason is that in the first 2 general elections after the war, the Labour Party had an absolute advantage over the Conservative Party, leading the Conservative Party by hundreds of seats. In that case, there was no obvious change in public opinion, and the Labour Party could serve out its term. Once the leading seats are few, the ruling party of a parliamentary country will choose to hold an early election. If this is the case, the Labour Party may have high hopes for Harold Wilson's trip to the Middle East this time, and then use it to raise support to start the general election. This can explain why Harold Wilson was so angry this time. For politicians, whoever threatens his support is his enemy. Sometimes opportunities only come once. If you don't believe it, ask former Foreign Secretary Morrison. He lost once at a critical moment, and the gap caused was never caught up in his life. He was suppressed by Attlee for a lifetime. Arriving at the hotel, where the foreign ministry delegation was staying, the oncoming foreign ministry colleagues all saluted Alan Wilson as a welcome to the return of their boss. Alan Wilson also nodded and asked Dixon to take him to meet the foreign secretary. The minister has been very irritable these days. I know. Alan Wilson nodded, then opened the door and entered the room. It is very rare to have cloudy days in the Middle East, especially in Basra. The weather at this time is just like Harold Wilson's mood. It was under such circumstances that Alan Wilson met the minister. The minister tried his best to hide his true thoughts and asked the permanent secretary whether his trip to the Far East had been fruitful. Very good. A model of a pluralistic coexistence society, and it also opened the eyes of the representatives of British Africa. Considering the mood of the foreign minister at this time, Alan Wilson should not have said this, but he still felt that the minister needed good news now, so he reported the good news in a brisk voice. As long as the locals continue to support, the previously envisioned strategy will surely be a great success. Is there no problem? Harold Wilson asked absent-mindedly, not yet out of his depressed mood. Does it count as unbalanced economic development? The Chinese account for 83% of the entire Malayan economy. Alan Wilson asked himself, and then said, this may cause some ethnic problems. But development always has some price. The Chinese in Malaya account for a relatively large majority, but they are indeed the main force of colonial economic development. This is not just starting now, it was also the case at the beginning, but after the war, this wave of open immigration, because the number of Chinese has increased, this problem has become more serious. Will there be any problems? Harold Wilson asked in surprise. Alan, you know how important Malaya is to Britain now. I'm glad that the minister thinks so. Alan Wilson nodded and explained. When we distributed land, we took care of the Malays. Even now, the land ownership on the books is still in the majority. But even in the rubber industry, that relies on land, the Chinese now have the upper hand. The Chinese make money by renting the land, and the Malays hand over the land for rent. What can we do about this? Alan Wilson couldn't think of a solution anyway, but fortunately it was just renting, not selling. A large number of contracts were for 5 years, and the Malays could increase the rent to improve their lives. I'm just worried that it will cause instability in Malaya and cause resentment from the bamboo curtain. Or the American-backed regime will intervene. Harold Wilson said with concern. Now the Iranian problem has made him overwhelmed. If something happened in Malaya, he dared not imagine it. We are still communicating with the mainland. This time, under the close surveillance of the Royal Navy, the goods successfully arrived at the shore. As for Lord Chang, he definitely has the intention, but he definitely doesn't have the ability. Alan Wilson said with contempt. We have enough reason to believe that he will never disappoint people when he disappoints people. Alan Wilson calmed the minister's emotions and told him not to have a stereotype of the Chinese. Since we live on this earth, even if it is a nation, there are different groups. There are those who are worthy of attention and there are those who are useless. Obviously, Lord Chang's group is the latter. The reason why Alan Wilson said that Lord Chang has this intention is because Lord Chang's group definitely meets the definition of the word overestimating one's own ability. It can be seen that those people on the fraud island have always been willing to kill 3,000 people by mistake and never let one go on this issue. However, facing the UK, it is not that he looks down on the fraud island. Lord Chang's courage is limited to his own nation. He would never dare to provoke colonists like the UK, even if they are as powerful as Portugal. It is absolutely a misunderstanding to think that Lord Chang is also powerful just because his opponents are powerful. Chang Gong did persist longer than South Vietnam, but how much larger was his territory than South Vietnam? South Vietnam persisted for 2 years after the US troops withdrew from South Vietnam, and Chang Gong only persisted for 1 year longer than South Vietnam, even though his territory was dozens of times larger than South Vietnam. This is Chang Gong's true level. During Alan Wilson's term in Malaya, he included anti-British element including the gun party, and made many people disappear from this world. He did not receive any protests until he left office. Harold Wilson heard that Alan Wilson was transiting from Karachi and asked about the situation in India. Alan Wilson also gave an answer. Nehru is more capable than Chang Gong, but he is an Indian. Even Nehru said in his book Discovery in India that Indians are boastful and hope that India can learn from the pragmatic spirit of the Chinese. It is true that we respect India's current international status, but if Indians continue to feel good about themselves, they will definitely suffer a great loss. India has a high reputation in the international community, which is a fact at this time. Even Alan Wilson couldn't remember how many times he had been given the role of mediator in the past few years, and how many local leaders who wanted independence had gone to India to pay their respects. However, this would come to an abrupt end when India hit a wall. As long as the war started, India would go from being the leader of the third world, the leader of emerging countries, and the mediator of international affairs to an insignificant role. There was no way. The international community was so realistic. India lost face twice after its independence, both of which were related to China. One was a war, and the other was hosting a sports meeting. The Commonwealth Games held by India was held 2 years after the imperial capital. The participating countries were all over the world. You must know that the Commonwealth includes 4 of the 5 eyes, but India showed such national strength. In response to India's questions, Alan Wilson maintained his usual remarks of not being small but great. This optimistic attitude finally made Harold Wilson feel relieved. He shook his head and said, "Alan, I'm in a difficult situation now. The solution you discussed with Mossadegh last time was not recognized by Iran. There must be someone behind Tehran, and the Soviet Union is unlikely. Our suspicious ally, who is thicker than blood, may take the opportunity to exclude Britain's influence in Iran." Alan Wilson analyzed calmly, "Negotiations are still necessary. Even if the road ahead is tortuous, we must remain calm. But if it is really the United States, this is definitely just the beginning. The United States wants to accept our and the French's territory. This time should be considered a landmark event." At this point, Alan Wilson suddenly felt like he had won. If Iran's attack can make Britain realize the attitude of the United States smiling tiger, it is still a good thing. It is better than the Suez Canal accident that wakes Britain up. Problems in Iran and accidents in the Suez Canal are not the same difficulty. Once the latter is in trouble, it cannot be remedied at all, while the former is acceptable. Do you have any solution? Harold Wilson was confused and hoped that the permanent secretary could answer. Alan Wilson wanted to say no, but he said, "Let's inform France about this first. Britain and France are in the same situation on this issue, and France's support is very important." Chapter 981 The Awakened Frenchman. Moscow and Washington should also ask. Moscow should be more severe, while Washington should be more peaceful. Moscow's questioning should express its concern about the destruction of the balance. That's enough. Alan Wilson gave a suggestion to make up for the loss, but his heart was quiet. In addition to warning the Charles de Gaulle government in Paris, Moscow, and Washington might not respond. The Soviet Union has an advantage in geography, and the United States is still the best in the world in terms of national strength. The situation of the British donkey is still very embarrassing. Maybe now Moscow and Washington think that the advantage is mine, and the two countries will gain greater benefits by kicking Britain out. Not long after, Dixon was called in. According to the professional instructions of the Foreign Secretary, he contacted the United States, the Soviet Union and France respectively. Alan Wilson, who left at the same time as Dixon, rejected the suggestion to stay here and said helplessly, "There is a hotel of the Mountbatten Group in Basra, and I can only live there." Did the permanent undersecretary and his wife have such a verbal agreement? Dixon looked envious. Is this the life of the rich? Yes, in fact, it would be more convenient if it were in Dubai. Although the local Mountbatten building is not completed, the hotel facilities are better. Alan Wilson mentioned the supporting facilities that were jointly promoted with the airport project. "It's not far anyway. Just call me, and I'll come right away." To be honest, he didn't think the Iranian issue was a bad thing, or even a good thing. According to history, it would not have been delayed until today. 5 years ago, the British forces were excluded. He deserves the British Empire for delaying the situation until today. The good thing is that, if the Labour Party wants to win the general election with a breakthrough of diplomatic work, but the United States has put it in this way, what if it leads to the failure of the general election? He doesn't know about others. Harold Wilson is the current Foreign Secretary, and his historical record is to lead the Labour Party to win 4 elections, which directly led to the peak of the Labour Party's rule. What if he loses the election because of the United States' action this time? Then when Harold Wilson makes a comeback one day, will he remember what the United States does today? You know, for politicians, elections are the most important thing. What if Harold Wilson becomes Prime Minister in the future? From a personal perspective, Iran's oil profits are BP's profits. If they can't keep them, BP will suffer. Mountbatten Oil has no conflict of interest in Iran. The colonies and protectorates that can still be covered by Britain are where the Mountbatten Group has been deeply rooted, such as the Emirates of Kuwait and Qatar. If Iran is determined not to have an easy life this time, it will only hit his wife's competitors and increase the advantage of Mountbatten oil over BP. Why are you here just now? Hedy Lamer, dressed in a black robe, expressed her dissatisfaction softly, pointing to the bathroom and said, "The water is ready. It's really hot in Basra. Let's cool down." Alan Wilson hummed, took off his clothes, and walked into the bathroom. Hedy Lamer's robe fell off, and he went in with his front and back feet. It is always more convenient for one person to wash than for two people. Can't you British handle Iran? Hedy Lamer, who curled up in the man's arms afterwards, lit a cigarette and took a puff, then passed it to the man behind her. Iran can be dealt with alone, but the country behind Iran cannot be dealt with. Holding a cigarette with the lip fragrance of Hedy Lamer, Alan Wilson shook his head and said, "The international situation is not as simple as it seems. The enemy is the enemy. The enemy may also be a friend, and the friend is sometimes an enemy." Alan Wilson sighed secretly. It was still the British national strength that could not cover it up. This was the fundamental reason. The Suez Canal War had the opportunity to be exposed, but Egypt was finally appeased by all means, and the embarrassing war for Britain was avoided. In fact, the Egyptian problem has not been solved. Like the previous Iranian oil crisis, it is also just delayed. However, considering the construction period of the Aswan Dam, this mine should not explode in a short time. It must be said that the attack during this period of time really made Britain very uncomfortable. If the Vietnam War had been fully launched, Britain would have completely restored the internal circulation of the imperial preferential system, and Britain could even threaten the United States in turn, regain some self-esteem as a father. But now Britain has naturally recovered, but not completely. The Vietnam War has not yet started, and the environment for countering the United States does not exist. For the United States, the opportunity to take action has been seized. The head of the family encountered difficulties, and Hedy Lamer had no choice but to do a good job in logistics support. How could she know that Alan Wilson did not take the Iranian issue seriously at all, and the part was the foreign secretary? I believe that the foreign secretary will definitely remember the obstacles encountered in this political journey, and remember them deeply. Now we only need to confirm one thing, whether it is the Americans who are making trouble. If so, it would be wonderful. Alan Wilson put on a poker face, just to get more favorable treatment from Hedy Lamer. "Am I the most beautiful woman you have?" Hedy Lamer, who was covered in sweat and looked like she was fished out of the water, stuck to Alan Wilson like an octopus and asked softly in his ear. Of course. In this situation, Alan Wilson couldn't say that there was garbo, and responded to the greetings of the first vase in history with a sincere face. If it was limited to appearance, he definitely didn't lie, but the appearance he wanted was just one of them. Figure, identity, age, etc. must be taken into consideration. Alan Wilson felt that the British Empire was in crisis again. As a senior official, he was helpless. He could only find an opportunity to take a few rocket rides with his sister-in-law after returning to complete the manned space mission as an apology to repay his guilt. He could not help at all. Anyway, the responsibility for the problem was the foreign secretary. What responsibility could a humble public tool have? Maybe this is a good thing for Britain. One day, Harold Wilson will move into 10 Downing Street and hope to remember today's embarrassment. While Alan Wilson completed the manned space mission, the Foreign Office and MI6 in London were already busy. The Foreign Office kept contacting Washington, Moscow, and Paris, and MI6's task was to find out who was behind it. At such a moment, Iran's attack also caught the attention of Prime Minister Attlee. He hoped to start the general election with a breakthrough in diplomacy and increase his support rate, but this happened. The country that received the British diplomatic action paid the most attention to France, or to be more precise, Charles de Gaulle. Now the Iranian problem seems to be a loss for Britain, but in fact it will eventually affect France. Britain and France are both colonial countries, and they were in a situation of alternating cover after the war. If someone can deal with Britain in this way, then naturally they can deal with France in this way. Since Charles de Gaulle came to power, he had to deal with the legacy of the Fourth Republic, such as the chaotic political situation. This has been the main work in the past 6 months, and he also had to appease the troops stationed in Algeria. At the same time, Charles de Gaulle was still thinking about whether to continue to preserve the entire French Africa. It depended on the attitude of the French army in Algeria. Charles de Gaulle was inclined to make a last-ditch effort, and if it didn't work, he would try to preserve France's interests in Africa. But the troubles Britain encountered in the Middle East at this time undoubtedly sounded a wake-up call for France. No matter whether it was the Soviet Union or the United States, if they could squeeze Britain out today, they could wipe out France's influence in the future and push their own influence to French Africa. Paris is a romantic city, and now it is a pear, which makes people feel a taste they have never tasted before. At a singles cocktail party, the balcony collapsed due to overcrowding of guests. After hearing about it, people were glad that they didn't go there, but ate salad and plum walnut chocolate cakes in the collective housing. Many singles wandered along the paths drunkenly or lonely, looking for a partner, someone to talk to, someone to chat up, and someone to find. They wanted to take advantage of the last chance on Sunday night, to catch the ferry back, and in the 5 minutes before getting on the bus, they could grab what they had not found all weekend. These people were very satisfied with each other's company. The love between men and women is interesting and strong, and the beauty is that they are always secretive and hope that no one is in the room. The best thing is that after they know it, they can continue to stay together as long as they want. How can these men and women know that in the eyes of the real big men, the situation facing the country is far from stable? It was at this time that Georges Bidault passed through the romantic city and came to Charles de Gaulle. In essence, at this special time, France was actually a military government, and Charles de Gaulle had supreme authority. The attributes of the state were incompatible with the hormones erupting in boys and girls. The difficulties faced by the British are also the difficulties faced by France. If it is the Soviets who are causing trouble, there is nothing to say, as the Soviets have reasons to do so. But if it is the Americans, Washington can treat Britain like this, and will only treat France even more excessively in the future. After listening to Charles de Gaulle's explanation of the ins and outs of the matter, Georges Bidault said without disguising, "We can no longer hesitate. The problem is Britain's now, but one day it will become France's." That's right. Charles de Gaulle stood up and walked to the window, but there is a problem we cannot ignore. There are NATO troops, mainly American troops, stationed in France. If this problem is not solved, the Algerian problem cannot be solved. Charles, this is indeed a big problem. Georges Bidault expressed his support. Shall we expel the US troops directly? We can't be so direct. Just tell Washington that France is not satisfied with its current position in NATO and at least wants to be treated like Britain. France cannot accept its current subordinate position. General de Gaulle continued, if the United States disagrees, then we will naturally withdraw from NATO. This is also reasonable. Chapter 982, Using Force to Fight Against Force. It was not that Charles de Gaulle or Georges Bidault were uncomfortable with the presence of American troops in France. Rather, all levels of French society, from top to bottom, were quite critical of the situation. This was not a rhetoric that could be suppressed by the unity of the free world. Without expelling American troops from France, the Algerian issue would be limited. A group of independent leaders in Algeria were able to enter the United States without restrictions. This was not only known to Britain, but France also had its own intelligence agencies, which were fully aware of this. France had a much deeper understanding of suspicious allies than Britain. Since Charles de Gaulle came to power, he had already regarded the expulsion of foreign troops from the country as something that must be done. Send a memorandum to London and Washington, Charles de Gaulle said to his old friend Georges Bidault. That is to say, NATO is no longer suitable for the basic security needs of the entire free world, and France's responsibilities have expanded to all parts of the world. Therefore, it is proposed to establish a council composed of the United States, Britain, and France in NATO, to master the decision-making power of world political and strategic issues. This memorandum was immediately sent from Paris, but at this time the British Foreign Secretary was in the Middle East. Although it was judged that there was little hope of solving the Iranian issue, it was still necessary to talk after all the hard work. because the foreign secretary was meeting with Iranian Prime Minister Mossadegh. This memorandum conveyed from London was first seen by Alan Wilson, the permanent undersecretary. He understood what was going on at a glance. Oh, we are going to withdraw from NATO. This was a foregone conclusion. Since Charles de Gaulle came to power, France at least believed that it was no worse than Britain. Britain was the deputy commander of NATO and the secretary general of NATO, and then France was treated the same as Belgium and the Netherlands. It was indeed unacceptable to the French permanent undersecretary. What does this telegram say? Dixon did not hear his boss's mumbling. The voice was too low. Oh, it's nothing serious. A memorandum. Wait for the minister to finish talking, and then we will inform the minister of the memorandum. Alan Wilson looked indifferent, trying to describe the matter as lightly as possible. He was actually still calculating how much of the world's oil reserves the Persian Gulf countries that Britain could still control, could occupy after losing Iran. If it was calculated by the area occupied, the Middle Eastern powers would undoubtedly be Saudi Arabia and Iran. But Saudi Arabia now does not have the status of later generations, and the gold standard has not stabilized the petrodollar. All countries are on the gold standard. Simply put, Saudi Arabia is currently in a situation where it has no way to sell its country. At present, the United States chooses to support objects because of the gold standard. Not only must there be oil, but also their own strength must not be too bad. Saudi Arabia is a weak chicken in the eyes of the United States. On the contrary, Iran, as the successor of the ancient Persian country, has a population of more than 20 million, which is much more powerful than Saudi Arabia, which has less than 4 million people. Iran not only has a lot of oil, but also has self-sufficiency. It is a good helper to support it. Saudi Arabia has such a small population, not very good military strength, and a large area but all deserts. Its value is greatly reduced in the eyes of the United States. Moreover, because of the Israel factor, the weighty countries among the Arab countries, whether it is Syria, which is pro-Soviet in the form of a republic, or Egypt and Iraq, which are monarchies that tend to be British, have a common point of hostility to Israel. Even if the United States supports Saudi Arabia, it still has no say in the Arab world. Instead of doing so, it is better to support Iran, which has a large land area, good basic conditions, and a population of more than 20 million. Compared with Iran, Saudi Arabia, which does not even have a high status in the Arab world, is really not of much value in the eyes of the United States. However, the fact that Saudi Arabia is not important compared to Iran does not mean that Saudi Arabia can be manipulated by the United Kingdom at will. Saudi Arabia has already surrendered to the United States. The United States may not find an opportunity for Britain to protect its existing interests. If it wants to take any action against Saudi Arabia, the United States will never do it. If Iran cannot be turned back this time, Britain will lose all its influence in the two largest countries in the Middle East. But even so, Alan Wilson, who has a strong political reserve in the future, almost immediately remembered the oil reserves and proportions of the Middle Eastern countries in the Persian Gulf, the world's largest oil depot. Saudi Arabia is undoubtedly the first, and Iran is an unstable second. In fact, Iran's oil reserves are not far behind other countries, and are not much more than Iraq, Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates. Why did Saddam want to annex Kuwait later? On the one hand, Iraq was indeed overwhelmed by the foreign debt. On the other hand, it was a bigger goal. Iraq and Kuwait had oil reserves comparable to Saudi Arabia. Iraq also occupied the Mesopotamian basin, where the natural conditions were much better than Saudi Arabia. After annexing Kuwait, Iraq, which was already a powerful country in the Arab world, could wield the oil stick more powerfully than Saudi Arabia. In addition, there are pocket emirates such as the UAE, Qatar and Bahrain, which do not exist yet but are all under the protection of the United Kingdom. Even if it loses control of Iran, the remaining Persian Gulf oil controlled by the United Kingdom can still meet its imperial strategy. Alan Wilson even calculated the cost of extraction. It is well known that Saudi Arabia's extraction cost is extremely low. If you want to form competition, ordinary countries are not Saudi Arabia's opponents. Considering the distance issue, Libya can actually compete with Saudi Arabia. The direct extraction cost is not Saudi Arabia's opponent, but Libya is close to Europe and does not have to pay the toll of the Suez Canal. Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates can compete with Saudi Arabia, but Iraq's cost cannot compete with Saudi Arabia. As for Iran, its extraction cost is still higher than these countries. After all, the legacy of the British Empire is rich. In addition, Alan Wilson supports his wife and oil reserves are discovered in Libya. After calculating the cards in his hand, as long as he can keep the remaining existing achievements, even if he loses Iran, he can still implement the strategy in his mind. If we use this as an excuse to kidnap the European market in Iraq, Kuwait, and the Emirates to establish market and energy production areas, this is not a bad thing. In the eyes of other diplomats, the boss's mouth twitched, and he paced back and forth in a mysterious manner, with a solemn face. It seems that he is worrying about the future of the British Empire. In fact, he is very happy in his heart. What a good excuse. Take the Iranian oil crisis as an excuse to promote the establishment of a small OPEC, and he already has a reasonable reason. As long as the foreign minister asks, he will provide advice. Time passed little by little, and Harold Wilson finally ended the talks and walked out of the conference room. Iranian Prime Minister Mossadegh followed closely behind, with a solemn look on his face. Obviously, the talks did not go smoothly. We lost Iran. Harold Wilson said in a low voice. This is contempt for Britain. Alan Wilson looked at Mossadegh. The Iranian Prime Minister did not refute, and obviously acquiesced that Harold Wilson's words were true, so he said, Prime Minister Mossadegh, maybe you think this is a good thing for Iran. But it's not that easy. You will know the consequences of this humiliation of Britain in the future. Sir, is it a mistake for Iran to take back its own interests? Mossadegh asked after hearing this. We already know who is backing Iran, so there is no need to say it too clearly. Alan Wilson was not trying to trick Mossadegh. Mi-6 had already made a judgment that there was an ungrateful person behind Iran. At this point, no matter what Pahlavi or Mossadegh thought, since Iran had made up its mind, Alan Wilson became less polite. Although the loss was to the competitor of his wife's industry, British Petroleum, it was also the property of the British Empire. From the perspective of maintaining British interests, he always had to say a few words. Do the British still think this is the era of imperialism? Now it seems that it is a wise move for King Pahlavi to preside over the Prime Minister's redetermination of oil distribution. If you insist on thinking so, I will not deny it. Alan Wilson looked down at the Iranian diplomats who showed their patriotism and said, things will never end like this, and Iran should not think that it will get anything. After all, Britain has only 50 million people, and the United States and the Soviet Union are 3 times the population of Britain. The Iranians feel that they have suffered a great loss in supporting Britain. Will their lives be better if they change to a fart protector? If you give too little, countries with larger populations will not feel the benefits. If you give too much, can you Iranians bear it? The population is constantly growing. Countries with a population of several million can live well by selling resources, but Iran is definitely not one of them. Think about it carefully after you go back. Isn't this the truth? Can a country with a population of tens of millions leave everything to oil? How much benefit are you prepared to give to your so-called allies? Alan Wilson always spoke with data, which made it impossible to refute for a while. Mossadegh stopped the argument and said, I have already made Iran's attitude clear. We certainly don't want to be hostile to Britain, but when it comes to Iran's national interests, there should be more competitors, rather than letting a certain country occupy a monopoly position. Iran will publicly call for cooperation after taking back its oil, and any country can sign a contract with Iran. Britain has made Iran's attitude clear. Harold Wilson nodded deeply and stopped talking. The talks between Britain and Iran ended unpleasantly. After the Iranians left, Harold Wilson sat down and said that he would take tough measures to safeguard the interests of the British Empire. The election was about to start, and the Labour Party could not give in. Alan Wilson, who had been counting the cards in his hand in the past few days, spoke at the right time. Dear Minister, a telegram has just been forwarded from London that may be able to help us. There have been changes in France. Oh. Harold Wilson frowned, read the memorandum about France sharing NATO leadership, and finally shook his head and said, "How is this possible? Of course it's impossible. Even if we don't stop it, Washington is unwilling. Why should Britain be the bad guy? Me6 has determined that the person causing trouble this time is our suspicious ally." Alan Wilson spread his hands and whispered with an attitude of indifference, "Wouldn't it be better to let the United States say no?" Chapter 983 Oil Reserve Plan. Will it be so smooth? Harold Wilson listened with a thoughtful look on his face, and then seemed to remember something. Can we work with France to get the United States to stand on the side of Britain? This is unlikely, Minister. The United States chose Iran for many reasons. Iran has been enemies with Britain and the Soviet Union. The United States is far away and has a good reputation. If we pull France in, France has almost no interests in the Middle East. If Britain and France stand together, first of all, we rule out the factor of war. The United States is nothing more than supporting the opposition in our two countries' sphere of influence. Iran is naturally the most suitable choice, and our choice of France to jointly deal with it may not be effective. France's interests are mainly concentrated in Africa, while our priority sequence of interests is obviously Asia, including the Far East and the Middle East. It is impossible to be close. Now let's talk about this memorandum. What France requires is to be on an equal footing with Britain and the United States, not to mention the United States. In fact, we disagree in our hearts. If we tell the truth, Britain is an auxiliary within the NATO framework, and the real leader is indeed the United States. We have interests in NATO, but the United States has greater interests. Apart from anything else, since France advocates equality, the position of NATO Commander-in-Chief must not be reserved for the United States. Does the minister think Washington will agree? I think it probably won't agree. Harold Wilson followed the thoughts of the permanent undersecretary and shook his head with a wry smile. France is still not skilled enough in diplomacy, and it won't work to just stand up to such things. Therefore, France's request will indeed not succeed. If we don't object, the United States will definitely oppose it. If the United States puts pressure on Britain and the United States to oppose it together, we must oppose it after the Americans. Alan Wilson said, a tongue twister. I believe that General de Gaulle's memorandum is not for such a simple purpose. There will be many things in the future, but at present, it is not of much help to the Iranian issue. However, we can delay the issue until the time coincides with France's attitude. I wonder what the attitude of this government is in the face of Iran's move to take back state-owned enterprises. We must show a tough attitude. Harold Wilson said firmly. The election is coming soon. This time, the Conservative Party may make a fuss about the Iran issue. The Labour Party has only one choice, and it cannot just let it go. Let's have a good talk with Iraq, Kuwait, and the Emirates, that can still exert influence now. This time, let Iran seriously experience the strength of Britain. 5 years ago, during the Iranian oil crisis, Britain actually had few solutions. The United States had not paid off its foreign debts, and Malaya's development had not yet taken shape. Although sanctions on Iran were within its capabilities, they could not form a comparison. Alan, what do you want to say? Harold Wilson already felt that his permanent secretary seemed to have some ideas. This requires the support of the cabinet's decision-making and the simultaneous implementation of our market and energy-based plans. The first step is to have good news and pass a decision called the Oil Reserve Plan, which requires the minister to communicate with the Prime Minister. Alan Wilson took out the results of his work over the past few days, of course not the part about manned spaceflight. French oil reserves? Harold Wilson looked at this plan and muttered involuntarily. The first country in the world to establish oil reserves was France. As early as the 1920s, France required oil operators to maintain sufficient oil reserves. France established the National Liquid Fuel Agency to manage oil reserves. France's strategic oil reserves are jointly managed and borne by the state, specialized agencies and oil production operators. France was a world power at the time, but it did not control the oil production areas, so it first established oil reserves. Britain is different. Britain's power range includes the Middle East, so naturally there is no need to establish large-scale oil reserves. Most countries in the world established national oil reserves during the world oil crisis in the 1970s. When the Foreign Secretary looked at the oil reserve plan, Alan Wilson explained, during the last Iranian crisis, Britain was still recovering. Although it was not damaged by its influence in the Middle East, it could not bring much benefit to the Arabs. This time is completely different. The Malayan industrial base has taken shape. We can provide whatever the pro-British Arab countries need. To establish a 180-day oil reserve for the whole of Britain? Isn't it a bit too much? Harold Wilson saw the key point and was obviously surprised by the number. Minister, this will reduce the losses of BP and give us enough shares to attract pro-British countries. Alan Wilson crossed his fingers. If we can lead other European countries, it will be even better. The most important thing is that it should have some effect on the government's support rate. The last words were nonsense made up by Alan Wilson. The support rate of the two parties in the UK has not changed for a long time. People who don't know would think it is the support of the two parties in the United States in the future. No matter how good your support is, I will oppose it. But in fact, there are indeed a large number of voters in the UK who have been slack in the Labour Party's rule for so long. It really needs the support of the Prime Minister to succeed. When it comes to support rate, Harold Wilson is no longer sleepy. Cabinet ministers and shadow cabinet ministers are not the same thing. A wise decision, my minister. We use the oil reserve plan and the upcoming negotiations with Iraq and Kuwait as bargaining chips. We should be able to avoid losses due to a tough attitude. This is a time to test the government's ability. Alan Wilson didn't think it was too early and sang praises to Harold Wilson and Prime Minister Attlee. Sanctions against Iran can be imposed in one day, but as long as they last for more than a year, they will coincide with the time when France actually withdraws from NATO. Things are universally connected. As Lenin said, it is a risky thing to make trouble in front of a country with an electoral system. You will either win a great victory or suffer heavy losses. Although several important figures in the Labour Party knew that the Labour Party wanted to dissolve Parliament and hold early elections, only a few ministers and the Prime Minister knew about it. Even Eden of the Conservative Party was unaware of it, let alone other countries. When Prime Minister Attlee suddenly showed a tough attitude and threatened to sanction Iran and brought out a plan for Britain to build enough oil reserves for 180 days, the House of Commons in London suddenly became a vegetable market. This was completely unexpected for the Conservative Party. Eden and Macmillan, the number 1 and number 2 figures of the Conservative Party, remained silent, smelling something unusual. Will Attlee hold an early election? This was the question that Eden and Macmillan thought of at the same time. Through the BBC's broadcast, the entire British people also knew about Iran's unfriendly behavior towards Britain. We support the Prime Minister's decision. All patriots cannot tolerate such an insult to Britain. The Conservative Party has always appeared as a patriot. After a brief dispute, Conservative leader Eden immediately made the final decision and stated in the House of Commons, the Persian Gulf is the world's energy center, which is closely related to Britain's prosperity. It is a consensus issue for all British citizens. We all support the Prime Minister's response to the Iranian oil crisis. Eden's statement caused long-lasting applause in the House of Commons. A united Parliament and a united Britain. The Conservative leader's attitude of wholeheartedly supporting the current government for the country also spread throughout the country. Under the consensus politics of the two parties, the British Oil Reserve Plan was passed in the House of Commons. Britain took this as an attitude to show that Britain would have a protracted war with Iran. Isn't this an extra card out of thin air? Alan Wilson said to Dixon, holding the telegram from the mainland, when we meet with Iraq and Kuwait in 2 days, we will have more room for maneuver. The British public opinion hegemony is also good at influencing what is the responsibility of Iran, and Iran's oil industry will be hit hard. In Washington, US Secretary of State Dulles arrived at the White House and soon met with the current president Eisenhower. Dulles held 2 telegrams in his hands. One was the 2.0 version of the Iranian oil crisis, and the other was the memorandum of France's proposal to reorganize NATO and gain greater power. We still have to support Iran, Mr. President. Iran and Israel are the keys for the United States to enter the Middle East. Rationally, we are willing to choose the Arabs. But we can't abandon Israel. After all, Israel is alone, so we need other major Middle Eastern powers. to attract the attention of the Arabs. There is no better choice than Iran. Dulles looked embarrassed. Of course we don't want to be unhappy with Britain, but Iran's establishment of American influence is very important to the United States' interests in the Middle East. If the United States cannot give up Israel, it is destined to stand on the opposite side of the vast majority of Arab countries. Even if there are a few pro-American countries in Arab countries, they dare not stand on the side of the United States openly. Iran is the only Middle Eastern power that still has influence. Try to be as tactful as possible in rejecting the British support. President Eisenhower pondered for a moment. Don't let the United States make a direct statement on economic aid to Iran, but we agree to support the late developing powers. I understand. Dulles nodded and immediately left the White House to take care of this matter. As for the memorandum proposed by France to reorganize NATO, he forgot about it. Before the meeting between Britain and the Gulf countries, the International Monetary Fund provided Iran with $60 million in economic aid despite the opposition of Britain. The news spread all over the world, and the whole of Britain was full of astonishment and confused about this move. Is this my Suez Canal war? Alan Wilson burned the telegram forwarded from London, but it was better than the real Suez Canal war. At this time, the International Monetary Fund made such a decision, which was undoubtedly a statement of the United States, because the United States has a veto in this organization. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 984 OPEC is established. But it's good that way. If Britain can't even resist the $60 million in economic aid, then all kinds of efforts are unnecessary. This time, the United States' actions can be regarded as a test for Britain. Although this test is a little late, it must be experienced. Compared with the Suez Canal War, which would be a test of reputation once lost, the Iranian oil crisis can only be regarded as a monthly test. The Gulf dignitaries who came to Basra included Princess Badiya of Iraq, Emir Abdullah Salam al-Sabah of Kuwait, and the chiefs who were later collectively known as the United Arab Emirates, but are now independent, including Qatar and Bahrain. This is because Britain can still control the Persian Gulf countries, with Iraq being the strongest in terms of strength. Meeting with these pro-British monarchs is the purpose of the Foreign Secretary's trip to the Middle East. The Iranian oil crisis was purely an emergency that caught the minister off guard. Alan Wilson knew that among these Gulf countries, only one was more difficult to deal with, and that was Iraq. Countries like Kuwait and Qatar, as long as Britain said a word, they could only do it, and had no ability to resist at all. After all, Iraq was different and stronger. However, since the person who came was Princess Badiya, an old acquaintance, I believe that at least there will be no misunderstanding between the two sides. It depends on whether Alan Wilson can make the Iraqi royal family understand the current serious situation. While Tehran was cheering and felt that the United States had sent a shot of adrenaline, the Market and Energy Security Conference opened in Basra, a major city in southern Iraq. Alan Wilson, the richest man in the world, appeared in front of the royal family of the Gulf countries in a light-colored Arab robe, which surprised Foreign Secretary Harold Wilson. Even if he had to follow the local customs, it was a bit too much. No matter how hard it is, the royal family cannot suffer. Although the Gulf countries are not like the later generations who lie on the oil depot and live a life of drunkenness, the royal family's pomp is still very amazing. Some big figures have few backgrounds, but they have many followers. The identity and status of a big figure are not difficult to determine. Obviously, it is a very conspicuous target. He is wearing a decent Arab robe, and its texture is much better than that of ordinary people. The pleats are wide, but wrapped around his slightly fat, but still graceful body. It does not look bloated. The visitor's face rarely showed any sign of contentment with poverty, just as his clothes showed no sign of contempt for worldly extravagance. His appearance could be considered decent, but there was always a faint glimmer of greed and pleasure at the corners of his eyes, which showed that he had a carefully concealed desire for wine and women. In other aspects, his position taught him to control his expression at any time. He could suddenly frown and become sanctimonious, although his face was naturally relaxed and happy, and his temperament was also fond of pleasure. Religious precepts could not restrain this nobleman. He turned up his sleeves and held a fine Damascus steel knife in his hand. Although his entire outfit was consistent with his beliefs, the exquisiteness of his clothes and the luxury of his accessories were obvious at a glance. Although he maintained a very ethnic style of clothing and dress, the exquisite fabrics and workmanship still added a sense of ostentation to the simple clothes, which made people smell too much worldly vanity. The Emir of Kuwait, Abdullah Salim al-Sabah. Dixon reminded in a low voice. I was wondering why there was a noble aura rushing towards me. Alan Wilson bowed his head decisively to the supreme authority, took 2 steps forward, and greeted the appearing Princess Badiah. Dear Princess, you are still so charming after such a long time. Looking back on the past, I can't forget the princess's unparalleled elegance. Mr. Wilson doesn't look like a gentleman at all. Aren't you afraid that Pamela will cause you trouble? Princess Badiah said with a hint of meaning, using Pamela Mountbatten to scare the man in front of her. Dear Princess, what Pamela appreciates most about me is that I'm very honest and never say something against my will because of the other person's identity and status. Alan Wilson pretended to be serious and said, that's not what I pursue. I think she appreciates your mouth. Princess Badiah covered her mouth and chuckled teasingly. This is also a fact. Alan Wilson, who had no basis for suspicion, opened a gap from Princess Badiah and then communicated with the Emir Sabah of Kuwait. Not only Dixon admired him very much, but even Harold Wilson was amazed. The son-in-law of the Mountbatten family really had a wide range of friends. With good wishes for many monarchs, Alan Wilson introduced the current British Foreign Secretary, Harold Wilson, who had ceased to be the Foreign Secretary, to the representatives of these feudal reactionary forces. Alan Wilson knew that the only difficult country was Iraq, and Kuwait and Qatar had no power to resist the British. As long as Iraq was dealt with, things would be settled. Historically, Britain lost control of Iraq, just like the United States lost control of Iran, because Iraq had a revolution. When the Soviet Union was at its most powerful in the Middle East, it was mainly Arab countries, excluding Saudi Arabia, which could not be fought. Others were either pro-Soviet or neutral countries. After the Iraqi revolution, it was considered neutral and pro-Soviet, unlike Syria and Egypt, which were so obvious. Saddam only visited the Soviet Union in his life. Faced with a request for a private talk, Princess Badiah, who handed over the home court to the men, accepted Alan Wilson's invitation. Mr. Wilson, although we have a good relationship with the Mountbatten Oil Company, we still need to think twice about turning against our neighbor. Princess Badiah came to Basra, so she naturally knew what the British purpose was. Really? Alan Wilson calmly took his eyes off the guard, who was chewing leaves. Arabic tea. It has the same effect as drugs. He had seen the locals in a den like zombies. He didn't expect to see it in such a solemn occasion. Could this be Princess Badiah's lover? Mr. Wilson, you don't seem to be as sharp as before. Princess Badiah interrupted Alan Wilson's thoughts. She didn't know that the man in front of her thought jumped to drugs and wanted to know if this thing was rampant in the Arab region. Maybe it was the genes in his bones that were taking effect. Oh, Your Highness, I'm sorry, I was just thinking about how to answer you. Alan Wilson shook off his chaotic thoughts. Now was not the time to think about it, so he took the opportunity to ask the question just now. In addition to the long decadent Turkey, the Arabs in the Middle East have 2 major enemies, the Jews and the Persians. The Persians and Arabs have been neighbors for 1,000 years. Yes, we are good neighbors. Princess Badiah nodded. More than 1,000 years of friendly relations. Yes, more than 1,000 years of friendly relations. Alan Wilson saw through it, but did not say it, and changed the subject. Luckily, most of the Iraqi citizens are Shiites, but what a coincidence that the royal family is Sunni. To be honest, under the influence of religion, if Iraq and Iran are hostile, who will they support? Christians are not as trustworthy as they seem. After all, Christians are a minority. As long as there is biased support, they can easily become supporters of the royal family. What do you think about this, Princess Badiah? Since the establishment of the Royal Guard, has the security of the royal family been greatly improved? Even the guards who were chewing Arabic tea stopped their actions. This was because of the facts stated by Alan Wilson. The Shia dominance was not brought by the British colonists, but is a legacy of the Sassanid Persia that has survived to this day. This statement really hits the heart of Princess Badiya. Christians becoming royal guards. Has the Iraqi kingdom seen fewer mutinies? Is the connection between Shia and Iran true? Egypt, the strongest country in the Arab world, has a smaller population than Iran, let alone Iraq, which has a population of only a few million. Is it true that they have a 1,000-year friendly relationship with a heretical country with a population of more than 20 million? While Princess Badiya was thinking, Alan Wilson showed his sincerity. Britain has just passed the decision to establish a 180-day national oil reserve. This can certainly be done with North Sea oil, but this decision is actually used to give benefits to oil-producing countries that are friendly to Britain. This of course includes Iraq. We support the strength of the Kingdom of Iraq and can open up a series of military purchases and support Iraq's national development. The help that the United States can provide to Iran will only be easier for Britain to do because there is still a small half of Africa in the hands of Britain. Iraq's needs, whether it is technology, market or raw materials, Britain can solve them. Maybe we should talk. The guard chewing Arabic tea said, "Father is actually also considering how to face Iran. Let me introduce myself. My father is the regent," said the brother of Princess Badiya. So he is a prince. No wonder he looks extraordinary. Alan Wilson modified his eyes from looking at a drug addict into an explanation that ghostwriters are real heroes. The result of this exchange is very good. After all, Britain still has influence on Iraq. When several people returned to the crowd, Alan Wilson gestured a victory sign to the foreign secretary. Harold Wilson was relieved and also at ease. He talked about the traditional relationship between Britain and the Arabs every 3 sentences, and he was willing to help the development of the Gulf countries. We can even say that with the UK's leadership, many European countries may try to establish national oil reserves, and the demand for oil will usher in a surge. Alan Wilson added, "This will be an opportunity for the countries of the monarchs present, and we can guarantee that everyone's territory will definitely develop faster than Iran. This is beyond doubt." Harold Wilson's answer was even more decisive. The two Wilsons worked well together. After Iraq was dealt with, the remaining countries were no difficulty for Britain. 3 days later, the signing of the Market and Energy Cooperation Agreement was formally signed by the European Community represented by the UK and 11 Emirates including Iraq, Kuwait, Oman, Bahrain, and Qatar. Subsequently, these countries, led by Iraq, Kuwait, and Oman, announced the establishment of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, declaring to the outside world that they would protect their own interests and reach a more fair agreement with Europe. Even before he left Basra, Foreign Secretary Harold Wilson hailed the agreement as a great example of cooperation. Chapter 985, Saving the People First. As a cabinet minister, Harold Wilson could not stay abroad for a long time. After signing the Market and Energy Cooperation Treaty, he would return home to discuss the next steps. As for some details, they were handed over to the permanent undersecretary who was on standby at any time. Because the Labour Party was counting on a tough stance to increase its support rate, the timing of the Iranian crisis this time was a bit coincidental. The choice before the Labour Party was no choice, but to be tough. The attitude of the United States was also clear. The International Monetary Fund provided Iran with $60 million in economic assistance. At this time, it had caused a huge backlash in the UK. At a time when Britain and Iran were hostile, the United States' actions were undoubtedly a heavy blow to Britain. Alan Wilson was not very nervous. On the contrary, he thought it was a good thing. Losing Iran was better than losing the Suez Canal. However, in the discussion with the foreign minister, he still said, Rockefeller once said, that 90% is not enough, it needs 100%. If Iran does not surrender, and the pro-American Saudi Arabia is included, the United States has already occupied a relative advantage in the Middle East oil pattern. Now think about it, maybe during the Iranian oil crisis 5 years ago, although the United States did not take any overt action, it might have been watching our jokes. Harold Wilson was still upset about the reaction of the United States. This sudden move was a huge blow to the Labour Party. After returning, he had to find a way to appease the emotions of British citizens. From this time to the last time, there are indeed many doubts. Alan Wilson took the opportunity to magnify Harold Wilson's dissatisfaction. Let's say that the establishment of OPEC was a last resort for Britain to fight back against Iran, and expressed the determination to fight a protracted war. I think the United States must have some doubts about the establishment of OPEC, but apart from the option of war, we firmly stated that this is a general organization for market and energy cooperation. What if the United States wants to propose to join? Harold Wilson proposed a possibility. Oil resources. Even if the United States agrees with the British argument, it will not completely let down its guard. Let's just say we are not opposed to letting the United States and the Soviet Union join. This will show fairness. Alan Wilson thought for a while and said, once the United States wants to join, Britain has no reason to reject the Soviet Union. You know, the Soviet Union is also an important exporter in the European energy market. If it causes dissatisfaction to the Soviet Union, it may be detrimental to European security. Alan Wilson even hoped that the Foreign Secretary would speak publicly when facing questions. Once the United States and the Soviet Union join OPEC, this organization will become the United Nations again. Each party will talk to itself, and it will no longer be effective. But it is not necessarily a bad thing. In short, either all join or none of them join, or keep OPEC and let the British Special Observer lead, or all three giants come in and no one can become the leader. Not bad. Harold Wilson thought for a long time and smiled. Let the Americans choose, either with the Soviet Union, or don't come in. Anyway, the Iranian crisis was caused by the United States, who was wronged by Britain first, and Britain's establishment of OPEC was just a passive counterattack. This explanation is reasonable, because the OPEC promoted by Britain has nothing to do with the oil pound. Of course, the pound can buy oil, and the US dollar can buy it as well. Alan Wilson promoted the establishment of OPEC not because he thought Britain was strong enough to challenge the United States in financial hegemony. Instead, he wanted to set aside a private plot in advance to prevent being cut by the United States. Don't let the US inflation caused by the Vietnam War be transmitted to Britain. It's too much to want to take back financial hegemony now. As for the future, it depends on the situation. In essence, this is still consolidating the imperial preferential system and establishing economic ties between industrial production areas, energy and other raw materials. He believed that the Foreign Secretary would face various temptations from the United States when he returned to London, so the two had just discussed. Harold Wilson, who was mentally prepared, went to Basra International Airport and then boarded the Comet airliner from Dubai, which was arranged by Alan Wilson temporarily. Harold Wilson was very surprised, but he finally accepted this arrangement with suspicion. It's not that the permanent undersecretary is so far-sighted, or it's a temporary decision to scare the respected minister, but it can't be too much. After Harold Wilson returns, he will have to explain to the outside world that the responsibility for this oil crisis lies entirely with Iran. After sending the minister on the plane, Alan Wilson calculated whether there is a problem of rebellious people in Europe. France helped to withdraw from the group. Germany was a defeated country. Italy did not have the consciousness of a defeated country, but Italy's oil supply was mainly provided by Libya. As for the rest, they did not have the ability to cause trouble to Britain. This ensured that there would be no opposition in Europe, and Harold Wilson only needed to deal with the Americans. With his mind clear, Alan Wilson took a pure Turkish handmade carpet as a birthday gift. According to the notebook that only he could understand, Miss Hedy Lamarr was going to have a birthday. Then, on this handmade carpet, a series of stories including, but not limited to, riding a rocket occurred. The naked man and woman hugged each other and looked at each other with satisfaction in each other's eyes. You just gave me a gift and it got dirty so quickly. Hedy Lamarr stared at Alan Wilson with a hint of reluctance in her tone and complained softly, "I want to be a gentleman in front of you, but I fail every time." Alan Wilson came over after he finished speaking and had a verbal battle, letting Hedy Lamarr experience the eloquence of the Imperial Undersecretary. After a warm day, Hedy Lamarr also set off, and Alan Wilson still had to deal with the details. Of course, he put forward professional opinions. Although he was in the UK, He was also dedicated to serving other countries. It happened that the monarchs of Iraq, Kuwait, Oman and the Middle Emirates were also there, and he needed him to contribute to the welfare of the Middle East at this time. When he showed what he had learned, he took the population statistics of various countries. Alan Wilson sat in front of the monarchs and started the Middle East Roadmap Plan. The country of the Emir of Kuwait, Sabah, had 200,000 citizens at this time. Oman had 500,000 people, and later merged into the many emirates of the UAE, plus Qatar and Bahrain, with a total population of 250,000. Of which Qatar had 40,000 and Bahrain had 140,000. Except for Iraq, these countries that made money by lying on oil wells in the future, together with a total of 1 million people. It is quite in line with the basic configuration of top resource countries, with rich resources and sparse population. Although Saudi Arabia is the leader of the Arab world decades later, it is a completely poor country in front of these pocket countries. Citizens of almost every country live better than Saudis. For small countries, the respected emirs are so lucky. The top priority now is to immediately establish a national identity system and determine the exact number of their own population. A large amount of wealth will flood your country, just like Newfoundland's appearing in front of me. Alan Wilson secretly said that it was time to solve the problem of illegal immigration so that rapid progress can be made on a per capita basis. Let the citizens of each country have the opportunity to show how much wealth and billions they have. Of course, this does not include Iraq. Iraq's population is growing very fast, doubling in 10 years. The original population of more than 4 million has now become 7 million, which is 1/3 of Iran's population. This growth scared Alan Wilson. He originally thought that the increase in the Malayan colony from nearly 10 million to nearly 14 million was already terrifying. But compared with the population growth rate of Iraq, it is still far less than that. The peace cult is so terrifying. But even if it is 7 million people, it is far from population pressure for the Kingdom of Iraq with the Mesopotamian River Basin. Iraq has no problem feeding 30 million people, and economic development will definitely slow down population growth. During Saddam's time, Iraq's population did not grow fast. The only thing he feared was that the country would fall into chaos, and there was still enough food, especially with the agricultural empire of the United States providing unlimited food. He was afraid of population growth. In the 20 years since Saddam was overthrown, Iraq's population doubled from 20 million to 40 million. Alan Wilson, who had served as a local chief executive, was no stranger to finding things to do for the population. Iraq's population was not as large as that of Malaya at the time, so he sent the original Green Revolution, high-quality seeds, breeding cattle, and breeding sheep to Iraq, and asked the Iraqi royal family to set up an institution. Even if nothing changed, the food would increase a lot. We position Iraq as a rich and powerful kingdom, while other emirs are rich countries. I wonder what the respected emirs think. Alan Wilson shook his head scarf and asked in a tone that said, "I'm ours. The smaller the population, the more significant the effect. But the emirs should take good care of their own countries. The Persian Gulf is not far from South Asia. Don't let Indians who are hostile to your beliefs get in. You can use them as cheap labor, but you should avoid the situation of cuckoos occupying the magpie's nest." Please forgive Alan Wilson for being a person who puts himself in other people's shoes. Many emirates are still colonies, but he has already been given the seal of Prime Minister for the Protectorate and made suggestions for them. Wasn't the rise of South Korea in the early days just millions of workers working hard in the Middle East to save money? It's better not to trouble the Koreans with such hard work. There are other ways to make South Korea rise. Anyway, this attitude makes people feel good about him. At this moment, his secretary Wick came in and whispered, "Secretary, your wife just landed at the airport with a gift from a transport plane. Your Highness, Emile, my wife has just arrived and brought gifts for you." Alan Wilson was not surprised at all and told everyone the good news. To save the people, one must save the officials first. Emile is having a hard time, so why should he care about the citizens? Chapter 986 Arnold. "Mr. Wilson, I haven't seen the lady for a while." Princess Badia immediately expressed a warm response to the news. "I think everyone wants to make friends with the richest woman in the world. Your Highness, that's too much praise. Pamela is a very considerate person. Alan Wilson smiled and ended the meeting directly. After all, Pamela Mountbatten's visit was also part of good neighborliness. The Middle East is the center of future air transportation, and the route between the Middle East and the United Kingdom is also the busiest and most profitable route in the world. The construction of Dubai's airport has been largely completed, at least within the scope of the nearby Emirates, solving a large part of the employment problem. For the current few Emirates, this is also a great help. Transferring from Dubai to Basra, there were 2 transport planes converted from Comet airliners, carrying the female president of the Mountbatten Group and gifts for distinguished guests. When the Rolls-Royce Silver Clouds were unloaded one by one, the sheikhs, including the Emir of Kuwait, Sabah, looked at Pamela Mountbatten, who was dressed in a way that did not conform to the Arab tradition, and their eyes suddenly became amiable. Previously, almost all the oil profits controlled by Britain in the Persian Gulf belonged to British Petroleum. It was only after the Mountbatten Oil Group entered the Persian Gulf that the distribution ratio was adjusted, allowing the sheikhs to live a life of wealth. Calculating the time it took to get rid of the hard days, it was indeed not long. The distinguished emirs, who had not yet experienced the happy days of having a piece of cloth on their heads and being the richest in the world, were a little dizzy by a row of sky blue Rolls-Royce Silver Clouds. Dear emirs, some small gifts are not a sign of respect. There are also gifts for your wives and children in the car. You can go and have a look. Pamela Mountbatten took off her sunglasses and greeted with a smile. Alan Wilson put his hands in his pockets, walked over with the look of a low-class loser, and said in amazement, "My dear, you spent a lot of money. 20 Rolls Royces. This is not a small cost. It's cheaper than Jinnah. Others will not buy it so cheaply. I'm also an old customer. The total amount including the gifts in the car is £1 million. Pamela Mountbatten's mouth curled up slightly. My husband is working for the country. I always have to do something. Otherwise people will think that I don't appreciate my husband's work. What should I do? Alan Wilson narrowed his eyes and bent down slightly, whispering a threat. I will definitely spank you. I will. Remember to use some strength when the time comes. Pamela Mountbatten took one hand on her husband's arm and moved slowly. In front of others, she must take care of her husband's face. The little girl who was cultivated since childhood has come to this day, which makes Alan Wilson feel full of accomplishment. Let these distinguished guests experience the hard life of working until 2 o'clock in the afternoon in the future. It is sincere and helps to maintain the relationship between Britain and these chiefs. £1 million is not a big expense for Pamela Mountbatten now. Compared with this little money, the profits of her oil company can be called astronomical. Naturally, she doesn't care about this little expense to maintain her network. Although the trick is old-fashioned, it works. Pamela Mountbatten, who has been taught by her husband, also knows the principle of saving the people first to save the officials. Each emir of the emirate will have one car, and the rest will be distributed to the royal families of Iraq, Kuwait, and Oman. The emirs can only accept it reluctantly with the words of never again under the sincere intention. Maybe in the future, Rolls-Royce will not be a luxury in these small countries. There are so few people, and a few oil wells can feed the whole country well. Alan Wilson, a civil servant who has not seen much of the market, was also shocked by the parking lots full of luxury cars in Dubai in his previous life. For emirates such as Qatar and Dubai, it is really not difficult to buy off the lower class citizens. At the worst, there are countless temporary workers from South Asia who come from thousands of miles away to serve these uncles. Establishing an identity system in these protectorates now will directly isolate foreign immigrants during the brief window period after independence in history. Developing and building their land in advance will also slow down population expansion to a certain extent. In this way, these pocket emirates may be able to live a comfortable life for a longer time. At least now, the emirs are already very comfortable. Rolls-Royce is a famous aristocratic car, and it is already one now. The British automobile industry is built on extremely high-end models, and there are many famous and expensive models. For the welfare of British citizens, Alan Wilson wanted to suggest to his wife to find a similar model to purchase, so as to contribute to the cause of Britain's consumption of oil and increase the market. The transport plane modified by Comet is still a little bit worse. With the distribution of British territory, a large military transport plane is needed, and the current transport planes do not have this function. Alan Wilson, with his hand on his wife's shoulder, was not very satisfied with the test method of modifying Comet. "You're trying to trick me into spending money again." How could Pamela Mountbatten not know what the man beside her meant? She cried, "Poor. There are so many industries to invest in, even projects like aerospace, that have no returns. Do you know how poor I am? Maybe I don't know that you are worth £2 billion and live in poverty." Alan Wilson admitted his mistake indifferently. "I know that, my dear, is very hard every day. Others have their own lives that worry about 3 meals a day, and you also have your worries, such as, right?" After a long time of examples, Alan Wilson still couldn't figure out where Pamela Mountbatten's worries were. Maybe it was because she couldn't live forever. How big is the gap between the Mountbatten group and ordinary people? It is so big that it is unimaginable. Ordinary British people can't understand the gap here at all. Take the people living in the 21st century as a comparison, and narrate from the perspective of the most personal heroism and elites who change their destiny. This outstanding person was born in an ordinary family. After years of study, he reached the standard of an annual salary of 1 million. He is a template for a successful person. After deducting taxes, the amount is about 700,000 yuan. Another ordinary person who relies on his parents' savings has 20 million yuan in savings left by his parents. The fixed interest rate of 20 million yuan for 3 years is 3.5, and the annual interest is 710,000 yuan. The annual interest is almost the same as the annual salary of 1 million yuan before tax. This is a symbol of strength. The latter can do a very easy job and watch the elites become equal to him in 20 years. Being equal is theoretical, and it is impossible to catch up in reality. The latter will not spend all the extra funds of 700,000 yuan a year, and the former will not live without food and drink. This is not to compare with the comparison of talents sent to society at the age of 35. The gap between Pamela Mountbatten and ordinary British people has widened to an incomprehensible level at the end of 1958. As long as she does not fail in continuous investment and fall into a huge pit, Pamela Mountbatten, who has cash flow producing industries in her hands, will not give others the opportunity to catch up. As for vision, her husband is not targeting anyone, and it is unlikely that someone has a better vision than him. The visit of his wife, who earned pounds even by walking, did solve Alan Wilson's big problem. If he said the same thing, the emirs might still be skeptical. But when Pamela Mountbatten, who gave him 20 Rolls-Royce Silver Clouds as a gift, said it, it was full of sincerity. This is how the world is. Alan Wilson took advantage of the positive influence of his wife's change of situation, and signed more than 20 commercial agreements in one breath, binding Iraq, Kuwait, Oman and many emirates in all aspects. He directly decided on the trade with the Malayan colony. No one knew Malaya better than him. It is so important to have a woman to guarantee logistics. Pamela Mountbatten showed off her contribution. The foreign secretary only set a framework. The content of the framework was set by you. I also have some credit. This is a huge credit, dear. Alan Wilson returned to his hotel with a full load and kissed his wife's red lips directly. Don't look at the small area of these pocket countries. Their potential has not been fully utilized. The population is not large enough to form a resistance force. As long as the British troops in the Middle East do not withdraw, others will not be able to use energy to deal with Britain for decades. Without saying much, the manned space program was immediately launched to let his wife experience the fun of riding a rocket. Of course, Alan Wilson also paid attention to moderation. In any case, in order to show his loyalty to the British Empire, he had to leave some for his sister-in-law. With rich achievements, the couple returned to London and guided the publicity of public opinion in various places, including the propaganda about Egypt. The Aswan Dam had wage arrears, and Pharaoh Kai used his own money to pay the workers, which showed Egypt's national spirit of self-reliance and self-strengthening, and taking back the Suez Canal from Britain one day. At this moment, the Arab world has reached a consensus that it is possible to take back the rights and interests from Britain through diplomatic means and the salami slicing tactics. At least this consensus has been passed over in Alan Wilson's mind. Because the actions of the United States in this Iranian crisis have caused cracks in the special relationship between Britain and the United States, and anti-American voices have appeared in the citizen class. This is understandable. Both the Foreign Secretary and the walking special relationship between Britain and the United States have communicated with Washington about this. Alan Wilson continued his time management work and could not neglect any lady of the same status as his wife. It was all for the defense of Britain. He would not face difficulties and be discouraged, and he must grit his teeth and persist. Time flies and it is 1959. Pamela Mountbatten is holding her belly. Her relatives have come late recently, so she asks her husband, if the test results prove that there will be a new member in the family, have you thought of a name, dear? If it's a boy, how about Arnold? Alan Wilson thought hard and felt that the name was very suitable. Chapter 987. This is Germany's opportunity. How do you know it's a boy? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Pamela Mountbatten felt the warmth of the man's palm on her belly. Maybe it's a little girl. It doesn't matter what it is. Faced with his wife's language trap, Alan Wilson's choice was not to jump into the pit. As long as there was the question of a boy or a girl, if he dared to say one more word, it would be an endless problem. But when Pamela Mountbatten took advantage of the victory, Alan Wilson still pointed to the top of his head and said, I swear to the lamp that I absolutely support gender equality and thank my wife for her hard work in giving birth to my child. Can women only give birth to children? Pamela Mountbatten muttered relentlessly. Some of the claims of the women's movement still make sense. What else? Alan Wilson asked back. Anyway, he couldn't think of anything that women couldn't replace, except giving birth to children. It's true that the situation must be changed now. Getting entangled in details in conversations involving men and women is very disadvantageous to Alan Wilson. Even though he is the permanent deputy minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he can only look at the larger macro framework instead of focusing on the basic responsibilities of special individuals. That's why I don't think the Soviet Union is a big threat. Alan Wilson made a bold statement in front of his wife, and he didn't care if it worked or not. How can you say that? Can the relationship between men and women lead to the direction of national confrontation? Pamela Mountbatten was naturally shocked, but there was still a trace of disbelief on her face. When have I ever lied to you? In addition to hiding the ladies of the same status as his wife, Alan Wilson said with a frank look, in addition to the war factor, the factors that cause the population collapse are economic development, education popularization and women's movement. They are ranked in no particular order, and there is no question of which one is more important. The British Empire has colonies all over the world, and it is easy to get data from all over the world for comparison. From this, we can draw a very reasonable conclusion that the population growth in places with backward economies, ignorant people, and women without power is extremely fast, except for countries where the population is close to the critical value of the land carrying capacity. You have also been in British India, and you know how Congressman Churchill described the number of Indians. Indians reproduce like cockroaches? How could Pamela Mountbatten's family not have heard this sentence? The Soviet Union has a strong and universal public education system and uses administrative means to force equal distribution. With the Soviet Union's vast territory and abundant resources as a backing, this confrontation is unsustainable. Everyone receives elite education and becomes smarter, no longer ignorant, and all know how to seek benefits and avoid harm, and will definitely choose to avoid too many offspring. This will definitely cause a population collapse. Not to mention that the Soviet Union gives women a year of paid maternity leave. Even if it is 2 years, it will not change the citizens' concepts. Any citizen is subconsciously confronting the government. Smart citizens who have received education will make 2 years of maternity leave futile. Is Alan Wilson lying? Not at all. The Soviet Union is about to implement a 3-year maternity leave. This is a unique 3-year maternity leave policy in the world, but it has not changed the Soviet Union's population collapse. All countries that implement the Soviet system will inevitably encounter this problem. The other side of the Iron Curtain will soon recognize this problem, but they don't have many ways. They can consider depriving all women of their rights and letting religion return, which may be able to curb it. No exceptions. Isn't the most populous country in the world also in the Soviet camp? Pamela Mountbatten looked unconvinced. There are no exceptions. It's just a matter of time. Alan Wilson thought to himself, not only is there no exception, it will even collapse faster. So if the free world wants to defeat the Soviet Union, it must formulate policies in the opposite way. It is enough for citizens to be non-illiterate, the economy is stagnant, and the women's movement is suppressed. Pamela Mountbatten shook her head. It seems that we are in the position of the villain. Economic stagnation is not good. The Soviet Union will incite the people to threaten the free world. The other two are okay. Alan Wilson said confidently. So in fact, the longer the time, the more difficult it will be for the Soviet Union to sustain. No one can use a smaller population to fight against a wider world. The United States is the more difficult opponent for Britain to defeat. For the final victory, sometimes we may have to play the villain role, as long as the final victory is us. Just like Stalin said, the victor is not to be blamed. No system is perfect. Maybe in a few decades, the United States will have to rely on those anti-intellectual rednecks to protect it. Anyway, we cannot place our hopes on the group that supports globalization. The latter may not necessarily have a patriotic heart. If Alan Wilson had lived longer, he might have seen the beginning of the theory of idiocy. If Alan Wilson could have played the role of Norman Brooke when the British women's movement was not very strong, at least in the judicial field, he could have easily put out the British women's movement. In theory, the separation of powers is naturally beautiful, but it is not without solutions. In fact, the judicial field is a very small and closed circle. Are all laws issued approved by the citizens of the country? No, the citizens are informed only after the law is issued. The law maintains order, not justice. Even if justice is maintained, it is only because maintaining justice at this time just happens to be in line with maintaining order. If maintaining justice will destroy social order, then this kind of justice cannot be defended. The law has another characteristic, which is to tell those who are ready to resort to the law not to increase the judicial burden, and not to sue for nothing. This characteristic is actually very important. If the respected judges are asked to appear for every little thing, it will increase the workload of the judges, which is absolutely not acceptable. It is now known that the law is actually a closed circle, and those who are not in the circle have no idea of its inner workings. In order to prevent people with little money from bothering the law, various laws are enacted to increase the cost of litigation, and laws that represent justice are not enacted, excluding citizens who need help. This is particularly prominent in the issue of abolishing the death penalty, even in the 21st century, when white leftists swept across Europe. Polls supporting the death penalty are also quite high, but almost no one knows when there will be no death penalty in their country. It suddenly appears and is passed. As long as Alan Wilson takes the position of cabinet secretary, he can prevent any precedents advocating the proliferation of women's rights in the judicial field. He can do the same now, but it is definitely not as convenient as it was then. Once again, Alan Wilson established a knowledgeable and talented personality in front of his wife, and then followed his wife to the hospital for a B ultrasound to confirm whether there would be a new member in the Wilson family. The attending physician really didn't know what to do, and could only hint that it was too early to test now. It is not certain yet, but as a glorious angel in white, this kind reminder comes after a full set of tests, and the money still needs to be paid. After being in the backward third world for a long time, listening to a group of people with filters on their eyes every day, I almost forgot that local doctors also have such a flexible moral bottom line. After leaving the hospital, Alan Wilson complained sarcastically, "I'll take you to Whitehall." Pamela Mountbatten rejected her husband's courtesy. She did not trust her husband's driving skills. Although it was a little early to check now, she had to wait a little longer. But if there was really life in the belly, wouldn't it scare the child? This is unfair to the head of the family. Whether it is German, Japanese, American or French, his driving experience is absolutely sufficient, and he can even complete manned space projects. For example, he recently had something to discuss with the famous German female entrepreneur, Ms. Bockiner, to build a firewall for the final unknown result of the Iranian oil crisis. If the result is not satisfactory, Germany will be needed. Britain and Iran are unhappy about this matter. In order to prevent the two tigers from fighting, and the fishermen from benefiting, to choose a record that does not let outsiders take advantage of the situation. It is well known that Iran's name is a transliteration of Aryan, or a specially changed name. The Fuhrer's argument that the Aryans are the best did not disappear with Germany in the dog cage. At least it is still quite popular in Iran, especially among nationalists. If you don't believe it, look at the Iran six-party talks a few decades later. In addition to the 5 big gangsters, the sixth party is German. This is a clear example. Alan Wilson knew that Pahlavi was a nationalist, and this attribute overwhelmed the religious feelings of the Peace Church. The sign of the fire in the backyard was a 2500th anniversary celebration of the Persian Empire, which made Iran angry and resentful. Is only the United States able to support Germany? Alan Wilson also supported it, and supported it with all his strength. Why don't the two sisters come together? Alan Wilson was still a little disappointed that he couldn't kill two birds with one stone. Can't I satisfy you myself? Bokina wiped the sweat off her cheeks and secretly accused the man of greed. We can't always go abroad together. Business also needs someone to watch over it. That's not what I meant. Alan Wilson hugged Bokina's charming body to express his apology. Alan Wilson, who has always taken care of both public and private affairs, expressed the friendship between Britain and Germany with his own actions, and told Bokina his thoughts. Because of the development of the Gulf of Guinea, the Hellman family has an oil company, which has little to do with North Sea oil. The oil production in Germany's waters is not high, and Bokina couldn't squeeze in when the North Sea oil was discovered. In order to win over Germany, France finally allowed Bokina to get a piece of exploration rights. The probability of the United States eating alone is not high. After all, they want to show that they are different from us old imperialists. The German side should fight for this. Alan Wilson whispered in the ears of the dragoon. This is after the plan failed. It seems that, even if Britain cannot force Iran to surrender, you have not lost either. Bokina's eyes flickered, and she sighed secretly. What's wrong with your brain? Chapter 988 Personal File. Honey, let's not talk about such trivial matters. Alan Wilson changed the subject, wanting to get Bokina's feedback on the rocket ride. The feedback was satisfactory. This man's spaceflight made Bokina feel breathless and her body was under a huge load, enduring all kinds of vibrations and noises. Not only was it stuffy, but also restricted in movement, but to some extent it made her very excited, experiencing the pleasure she had not seen for a long time. In short, it was a wonderful experience. Even when separating from the booster, Bokina was still reluctant to leave, not wanting the female astronaut's space journey to end so early. This moment of breaking through the dense atmosphere without relying on external working fluids made her unforgettable for a long time. Alan Wilson, who single-handedly set off the prosperity of the Hellman family, naturally couldn't help himself after receiving such feedback, and prepared to start the second stage thruster. There is a saying called boredom period. It is a phenomenon that occurs between couples in the third year after marriage. This may be scientifically based. Fortunately, Alan Wilson was not a man who loved the new and disliked the old. He always remained loyal to ladies of equal status with his wife, and never wavered. Put the camera away. Bokina's almond eyes were full of vigilance. She knew Alan Wilson's hobbies. I didn't bring it. I really didn't bring it. Alan Wilson just reached out for a cigarette, so he couldn't bear Bokina's malicious words that slandered his innocence out of thin air. Men will eventually grow up, such as using smoking to cover up the embarrassment of lying. In the Second Empire, Germany was a well-known chemical power, and Auschwitz concentration camp can testify to this. As an important raw material for the chemical industry, oil is of course what Germany pursues. However, the two wars failed to solve the problem, but now it is not impossible to solve the problem with capital. One of the three major German regional banks is still in the hands of the Hermann family. Bokina certainly has the capital to try it, just in case it succeeds. It seems that the problem mainly lies with the United States. Bokina leaned on her lover's arms and whispered, "Is there really a chance? Because of the historical burden, we and the French are indeed not as famous as the Americans in many aspects. From this point of view, the United States is indeed the real opponent of your Soviet Union." Alan Wilson took a puff of cigarette and said indifferently, "You always have to save face. The Soviet Union often has two direct goals, and doesn't pay much attention to some superficial projects. which is a disadvantage. Of course, Alan Wilson did not say that the Soviet Union was useless. It is well known that the Soviet Union and even its predecessor, the Russian Empire, had two personalities, depending on which personality was dominant. When things are good, as an ally of the Slavs, they will really stick their necks out for you. But when the other personality dominates, it is a very terrible thing. In order to show its difference from the United Kingdom, the United States will not choose to eat up all the benefits, which creates opportunities for other countries. Alan Wilson also reminded Pokhina to find common ground with the excellent Iranians by this. Iran's pro-Germany stance is not just 1 or 2 days, and it has been like this even in the 21st century. For Germany, an industrial power, the post-war boom does require an oil powerhouse to provide energy security. This is Germany's actual need, and Iran's pro-German sentiment can be used. Even if Germany's shortage of foreign workers is inevitable, it can consider using Iranian workers. Iran has a population of 20 million, and has abundant labor. Alan Wilson was actually reluctant to make such a suggestion, but as Germany's sovereignty gradually recovered, if the German government really wanted to do so, British intervention would not be possible. At least the two countries still have an Aryan relationship, which is much better than Turkey, the bastard at the crossroads. As long as Germany expresses its position, even Pahlavi will give the green light. You must know that during World War I, Iran's Qajar dynasty firmly supported Germany against Britain and France, and continued to provide material support to help Germany. Therefore, the Qajar dynasty perished, and during World War II, Iran's Reza Khan dynasty still firmly followed Germany, and integrated with Germany. At that time, the largest number of people in Iran were Germans, and Iranian universities and factories were full of German experts. Therefore, Reza Khan, the founder of the Reza Khanate, and the father of the current Iranian King Pahlavi, had to abdicate and go into exile. With this bond, as long as Germany takes the opportunity to attack, it is absolutely certain. Of course, this is also Alan Wilson, who once again advises the two Dragoon sisters on their careers. It's a pity that there is only one you in the world. Pokhina's eyes are full of attachment. It would be great if such a good man belongs to her alone. Even if there is no other me, we must remain loyal to each other. Alan Wilson never forgets poor. In fact, the humble social public tool is overconcerned. Once Pokhina falls in love with someone else, the first one to rise up is the little dragooner. For the sake of British-German friendship, Alan Wilson, as the permanent deputy minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, spent a lot of energy until the German female entrepreneur left London. He was willing to help these ladies who had a life bond with him. A single group, no matter what the model of this group is, whether it is a conglomerate or a trust, it is impossible for a company to pocket all the profits. Even Japan and South Korea, which have played the conglomerate to a certain extent, will encounter bottlenecks to a certain extent. One Mountbatten group is not enough, so he tries to support all the wives of the people as much as possible. Only in this way can they be qualified central air conditioners. As for what the Foreign Secretary is doing recently, that is a very debatable matter. Harold Wilson is not completely indifferent to diplomatic work for a while, but he is obviously more concerned about the headlines, and his image appears on the pages of various newspapers. It is a manifestation of wanting to make progress. Facing groups with different tendencies, Harold Wilson sticks to the core issues. The decision of the Labour Party is correct. The establishment of oil reserves is far-sighted. Taking a tough attitude is to safeguard the national interests of the British Empire. It's just that the tone is different. Alan Wilson is dealing with the Americans, implying that the words of politicians cannot be trusted, and the special relationship between Britain and the United States will not be affected. What? The British people are dissatisfied with the United States because of the Iran issue. Manipulating public opinion is something that everyone is an old hand. It is entirely possible to get different polls among the same group of people through leading questions. It is not worth the United States to make a fuss. The special relationship between Britain and the United States is still as solid as a rock. After explaining, Alan Wilson took the initiative and questioned the US ambassador in London, asking why Washington stood on Iran's side and provided economic assistance. Was it suspected of undermining the special relationship between Britain and the United States? As for the fact that the responsibility for the current oil crisis lies entirely with Iran, Britain established OPEC to counter Iran's unfriendly actions. This is a fact. No matter how many times it is said, Britain cannot continue to tolerate Iran's repeated provocations and must ensure that an oil-producing area is not threatened. Okay. Ambassador Lee would side, we don't want any setbacks in the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Alan Wilson, who knew that the other party was hoping that Britain would die tomorrow, did not expose this obvious lie, and nodded, our common enemy is the Soviet Union. We should unite in our free time. In fact, it is not wrong to accept France's request. This matter is very complicated and controversial. Lee would avoided the question, and was obviously unwilling to talk more. Britain should stand on the same position as the United States. In order to reflect the leadership of the United States, Britain should make a statement later. Alan Wilson also avoided this matter. Before the United States formally rejected the French, Britain would never make a statement. Even if it did, it was coerced by the United States. In theory, after the debt was paid, there were not many places where the United States could coerce Britain, but right. In this matter, Britain could still be coerced by the United States. Then Alan Wilson reported to his immediate superior, the respected supreme authority, the battle-hardened Sir Norman Brooke, on the general direction of foreign policy. Sir Norman Brooke was also very busy. He was very busy with work, and in his spare time he had to maintain relationships with politicians, such as Prime Minister Attlee and Conservative Party leader Eden. In response to Alan Wilson's compliment, Norman Brooke replied frivolously, I want to maintain a harmonious relationship with politicians and let them think they are in control of the country. But we don't have the supreme authority of a sir. If the ministers are replaced, I still can't see the future in my heart. Alan Wilson expressed his concerns. If there is absolutely no personal emotion. If the Conservative Party comes to power, the Foreign Secretary will be either Macmillan or Home, or Labour Butler. Maybe he will be the Home Secretary. Norman Brooke talked freely, and Alan Wilson thought, is there anything you don't know? As if he is the leader of the Conservative Party? In fact, if you want to see interesting things, you can try to look at their private files. Norman Brooke smiled slightly. If you are really bored, Alan, you can use it to kill time. It must be said that Alan Wilson was indeed very interested, such as the extramarital affair of Macmillan's wife. With the care of the cabinet secretary, Alan Wilson was not polite and took away the MI6 files about himself. He wanted to see if there were any ladies with the same status as his wife in his files, and whether they should be archived. In fact, it would be more appropriate to do this further, but since there is such an opportunity, he must shoulder the responsibility. It is well known that Whitehall is very optimistic about him, and he cannot let Whitehall down. The contents of Hedy Lamarr, Ingrid Bergman, and Audrey Hepburn were all the contents of several ladies who lived in Europe, so they were archived at his own suggestion. Fortunately, there was no other. When working in British India, Alan Wilson was not qualified to be taken care of. It may be for this reason that the Great British Treasure was not affected by chance. Chapter 989, A Blow to the French Allies. In fact, the most worthy of concern is whether there are any unreliable factors in the files involving him, so as to prevent them from being used by a small group of anti-British element, especially in West Berlin, Northern Rhodesia and other issues. This part of the content does not appear in the files. In addition to the above events, there is also the matter of inviting Princess Margaret to ride a rocket. If it is caught by the 5th Bureau, it may cause misunderstanding and cause unnecessary trouble. Although this is completely consensual and Her Royal Highness is willing, it may embarrass the royal family after all, so it is inconvenient to disclose. This is all for the consideration of the royal prestige, not Alan Wilson's selfishness. Fortunately, this part is not there, and he was relieved that he was not caught by the 5th Bureau on several major issues. It is a great pleasure in life to be able to peek into other people's secrets and take the files of several Conservative Party giants home happily. Pamela Mountbatten came home with her baby and saw her husband twitching at his desk. She hurried over and saw that the man was twitching because he was reading documents, but as a wife, she did not make a judgment immediately. The last time her husband read Lalita was still vivid in her mind. Alan Wilson was not slow to react to his wife's arrival. He just thought that he didn't need to be sneaky to look at the files. Then the question is, are Macmillan's children his? Alan Wilson muttered. Putting down the two children, Pamela Mountbatten hugged her husband from behind. How can you be like this? You can even get the files of Me5. I'm one of the leaders of Me6. I can't manage Me5 for the time being, but Sir Norman can. Alan Wilson felt the two bulges on his back and boasted a little proudly. You didn't get my files. Pamela Mountbatten used the sword drawing technique, ready to strike a fatal blow. A few words can't even fill a piece of paper. What's there to see? As soon as Alan Wilson said this, the two of them froze in place, maintaining a warm posture of husband and wife singing and wife following each other. Alan Wilson took the initiative, stood up and spoke in a paternalistic manner. You want to use the tricks I taught you on me? You are as narrow-minded as a needle. Pamela Mountbatten stretched out her index finger to pull down one of her eye bags, sticking out her tongue and making a face. Even if you don't say it, I can guess it. You taught me all these. Be careful, then you will become Macmillan. Alan Wilson pinched her waist with both hands. Then you will die. Macmillan is Macmillan. You are you. Everyone is different. Pamela Mountbatten sat down leisurely. I'm me, and the only thing in common between Macmillan's wife and I is that we are of the same gender. After sleeping together for so many years, Pamela Mountbatten knew that her husband should not be teased in certain aspects, otherwise she would have replaced the group's assistants with a bunch of Northern Rhodesian Slavs, each one looking safer than the other. Pamela, play with your brother first, Alan Wilson said to his daughter, then picked up his wife by the waist and went upstairs directly. Because of the second in command of the Conservative Party, a family conflict actually occurred. In the end, during the manned space mission, Pamela Mountbatten faced her eloquent husband and was finally persuaded. I didn't know how to avoid being so shy. My daughter can remember things now. Pamela Mountbatten put on her clothes with a complaint and stopped before leaving the bedroom. Let's just forget about it during the day, and we'll talk about the rest at night. The Soviets said that when encountering resistance, the iron rod sweeps across. When the resistance increases, the iron rod becomes thicker. These are all life philosophies. It was not a big deal. Pamela Mountbatten thought it was a manifestation of her husband's love for her. She comforted the child and continued to stay with the head of the family. After listening to the ministerial schedule arranged by her husband for several months, she couldn't help but say, the foreign secretary has been too busy to sit in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs recently, and you have been bored. He is a minister, and I can't ask about every aspect. While answering his wife, Alan Wilson still did not forget to show his status as the head of the family. He kept his hands busy like kneading dough, listening to his faint breathing. I'm not idle either. The Ministry of Defense will sign a tank homunculus military sales contract with Portugal in a few days. We are very pleased to see Mr. Salazar's efforts in safeguarding national interests. Pamela Mountbatten hummed and protested in a low voice intermittently. The 8 submarines must go to Goa. You are to stabilize the security of Portuguese Goa, but it depends on Karachi. Although the triangle is stable, the 3 directions of India do not belong to the same country after all. I think it's just right for you to be the foreign minister of Portugal. Alan Wilson did not deny that his central air conditioning nature, as he began to formulate foreign policy, began to cover many countries. This was not treason. It was what Britain should have done after the war. It was like this in history. It was just that Britain did not sell at a high price in history. With him as the permanent Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs, it would be more appropriate to sell. This is also a positive cycle. Without him breaking the news of the existence of oil in the Gulf of Guinea, there would be no way to find funds for the development plan of the Dominion of Nigeria. He couldn't pay for it out of his own pocket, right? There must be a limit to patriotism. He paid once in Malaya. Portugal is also a beneficiary of the development of the Gulf of Guinea. Therefore, if it has money, it can strengthen its national defense and purchase a batch of submarines. In the end, won't Britain benefit? He sold his country openly, which is better than selling it without a way. Arms sales are highly valued in any country, even if it is the sale of second-hand submarines. At the signing ceremony, the Secretary of Defense and the British Commander-in-Chief Mountbatten also attended in full dress to support the arms sales. Princess Margaret lay by the window, her soft waist exposed, her legs slightly opened at a nice angle, her delicate face with a trace of pity and tenderness. With a slightly frowned brow, and biting her red lips, she looked at the arms sale ceremony in the distance. After a long time, Her Royal Highness, with a satisfied look, turned around and kissed the man, saying something reproachful. Sometimes you are very timid, and sometimes you are so bold. If you are discovered, you will be finished. I believe Her Royal Highness will not let that happen. Alan Wilson had a verbal dispute, and after a while, the two had dressed up again, and continued to visit the arms sales. At least on the surface, no one could tell that the respected permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Her Royal Highness, who had an oil industry off the coast of Portuguese Angola, had just had an in-depth discussion on the cause of conquering the universe. Thank you, respected permanent undersecretary, for bringing me here today. Not many people know about the industry in Angola. If it spreads out, it may cause misunderstanding. The interested sister-in-law followed her brother-in-law and asked, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has such a diligent civil servant as the permanent undersecretary. I believe the minister is also very satisfied. I'm very interested in what schedules are there recently. The minister has to do more important things. For example, I can only do some trivial things that are not worth a special visit. I have to create the best conditions. I will go to France in a few days. Alan Wilson answered with a respectful attitude towards the royal family. The two walked and talked. The Mi-5 agent who reappeared had a calm face. He kept his sight, but did not get too close. The two were relatives, so they did not need to be concerned about them. Oh, France is not a big deal? Princess Margaret chuckled. I really want to know what is a big deal. For example, visiting the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson answered seriously. He was not joking. He did make plans for Harold Wilson to visit the Soviet Union. You should know that after Khrushchev came to power, he was committed to détente and had visited London before, but he was still a high commissioner at that time and had no personal experience. A return visit was of course inevitable, and Attlee did return the visit at that time. After all, the Labour Party is different from the Conservative Party. It attaches more importance to appeasing the Soviet Union's emotions and ensuring European security. In the context of détente, the United States will hold the American National Fair in Moscow. Alan Wilson has made a schedule to visit the UK and cheer for the United States. However, it is too early to say whether the Foreign Secretary will make the trip at that time. Not to mention when the Labour Party will decide to hold a general election. The result of the general election is still unknown. Alan Wilson went to Paris this time because the minister was unwilling to go, so it was his turn to come forward. The minister wanted achievements rather than taking the blame and liked a warm welcome rather than embarrassment. So this time, when France politely rejected the reorganization of NATO, how could the foreign secretary appear? It was not him, a humble social tool, who replaced the minister to be the villain. Even Harold Wilson felt a little embarrassed and made excuses. It's not that I don't want to come forward. Alan, you know that the French are difficult to deal with. I believe you will complete this mission and satisfy the French. Leave it to me, Minister. Alan Wilson, who already knew the attitude of the United States towards France's reorganization of NATO, agreed without hesitation. It is difficult to satisfy the French, but it is easy to satisfy himself. There are several movie queens waiting for him in Paris. The permanent deputy minister, with the momentum of the wind whistling and the cold issue, embarked on the journey to complete the difficult journey of the foreign minister. Alan Wilson, who was on the Comet airliner, had already thought about how to appease France or how to stab the French in the heart. I don't understand. Britain and France are in the same situation. Britain should stand with France. Isn't that right? George Biddle asked in confusion when he saw Alan Wilson's indignation. Is Britain already a follower of the United States? Britain owes France an explanation. Alan Wilson was in low spirits, his face was full of solemnity, and he fully showed the intensive acting training with Oscar-winning actress Ingrid Bergman yesterday. Not only did George Biddle stop questioning at a loss, but the French politicians around him were also silent. The emotions were in place. Alan Wilson opened his red eyes and said word by word, Mr. George, can't you see it from the Iranian incident? It's not that Britain hasn't fought for France, but the United States refused. based on its strength and position. I have no choice. Based on the strength and position, George Biddulph was stunned, and his palms under his sleeves clenched into fists. Chapter 990, Withdrawal from NATO. Alan Wilson, who has been immersed in the key artillery for many years, has also dabbled in map artillery. Combined with the current international situation, after brewing enough emotions, he issued a fatal blow to the French. Its effect is comparable to the sneak attack of his wife Pamela Mountbatten before he came, which directly made the French speechless. From the perspective of strength and position, it cannot be said to be a humiliation of France, but the effect is similar, which means that France is not qualified to make conditions in front of the United States, which is absolutely unacceptable to the French. You must know that France has been the center of Europe for a long time. In the era of the Sun King, France was a European hegemon. This is why the saying that the 17th century was the century of France and the 18th century was the century of Britain. In the eyes of the French, they are at least on an equal footing with Britain, and Britain is the second in command of NATO. However, the United States, based on its strength and position, puts France in a subordinate position, which is of course unacceptable. If Georges Biddulph had not been through many battles and held various positions in the Fourth Republic, he would probably have exploded on the spot. Even if there is no such thing now, it is still thanks to Alan Wilson's prior rehearsal. With the one-on-one performance of Ingrid Bergman, the Oscar-winning actress, the British had to bow their heads under the roof. A kind of desolate feeling that nothing can be done was vividly performed by Alan Wilson. Britain and France have become a pair of brothers in distress. Do you French still have the nerve to blame Britain? We know about this. George Biddulph was indeed very angry, but he did not laugh. He suppressed the anger in his heart and used the last bit of reason to let the British Foreign Office's permanent secretary have a good rest, and then turned and left. Other French politicians followed suit. The French, who are known for their romanticism, were all serious when they left. Permanent secretary, the French seem very angry. Witt came over immediately, waiting for the instructions of his immediate superior. Angry? Maybe. Alan Wilson rubbed his eyes, wiped away the tears in his eyes, and said indifferently, "But what does this have to do with us?" That was directed at the Americans. It was the United States that rejected the French proposal. We have done what we should do. What can we do if we can't help? As for what should be done, Alan Wilson's do is to sit down and give France a critical blow at this time. He thinks it is just right, and it is best to anger the French. Now Britain is still imposing sanctions and counter-sanctions on Iran, and the United States is standing behind Iran. Of course, he is preparing to enter Iran with the excellent Aryan national sentiment through the Dragoon sisters, so that the fat water will not flow to outsiders. But he always has to give the Americans eye drops, otherwise it will be sorry for the special relationship between Britain and the United States. As a person with a wide range of friends, Alan Wilson naturally has a place to go. He has always believed that France is the cultural center of Europe and Paris is a garden city. This will not change, because the two presidents of Woodpecker Pictures are not French. Innovation is the most important thing in the film industry. Fortunately, although Alan Wilson is a layman in filming, he has seen many movies, especially he has a lot of ideas, and he can make many useful suggestions. The Resident Evil starring Sophia Loren was a great success, and the time travel starring Yvette Mimoux is being edited, and will soon be put on the screen. With the cooperation of Woodpecker and United Artists, both film companies have made a lot of money in recent years. In front of the two female presidents, Alan Wilson has a personality that knows a lot about movies, and he can even know a lot about music. But I still want to keep some inventory for Ingrid Bergman's two lovely daughters. You are so old, why did you sneak out? Holding Anna's thin waist, Alan Wilson looked blaming. Don't you miss me? I came here to wait for you when I knew you were coming to France. Anna smiled like a flower. She didn't regard Woodpecker Pictures as a strange place at all. She wanted to hang on the man. I think I'd better be the vice president living in London, so I can accompany you. It's no problem for me, but I'm a little worried that you came out alone. The safety of the world is just an illusion. Alan Wilson expressed his love very emotionally. I will be sad if something really happens to you. My shooting is much more accurate than ordinary people. Anna took out the prototype of the Type 54 pistol, the Soviet TT-33 pistol, directly from her bag, and boasted, "This kind of pistol cannot be controlled by ordinary people. It has amazing lethality within 50 meters, and it depends on luck beyond 50 meters. Alan Wilson looked at the pistol, that has been in service in China for many years, and said, "You have a bad habit. Don't use the Soviet standard weapons. It's best to change to another weapon for self-defense, so as not to be discovered. How can a woman who looks much younger than her actual age use such a violent weapon?" Actually, Alan Wilson came to Woodpecker Films for a favor, which was not a big deal. It made Woodpecker Films more worthy of its name. He knew what Woodpecker Films meant. In his previous life, he had left a strong mark, a series of movies that made people linger for a long time. He had to make a batch of movies for adults, because home video recorders had appeared. 3 years ago, Ampex of the United States exhibited the first experimental videotape recorder inside the National Broadcasting Association. It had a new breakthrough in technology. The tape width was 50 millimeters, and the tape speed was slowed to 39 centimeters per second. The tape passed through a drum with 4 heads. The drum-shaped disc rotated at 250 revolutions per second, so that the 4 heads could scan the entire width of the tape diagonally, leaving a series of magnetic tracks. FM video recording was used here instead of the earlier AM video recording method. Of course, there were similar studies in the UK, but like most technologies in the UK at this time, a new backward product came out. The BBC made an electronic video recorder with 2 large tape reels. The tape passed through a stationary video head at an astonishing speed of 5 meters per second. Although it can be replayed on the spot, it is very clumsy and impractical. Therefore, it was outdated before it was successfully made. Soon it appeared in the electronic processing stalls on the streets of London, and was sold as parts, thus ending its life. After a long time of research, Alan Wilson came up with the most advanced and outdated product. Don't ask. If you ask, it's because of the national conditions of Britain. Good movies should be introduced into thousands of households, although it may take a few years for the real VCR to enter the home. But some preparations can be started. For the progress of the times and to add fuel to the cause of American civil rights, who let Black lives also matter, he decided to use black actors to complete the film production, which is in line with the American spirit of the 21st century. However, this batch of films will not be put into the American market, but will adhere to the principle of blooming outside the wall and fragrant inside the wall. First, it will be put into the Australian market, and then exported and sold domestically. Since the United States invented the VCR, it is not too much for it to produce a batch of family-oriented movies. Black people also want to turn over and become masters. Shouldn't white people atone for this? Start by sacrificing their bodies. Calculating the time period of the development of the American Civil Rights Movement, there would probably be one more reason for Martin Luther King to be assassinated. Ingrid Bergman had some resistance, especially after a man of the same status as her husband made his point clear. She had even more resistance in her heart. She didn't want her company to have such business. The Queen of Film always believed that she was doing artwork. How could she be related to him in artwork? Alan Wilson saw that Ingrid Bergman was his own image. If it were someone else, he would have been taught a lesson. He could only explain patiently, it is not shameful to make money. It must be said that most people in the world have no artistic cells. They prefer intuitive and impactful things. If Jin Yang dared to give Xiaolan Yu to Yin Ziping in the era of online novels, he would be criticized to doubt his life. Alan Wilson definitely did not mean to dig a hole for the United States. He would not let go of the Soviet Union or even threatening countries. Once Nigeria became independent, Alan Wilson, who knew the process of Soviet system countries to win over the Third World, concluded that the Soviet Union would definitely win over African students and provide opportunities to study in the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson can do this advertisement for you. Just put up huge advertisements all over Nigeria, but you won't wear clothes. The big slogan is, Soviet female students need black people. Aren't you willing to win over third world countries? This is what you deserve. How can you do things without paying a price? After a lot of effort, he finally got technical support here, and the matter was settled. In the French presidential palace, After a fierce argument, the Charles de Gaulle government has reached a consensus. Since the Americans have ignored the national self-esteem of the French, France can no longer tolerate the existence of foreign troops in the country. At this moment, the initiator who gave France a critical blow is practicing the Anglo-German friendship. Although the Hermann family's little dragoon is a clone car, Hedy Lamarr was born in Austria and can also be regarded as a fine German car. This time Alan Wilson left in a hurry. He returned to London without staying in Paris for a few days and then waited for news. On March 1st, the Charles de Gaulle government of France announced the withdrawal of the French Mediterranean fleet under NATO control. The control of the Mediterranean fleet was separated from NATO and returned to the independent leadership of the French government. Alan Wilson's critical hit finally dropped gold coins. Before he had time to be happy, he was immediately called over by Foreign Secretary Harold Wilson. "Alan, what do you think the French move means?" "Protest." Alan Wilson tried to downplay it. It was irresponsible to speculate that France would withdraw from NATO just because it took back the Mediterranean fleet. However, it is a fact that France can share our pressure due to the Iranian crisis if it makes a fuss. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 991 Nonsense. We can exaggerate the French move to withdraw the Mediterranean fleet to talk to the Americans. Alan Wilson suggested after a pause. Maybe it can improve the approval rating of this government. Alan, please tell me more. Harold Wilson urged. The foreign secretary was no longer sleepy when he mentioned the approval rating and said that, since you can talk, you should talk more. We can use this to hold the United States hostage, saying that when the free world encounters internal troubles, some selfish ideas should be abandoned. Take a soft response to France. Regardless of what Washington thinks, this will also be an incentive for British citizens, especially during the Iranian crisis, so that voters will think that Britain can get the United States to stand on its side to solve the Iranian problem. Why did Alan Wilson suggest that the Iranian oil crisis should be handled toughly, and the longer it drags on, the better? Isn't it just waiting for France to withdraw from NATO and attract the attention of the United States? Now that he has finally waited for France's big move, from the perspective of the United Kingdom, it should take advantage of the situation and adapt to the situation. No one can see the future. Diplomatic work is adaptable. Most of the time, there is no country that formulates a long-term foreign policy. However, Alan Wilson has a real history in his mind to compare with, and in combination with a traditional British foreign policy, he hopes to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. The time has entered 1959, and now the Conservative Party does not need to guess. Even the voters know that the general election will be held this year. The only difference is which month it will officially start. From the perspective of the Labour Party, it would be best if the United States could be forced to give up its support for Iran through France's actions. If the United States remains unmoved and still unilaterally ignores the interests of Britain, it would also be good for Britain to stir up certain anti-American sentiments. Think about it. If France expels NATO, what if the United States comes to talk to Britain again and asks Britain to open its bases? This is not impossible. Once the United States achieves its goal, Britain will have no bases now. The United States is supporting Iran in the Iranian crisis. If the US military is allowed to enter, won't it tear down the British Empire? If the voter support for Britain is stirred up, and the United States still firmly supports Iran at that time, what will happen if British voters know about it? Even if the Labour Party has to step down, the new Conservative Party will not back down on this issue. Of course, inciting voters' emotions is a technical job, and Alan Wilson must be careful. However, in front of the Foreign Secretary, he was still full of confidence, as if this was the only way to save the Labour Party's support rate. Almost at the same time, in the Cabinet Secretary's office in Whitehall, Norman Brooke took the report submitted by Alan Wilson to assess France's diplomatic trends. There is a small possibility that France will expel NATO troops stationed in France. If this happens, NATO will have to leave France. Britain must avoid being deceived by the United States rhetoric. The conversation with the foreign secretary can be unrealistic, but the report to the cabinet secretary must come up with some solid content. Alan Wilson wants to improve his reliability to prove that I'm our man. Naturally, there are different choices for politicians and one's own people. If France may withdraw from NATO, it cannot be told to the ministers, but it can be told to the supreme authority. The strength of the free world far exceeds that of the Soviet Union. They can unite to defeat the Soviet Union, but what if the only winner is the United States? If the glory cannot be shared, then victory is meaningless. However, the United States is also constantly weakening us and France. It is a good thing that France is in the front and shares our pressure. At the end of the paragraph mentioning that France may withdraw from NATO, Alan Wilson did not hide his filthiness at all. The unity of the free world is just talk. If possible, the United States and the Soviet Union will die together. The best result is for our Great Britain to sublimate to the utmost, restore the realm of the British Empire, and suppress all enemies in the world. As for manipulating public opinion, the Home Office is an expert. At this moment, the Home Office's respected Lord Sheffield is needed to operate. Alan, you know, we are in a party-neutral perspective. This kind of mistake cannot be made. Mackins was indignant. He seemed to have misjudged AI's Tang. He didn't expect his good friend to be such a person. Julian's project in Australia, HMM. Alan Wilson lowered his voice and poured a glass for the respected Lord Sheffield. Of course, issues of principle cannot be crossed. We all agree on this. However, if we do not respond to France's withdrawal of the Mediterranean fleet, national interests may be damaged. You have such a good relationship with BP. Do you really want BP to be expelled by Iran? Wow. You seem to have me in your hands. Maggins held the wine glass and looked at his colleague in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Alan Wilson shrugged indifferently. What else? When personal interests and national interests coincide, what is there to hesitate about? The ruling party needs support, and we also hope that public opinion will support Britain's rights protection actions, so that BP can keep its interests for many years. More distant interests, such as promoting Britain's suspicion of the United States, preventing the Conservative Party from coming to power after the change of government, and being brainwashed by Washington's rhetoric of the special relationship between Britain and the United States, and foolishly opening up military bases in Britain. All of this is still hypothetical. It's not that Alan Wilson didn't tell the other party. He is such an honest man. If Maggins asked, he would definitely tell him conditionally. But the other party didn't ask, so there was nothing he could do. We are all patriots. Maggins thought for a long time and found an excuse for his own behavior. Of course, we have always protected this country. Alan Wilson raised his glass and clinked it with Maggins. Any slight difference in the UK now will become very dangerous. Bang. Maggins drank the whiskey in one gulp and agreed. For example, the current British Petroleum. Respect the reliable government passed down from generation to generation. Alan Wilson said to himself happily. Based on national interests. Maggins asked tacitly, you seem to be very free recently. Occasionally, Pamela has good news. Considering the objective impact of the environment and sunshine on mood and other factors, she plans to go to Perth to take care of the baby. Alan Wilson looked reluctant. Maybe I will be alone for a while. Although he was very reluctant, Alan Wilson still wanted to send his wife on the plane. After all, the environment there is beautiful, although it is only limited to the surrounding areas of Perth. For the healthy growth of the next generation, Alan Wilson cannot be so selfish. Fatherly love comes first. Alan Wilson left the airport reluctantly until his wife and 2 children took off. The next day, he found Hepburn with a cicadea and wanted to give it to Hepburn as a pet. How about calling her Ivy? Hepburn liked it very much, and her smile was like 100 flowers blooming. What a lovely little guy. What a good name. Alan Wilson certainly didn't know what was good about it, but since it was named after a ball flower, it was good. I envy this lucky little guy for finding a mother with noble character and compassion. I'm not that good either. Hepburn was embarrassed, not knowing that the man around her had started to use poor skills again. She felt empty in her heart, like an empty plate, which originally held delicious cakes, but now only had a few crumbs. She wanted to find some ready-made food, but the pantry was empty and there was nothing. In the refrigerator, there was only some flour and beans, except for corn that could make delicious unleavened bread. But with these ingredients, plus a little imagination and a heart of love, you can still make a pretty hearty meal. Fortunately, this man appeared and made fun of her living conditions, as if a sumptuous lunch had appeared out of thin air. This is the feeling of home. For some reason, Hepburn felt that there was a deep sadness hidden in the man's eyes, especially when he just spoke with emotion, and couldn't help but ask quietly, "Where is she?" She was naturally asking about the female president of the Mountbatten Group, Miss Pamela Mountbatten. She went to Australia with the children. Alan Wilson forced a laugh and choked up. "I can't control her. I hope she has fun this time, at least to make the children happy." As the saying goes, life is like a play, and it all depends on acting skills. Although Hepburn is an Oscar-winning actress, it does not mean that senior officials in Whitehall are worse. The same rich emotions, the same emotional voice. When the trembling palms supported the body of the bowl flower, the real play had just begun. According to polls, because of the US position on the Iranian oil crisis, British citizens' dissatisfaction with the United States exceeded 50%. The Conservative Party blamed the Labour Party for handling the problem too roughly, but also recognized that a tough attitude should be taken against Iran. Leeward, these are all rumors. Some newspapers are irresponsible and have a tea in order to attract attention. You also know that the environment of the free world will amplify a very small voice. This is also the difference between us and the Soviet bloc, but this is democracy. Alan Wilson downplayed it in front of the American ambassador to the UK. He was accompanying the British treasure to see his son David today. If he didn't hurry up, the British treasure might misunderstand and bring unnecessary conflicts. The United States has always valued the voice of the United Kingdom, but there seems to be some disagreement on some issues. But the United States is not willing to quarrel with Britain or even France. This will only make the enemies of the free world happy. Leeward said sincerely, "You don't know what kind of gloating the Soviet Pravda has expressed about the recent events. You still read Pravda?" Alan Wilson lowered his eyelids, looking up and down, as if to judge whether the American ambassador was reliable. Although he also read it himself, and never missed an issue, he had a purpose. What was the purpose of this American? Chapter 992 British Oceania Territory. Who sent you? What is your purpose? Where do you stand? Alan Wilson almost asked the American ambassador 3 soul-searching questions, with a cold look in his eyes. "It seems that you are the one who led the Soviet Red Army here. It's really surprising that the propaganda newspaper that misleads people seems to be favored by you. Maybe on the grounds of an ally, I should talk to Joseph about your reliability and put forward some opinions. After all, reports of Soviet spies have been common in recent years." Leeward swallowed for no reason. The permanent undersecretary of the British Foreign Office in front of him was a good friend of the Republican senator, and the most impressive name of this senator was McCarthyism. "Mr. Wilson, it's just to understand the Soviet Union's movements. It is extremely important for diplomatic work," Leeward hurriedly explained. Seeing that the man in front of him and McCarthy looked like they were in the same boat, how could he dare not make an explanation? This was a big deal. "Really?" Alan Wilson said calmly with a non-committal look on his face. "Of course, the special relationship between Britain and the United States needs to be maintained by both countries, both in terms of the overall situation and the details. Rather than creating a gap with its allies under such a severe situation, Britain will also try its best in the diplomatic field. I hope France will stop here." Alan Wilson still expressed that Britain was willing to think about the problem from the perspective of the United States. This was of course false. He hurt the French from a position of strength, so how could he do the opposite now? After discussing with the American ambassador, Alan Wilson left. He would accompany the British treasure to see the children later. There would be things to do tomorrow, and Miss Hepburn needed his comfort. In the cabinet room at 10 Downing Street, Prime Minister Attlee was holding a cabinet meeting to discuss several management plans for the British Oceania territories sent by Cabinet Secretary Sir Norman Brooke. After Alan Wilson returned to work at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he could not limit his vision to the Malayan colony, but had to take a general view and calculate how much of the British Empire's heritage was still valuable and could be preserved or converted into cash. What should be fought for, and what should be sold at a good price. The non-nuclear version of the British new heavy aircraft carrier is progressing very quickly, reflecting the strength of Britain as a veteran shipbuilding power. It has been named the Queen Victoria-class aircraft carrier after discussion by the cabinet, and this class of heavy aircraft carrier has an order from Australia, which is the second of this class of heavy aircraft carrier. Australia's and even the entire South Pacific problem fell into the sight of him as the permanent deputy minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Because the 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone that Iceland has fought for has been recognized by the world, the value of these colonies in the South Pacific, which are not so difficult to control, has naturally risen. The British colonies in the South Pacific, except for one special one, Vanuatu, which is jointly managed by Britain and France. Colonies jointly managed by Britain and France are very rare, and Oceania has such a piece. In addition to this area, there are the Solomon Islands with a land area of 28,000 square kilometers and an exclusive economic zone of 1.6 million square kilometers. Tuvalu with an exclusive economic zone of 750,000 square kilometers, and Fiji with a land area of 18,000 square kilometers and an exclusive economic zone of 1.3 million square kilometers. Kiribati with an exclusive economic zone of 3.6 million square kilometers. Tonga with an exclusive economic zone of 700,000 square kilometers, and the Cook Islands with an exclusive economic zone of 2 million square kilometers. According to the Division of Exclusive Economic Zones, the Oceania colonies currently controlled by the United Kingdom have a land area of about 50,000 square kilometers and an exclusive economic zone of about 10 million square kilometers. The total area of this ocean is the same as that of France, the second largest territorial sea in the world in later generations. And from a military point of view, these British colonies are all east of Australia. If the United Kingdom holds them in its hands, Australia will not turn against the United Kingdom no matter what. The Oceania colonies with a total of 50,000 square kilometers are not small, but the population is not large. It is not difficult for the United Kingdom to control them, especially now. The document also mentioned a reason that can achieve the best of both worlds, both easing the financial burden and increasing the British military strength, that is, disarmament. In terms of the source of soldiers in the UK, the current size of the UK is 800,000, which is indeed quite difficult for the current population base of the UK. Disarmament is a matter of time. Even if the UK's economy recovers well after the war, it cannot always maintain the current size of the army. Britain has always had a tradition of hiring foreigners. Not only France has a foreign legion, but Britain also has one, most of which comes from Nepal. But Nepal is now independent, and it is not as convenient to use Nepalese as before. Although Malaya has established 2 heavy decorations, it is currently limited to defending against the threat of Indonesia. It is also necessary to find a source of soldiers who can share the pressure of the British Army. Alan Wilson found it on these inconspicuous islands. These small islands in the South Pacific are all Austronesian, that is, the descendants of East Asians who were driven out by people from the north, to be honest, by the ancestors of the Han people, thousands of years ago. Austronesians are widely distributed in Southeast Asia and the islands of the Pacific. But the Austronesians in Southeast Asia and the Austronesians in the Pacific are different, just like Black Africa is a concept, but West Africa and East Africa have no similarities, except that their skin is dark. The Austronesians in Southeast Asia are short in stature, and have poor physical fitness. The ethnic groups have island characteristics. The Austronesians who have gone further are not weak chickens, such as the Maori in New Zealand. The Austronesians in the South Pacific and their Southeast Asian relatives are almost 2 extremes. Dwayne Johnson is a descendant of the local Samoans. The Austronesians on the islands of Oceania are strong and tall. In this report, the suggestion of recruiting soldiers from the local area was mentioned to replace some of the functions of the British Army overseas. In this way, the cost can be saved to make the Ministry of Finance happy, and the cost savings can also make the Ministry of Defense happy, so that defense research can get more financial support, and the Colonial Department is also happy. The financial situation of the British colonies in Oceania is actually okay. It is not that the local economy is so good, but it comes from the time when Alan Wilson was the High Commissioner of Malaya, raising funds by selling islands. It is still going on now. For example, if a comprador wants to experience the life of an island owner, he can ask the colonial government to buy it. The objects of the sale of islands in the Oceania colonies are mainly wealthy Australian businessmen, using the income from the sale of islands to maintain the finances of the colonies is also a kind of real estate prosperity in a sense. This comprehensive plan, which takes into account the Treasury, the Ministry of Defense and the Colonial Office, is exactly what was discussed at this cabinet meeting. In terms of writing reports, Alan Wilson is impeccable. When the cabinet secretary explains to the cabinet ministers, it is even more powerful. In simple terms, it increases the value of the colony, maintains the original national defense force, but reduces fiscal expenditure. At the same time, it can also enhance the influence of the British Empire on Australia. The only omission is whether Australia will agree. And another purpose of Pamela Mountbatten going to Australia to give birth is this. Alan Wilson is the permanent Undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Regardless of other people's ideas, he believes that the second permanent Undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is actually his wife, Ms. Pamela Mountbatten, especially on the issue of Oceania. How to make Australia support Britain and jointly deal with this issue involves another country, the Netherlands. The current Papua New Guinea island is a two-part world pattern, with the west controlled by the Netherlands and the east controlled by Australia. The entire Papua New Guinea island is very large, and the population is not large in Southeast Asia, but Australia's population is too small, which makes Papua New Guinea's population seem to be quite large. What if the Netherlands allows the controlled part to become independent in the future? If so, the eastern part controlled by Australia may also become independent. It is a point of interest when it is under control, but it may become a threat if it loses control. Since everyone has reached a consensus, the proposal for the British Oceania territory will be passed. Prime Minister Attlee scratched his smooth scalp and nodded. It's okay for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to handle this matter. No problem. Harold Wilson nodded and agreed. Alan was the former High Commissioner of Malaya. He is very familiar with Asian affairs, and is also a good candidate to handle it. Before the Foreign Minister informed him, Cabinet Secretary Norman Brooke had already informed him of the result. It's all in your thinking, right? You have served in Asia, and this is your job. Sir Norman, my little cleverness is completely different from your wisdom. Alan Wilson replied with flattery. Now it depends on whether we can convince Australia to separate New Britain Island from New Guinea. I remember your wife went to Australia. She won't have any special mission, right? Norman Brooke said calmly from a third-party perspective. We cannot deny that unexpected events that affect the overall situation from the details occur. The world is so big, anything can happen. Alan Wilson indirectly admitted that his wife went to Australia not entirely to wait for the birth of a child. The wife of a patriot is also a patriot, and sometimes she needs to accept patriotic tasks. If this matter is handled properly, the UK's future territorial waters will have an additional 10 million square kilometers. Britain's national strength may not be able to suppress the turbulent continent, but can it suppress a few archipelagos? It's still worth a try. Want to divide New Britain Island? After listening to the old boss's daughter, Australian Governor Slim couldn't help but say, always have such an idea? Let me try. In case New Guinea becomes independent in the future, New Britain Island can be used as a frontier, which is also good for Australia's national defense. Pamela Mountbatten said embarrassedly, sorry to trouble the Governor General. Chapter 993 Flying Coffin. I'm thinking of a suitable reason. Slim smiled bitterly. How about this? I'll make a battle plan to prove it. That couldn't be better. Pamela Mountbatten expressed her gratitude. Explaining the benefits of the division of New Guinea from the military field can be said to be a heavyweight proof, especially since the British Marshal personally took charge of it. It will definitely convince the Australian government. Military plans do not have to be implemented. War is always the last choice. The military benefit of separating New Britain, a tributary of New Guinea, is that it can make New Guinea independent one day and be checked. The current Governor-General of Australia is a genuine British Field Marshal. Slim's military journey can be said to be full of twists and turns. He has had conflicts with almost all his superiors, except Mountbatten, the commander of the Southeast Asian Allied Forces. With such a relationship, Pamela Mountbatten came to ask for it this time, and Marshal Slim, who is about to step down as the Governor-General of Australia, has no reason to refuse. Because of World War II, the British Empire has become a thing of the past, but the current remaining strength is still a behemoth for Australia. At least part of Australia's security still depends on Britain, especially considering the importance of the existence of the Malayan colony. During World War II, New Britain was an important base for the Japanese army heading south and an important springboard for threatening Australia's security. Therefore, a war broke out. The fight for New Britain lasted for 2 years until Japan formally surrendered. Australians must have remembered the battle at that time. This plan is to explain the benefits of dividing New Guinea and New Britain from a military perspective. Pamela Mountbatten did other things. She contributed a lot to the insecurity of Australians in Asia. Frequent mention of the history of the Japanese Army's southward march was almost a compulsory course every year. The rallies to commemorate the outbreak of the war and the time of important battles cost the Mountbatten Group a lot of public relations funds. However, the expenditure of these public relations funds was worth it. Pamela Mountbatten easily convened a group of parliamentarians and opened a revolving door for these parliamentarians. Australians are not the only ones who can open a revolving door for Australian MPs. The British can do the same. Pamela Mountbatten didn't know that in the 21st century, there were also examples of Australian prime ministers who went to Britain to work as senior civil servants after stepping down. However, the revolving door had already been opened. The destinations were different, but the reason was the same. With her hands waving pounds, Pamela Mountbatten conquered these MPs with her wealth and billions, and was willing to provide support for this. The heavy aircraft carrier has been completed, and the second ship belonging to Australia is also under construction in an orderly manner. If everything goes well, gentlemen will be able to meet it soon. The quality of British construction is unquestionable. 6 or 7 Australian MPs immediately rushed to show their goodwill. The same is true for strategic vision. Pamela Mountbatten smiled gently, indicating that she didn't praise it enough. At the Cabinet Office meeting, Alan Wilson, who was getting thinner and thinner because his wife left London, was listening to the Ministry of Defence's fighter procurement plan and requirements. Because the US F-104 fighter officially entered service last year, the Ministry of Defense was discussing whether to make requirements to suppliers based on the performance data of the F-104 fighter. F-104 fighter? This type of fighter perked up Alan Wilson. He was not familiar with the various fighters in the early Cold War, especially the first and second generation fighters. But this one was an exception. Who doesn't know the famous name of the air coffin? The crash rate of the F-104 fighter is 32% in the Federal Republic of Germany, 31% in the Netherlands, 37% in Belgium, 37% in Italy, 45% in Canada, 15% in Japan, and the United States has not disclosed it. Not to mention this typical failure, even the best second generation fighter, the Phantom fighter, is not very advanced. The design of the Phantom is based on the expectation that future air battles will be duels between long-range missiles, and the warring parties cannot see each other. So why do fighters need air-to-air artillery and air combat capabilities? Unfortunately, the technical limitations of early missiles such as the Sparrow radar-guided missile and the restrictive rules of engagement meant that the Phantom had to engage in close combat with smaller and lighter MiG fighters. The entire second-generation fighter, because of the advanced concept, has a variety of design arrangements, resulting in this generation of fighters with strange shapes. In actual combat, it was found that they could not meet the requirements of actual combat because the combat methods had changed greatly from what was expected before. High altitude and high speed are not the main range of air combat, so the performance advantages of the second generation aircraft are not the decisive factors in determining the outcome of air combat. Frank, the development of the new fighter must have put a lot of pressure on the Ministry of Finance, right? Alan Wilson, who had just returned to his soul, suddenly spoke up. He had just wandered away and had no specific ideas, so he kicked the ball to the Ministry of Finance. "Oh, Alan, of course." Frank smiled, not knowing what Alan Wilson meant. After all, it's not easy to spit out the money of the Ministry of Finance. As soon as Alan Wilson said this, his colleagues in Whitehall laughed out loud, and the heated discussion just now turned to be relaxed. "This will be taxpayers' money." Frank coughed softly, sticking to the humble social public tool. "There is such a saying, but I believe the Treasury doesn't think so." Alan Wilson frowned and said, "We all know that the use of new technologies costs money, a lot of money. The situation is unclear now, and we may face a new minister this year, so it's too early to talk about it now. Of course, we are not turning a blind eye to the innovation of new technologies, but we still need to make more prudent considerations. Money should be spent on important things, right?" Alan Wilson, who had not thought of how to use this flying coffin for the time being, tried to postpone the matter and operated when his thoughts were clear. There was no problem with thinking this way. Although he was not the permanent Undersecretary of the Ministry of Defence, the Chief of Staff of the British Armed Forces was Marshal Mountbatten. He could discuss it with his father-in-law after he figured it out. After the meeting, Alan Wilson greeted Frank and said that he did not intend to cause trouble for the Treasury. Frank agreed with this explanation because the real permanent Undersecretary of the Treasury was concurrently served by the Cabinet Secretary. Without letting Frank misunderstand, Alan Wilson considered analyzing the value of the flying coffin and even the entire second-generation fighter. What countermeasures can be taken to allow Britain to obtain the greatest benefits? This is not easy, because different attitudes bring different benefits, but it is almost impossible to get all the benefits. For example, it is easy for Britain to refuse flying coffins, but Britain will develop its own second-generation fighter jets. The second-generation fighter jets are a failed generation as a whole, which is just a transition from one failure to another. Looking at the United States across the ocean, Alan Wilson not only does not want the second-generation fighter jets to decrease, but also hopes that the more the better. 10,000 is too few, and we have to fight for the day, which will be troublesome when it comes to upgrading. Can we skip the second-generation fighter jets? There must be enough reasons. Who will fill the vacant position? Britain is a world leader in the field of engines, so it should not be a big problem, but can it keep up in other aspects? Use large transport aircraft and carrier-based aircraft to squeeze the military expenditure of the Air Force. Sell a flaw to the United States? Alan Wilson touched his chin and pondered in the office of the permanent Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It must be said that he thought of the old road of military struggle. This is of course harmful to a country. Isn't the backwardness of the US intercontinental missile project the same? But we have to admit that, if we want to squeeze the funding for the second-generation fighter jets, this trick can be used when there is no choice. Once the UK's share of second-generation fighter jets is squeezed, the alternative condition is to buy American fighter jets. However, this is a diplomatic job. As the permanent Undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Alan Wilson has 100 reasons to make this deal fail. From the perspective of the United States, the lack of second-generation fighter jets in the UK is undoubtedly a big flaw. The United States can use this to threaten Britain to make concessions on some issues of interest. However, only Alan Wilson himself knows that this is not a flaw in the UK, but a flaw in the United States. If the United States uses this to threaten Britain, the future will be quite wonderful. It's a beautiful idea, but Alan Wilson is not sure if he can do it when he is thinking hard. At this time in Canberra, the capital of Australia, Australian Prime Minister Robert Gordon Menzies was holding the military operation plan formulated by Governor-General Marshal Slim. Governor-General Slim's military plan is indeed quite reasonable. As the ruling party, we have to think more long-term. Today, New Guinea is managed by Australia, but what if one day it has to be independent and become an enemy of Australia? We must learn from Britain and keep some weight in our hands to prevent this from happening in the future. Hearing the Prime Minister's words, the ministers of the Menzies government, who had been opened by Pamela Mountbatten, immediately expressed their agreement. We have always admired London's keenness on strategic issues and its long-term vision of being prepared for danger in times of peace, which is worth learning from. New Britain Island was separated from New Guinea as a forward base for Britain to protect Australia's security. The passage of this resolution was a foregone conclusion. A passionate telegram arrived in London from Canberra. Alan Wilson, who was holding his wife's telegram, listened to the report from the Permanent Under-Secretary Wig and nodded. Ask Ethel, the East Malaysia Commissioner of the Malayan Colony, to come back. I want to talk to him about the appointment of the High Commissioner of the British Oceania Territory. Excuse me, Sir Norman, do you have time? Alan Wilson picked up the phone and asked, I want to hear your opinion on the personnel arrangement of the Oceania Territory. Okay, I'll be there right away. Chapter 994 Dissolution of Parliament. It would be impossible to recommend an old subordinate as the High Commissioner of the British Oceania Colonies without the approval of the Cabinet Secretary. Norman Brooke held the power of life and death over hundreds of thousands of British civil servants, and this was not something that could be done with Alan Wilson's consent. He's a civil servant from British India, and he's considered your old subordinate. Norman Brooke took Ethel's file and glanced at it, then put it aside and smiled. Perhaps you, Alan, think this person is very reliable? Dear Sir Norman, I recommend Ethel without any selfish motives. It's all for the benefit of the Empire. The value of the ocean area of the Oceania colonies is no longer the same today with the 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone. Alan Wilson replied slowly, we really need a reliable and capable person. I absolutely don't distrust you. The Colonial Office, the Commonwealth Office, and the Foreign Office are essentially doing the same job, just facing different places. Norman Brooke smiled slightly. I admire you very much, and I know your efforts over the years. I regard you as a reliable person, but, at this special time, it's also a good thing to arrange people early. If a new government emerges, there may be changes. Is there a general election? Alan Wilson heard the hidden meaning and asked Norman Brooke in a low voice. Norman Brooke nodded and said calmly, it should be announced soon, and the time is set for June. I don't know who will have the upper hand this time. Although Alan Wilson was prepared, he couldn't help but feel anxious. It's possible for either side to win. Norman Brooke was very relaxed. Anyway, Whitehall has always stood on the side of the winner, adhering to the principle that civil servants have no party inclinations, and look at this matter objectively. If someone else said this, Alan Wilson could choose to believe it, but the cabinet secretary in front of him said this. Norman Brooke and politicians, whether Conservative or Labour, are so close in personal relationships that they are almost like wearing the same pants. Since the general election is about to start, Alan Wilson thought about it and decided to settle things before the variables, not just the merger of British Oceania territories and the appointment of a High Commissioner. That's right, the scattered South Pacific colonies will be merged and managed. In fact, in its long colonial history, Britain has always tried to merge larger colonies, which are easier to manage. British India is a representative example. The move to merge British Central Africa and British East Africa was just a failure, and it was stopped in advance by Alan Wilson. The division of colonies was a way to prevent the division of British India after the failure. However, in Alan Wilson's view, this is so good. It is easier to fish in troubled waters if it is divided into more small countries. The partition of India and Pakistan has proved this. Before leaving, Alan Wilson did not forget to separate the Straits settlements from the Malayan colonies, merged after the war. If he did not do so, what if Britain forgot? But the situation in each region is different, and colonies that are too small cannot continue to be divided. For example, the colonies in Oceania are geographically dispersed. The islands face the vast ocean and naturally have a tendency to separate. Then we have to reverse the operation to merge. The merger of the British Oceania colonies is already a done deal, and will be handed over to reliable people for management. Before Ethel returns, he must now discuss the second-generation fighter with his father-in-law. Mountbatten is the Commander-in-Chief of the British Armed Forces. Except for the position of Secretary of Defence left for election, he is the real head of the British military. Marshal Mountbatten was a little surprised by the visit of his son-in-law, but he immediately realized that this was a case of no visit for no reason. Marshal Mountbatten had a very ordinary impression of his son-in-law in the early days. His little daughter was not very old at the time, but there was a fly flying around her every day. As a father, he was of course unhappy, but he had no choice but to do something as his daughter was willing. However, after spending a long time together, Marshal Mountbatten still discovered the advantages of his son-in-law, especially the part that was similar to himself, such as his love of meddling in other people's affairs. When Mountbatten was the 4th Sea Lord, he was in charge of the entire Admiralty. This son-in-law was even better after entering the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which was very similar to him, but he never dreamed that his son-in-law would be interested in orders for Air Force fighters. Even if de Havilland had the technology in this area, wouldn't it be too much? At the Cabinet Office meeting, Alan, you misunderstood. In fact, it was just a general plan discussion. Mountbatten, who was also well versed in civil servants rhetoric, said, it's just a fighter jet plan benchmarked against the United States. It's currently limited to discussion. In fact, the Air Force is ready to accept the Lightning fighter, but there is still debate on the size of the order. When Alan Wilson's face was bright. How could he not know about this? When you were still the High Commissioner of Malaya, Marshal Mountbatten said without comment, the discussion of high altitude and high speed fighters is no secret, but for the consideration of risk sharing, whether a second type is needed, is the content of the Cabinet Office discussion. Facts have proved how terrible it is to be absent-minded in a meeting. It was just that Norman Brooke didn't notice it at the time, otherwise he, the permanent Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, might leave an unreliable impression. In fact, I think the Lightning fighter is completely sufficient, and we can even try to make it a carrier-based aircraft. Alan Wilson adheres to the concept that, as long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment is someone else's. There are a lot of fighter models of the same generation in this era, belonging to different suppliers, and serving in the military at the same time. Take the British strategic bomber for example. There are 3 types in service at the same time, which is actually completely unnecessary. If it is unavoidable, it is better not to equip a large number of second-generation fighter jets, which are weapons with high altitude and high speed concepts. This is Alan Wilson's real idea. It is enough to make technical reserves. As for the 3rd-generation fighter jets, Alan Wilson is not talented, but he has a shell that imitates the F-15 to help Britain solve this problem. At worst, he can save the country in a roundabout way. Sweden is also a major military power in Europe. If it doesn't work, they can conduct joint research. Looking at the history of European joint research, it is easy to see that other countries are just the role of paying money. The capital of Britain's aviation power has been eaten for a long time. Whether it is a gale or a typhoon, the British opinion will prevail in the end. Although Britain eventually lost its status as an aviation power in the early post-war period, it was still easy to suppress other European countries. It's a little early to talk about the order of Lightning fighters now, Marshal Mountbatten said to himself, but it should be in service soon. Whether it can be changed into a general model will be demonstrated at that time. I know that Pamela has a good relationship with de Havilland Company and has proved herself with armed helicopters, but it will take some time to gain the trust of the Ministry of Defense on fighters. As the current Commander-in-Chief of the 3 armed forces of the United Kingdom, Mountbatten is certainly qualified to say so, but he didn't know that Alan Wilson still had a fighter shell. He had no impression of ordinary fighters. If he had no impression of the US F-15 and the Soviet Su-27, it would be a joke. Even the enemy has a very high evaluation of these 2 fighters. Even if it is plagiarism, the cost performance is very high. Knowing that a British Lightning fighter was about to be put into service, Alan Wilson couldn't help but want to sell a flaw to the United States, but it changed from a flying coffin to a phantom fighter that has not yet been released. Whether it is feasible to use orders to lure the United States is still a question that Alan Wilson is considering. However, Britain still needs vertical takeoff and landing Harrier fighters, and at worst, it will not buy a large number of phantom fighters. It is not the 21st century now. Britain still has some pursuits and is unwilling to be a follower. If Macmillan is the foreign secretary, can he be used? Isn't his mother American? Even a roll of toilet paper is valuable. At this moment, Alan Wilson obviously discovered the value of Macmillan. Ethel, the East Malaysia commissioner of the Malayan colony, came back in the most efficient way of his life. He knew that this might be a big step in his life and he would become the highest administrative chief of a region. Alisa, and you, both of us are my subordinates, that I'm optimistic about. Alisa is a woman, and there are still some limitations in some work. Alan Wilson looked at Ethel, who was in a hurry, thinking that the desire for progress can really change a person. Is he rushing back after receiving the telegram? Alisa also has work that I can't do. Ethel expressed his modesty and then said, I have made all preparations. That's right. There are indeed some things that Alisa can do but he can't. Alan Wilson coughed softly, indicating the importance of the merged British Oceania colonies to Britain after unified management. Break up the various forces that want independence. No one pays attention to the few islands. We must do it by any means. Ethel fully understood this slightly murderous order, and lowered his voice and said, I will never let go of any anti-British element. June is a very important time for both Britain and France. France announced that it would not allow nuclear weapons to be stored in France. This is of course aimed at Britain and the United States, mainly the United States. If Alan Wilson wanted to let the woodpecker president take a rocket, he should have gone to Paris again at this time. The reason for not going was that the Labour Party Attlee government announced the dissolution of Parliament and held a general election in advance. The whole of Britain was caught in an election carnival. The Conservative Party regarded this election as an opportunity to make a comeback and was ready to fight in the election. On the Labour Party side, Attlee announced his retirement and chose to be led by the new leader Gatesk. Attlee's statement also indicated that the Attlee era of the Labour Party had ended. After Churchill had left politics for several years, Attlee also chose to fade out of politics. Chapter 995 Conservative Party comes to power. Looking back at the nearly 14 years since Attlee became the British Prime Minister from 1945, Britain lost British India and British Burma, its influence on Egypt decreased, Sudan became independent, and Nigeria was also in the process of independence. However, it also successfully established the Malayan colony, returned to Burma economically, retained the military base in Ceylon, and imported goods into the Indian market through Goa together with Portugal. The garrisons in the Middle East are still influential, and the African colonies are relatively stable, which can be regarded as ending the trend of continuous retreat. Britain got rid of the huge debt owed to the United States, which was also exchanged for the independence of colonies including British India. But it is also a fact that it paid off the debt, got out of the quagmire brought by the war, and improved its income and welfare. In terms of military, Britain maintained an army of 800,000 and successfully developed atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs. After the economy improved, the strategic bombers of the Air Force, the new aircraft carriers of the Navy, and the armed helicopters of the Army were supported by the government and re-entered the service. Now Britain can still maintain the framework of the post-war Big Three, although there is indeed a gap between the United States and the Soviet Union. Compared with the memory of Britain in 1959, this difference is not small, which is also the reason why Attlee led the Labour Party to unprecedented continuous rule. Alan Wilson is not modest, and he has some credit for this. Adhering to the principle of civil servant neutrality, he naturally cannot show distrust of the Conservative Party, but it is also a fact that he is far more sincere to the Labour Party than the Conservative Party. Just look at what happened during the tenure of several Conservative Prime Ministers. It is really difficult for him to have any trust in this party. The Suez Canal War broke out during Eland's tenure, and the British Empire lost face. Macmillan signed the Nassau Agreement and handed over the independent nuclear weapons system that Britain had spent a huge amount of money to build. During his term, Home announced global contraction and gave up Malaya, the Middle East and Africa. When Prime Minister Heath was in office, the United States completely defeated the sterling area, and Mrs. Thatcher caused the collapse of British industry. So what's the point of the Labour Prime Minister giving out some benefits? It is difficult for him not to have a good impression of Labour Prime Ministers such as Attlee and Harold Wilson. After dissolving the Parliament, the Conservative Party led by Eden and the Labour Party led by the new leader Gatesk immediately entered the election state. Rarely, the British government fell into the hands of the real National Foundation. In the meeting room of the cabinet office, Norman Brooke listened to the discussion of senior officials in Whitehall with a calm face. In the end, who is more likely to become the new owner of 10 Downing Street, the respected Conservative Party leader Eden or the widely supported Labour Party leader Gates? It's hard to say. The current situation is treacherous, and we can't make hasty judgments. Frank shook his head slightly and said, our money, oh no, taxpayers' legitimate taxes, can't be wasted on useless things anyway. At the Ministry of Defense, all the military branches are scrambling for it. If the new government can stop taking a harsh attitude towards military spending, I think we will welcome the new minister. Lawrence smiled slightly and said, of course, we'll admit that necessary military investment is the only way to safeguard British interests. I think Alan will definitely support me. Support? Oh, yes, that's right. Alan Wilson was stunned and then said flawlessly, of course we must also take into account the interests of all parties and carefully come up with a foolproof plan. There should be an explanation to all parties. Although this has nothing to do with confidentiality, it is better not to let ministers interfere with the normal operation of the country. By the way, if we have to face new ministers, I wonder if the respected gentlemen are ready. I think what Alan said makes sense. We should think about how to face the actions of different ministers. Norman Brooke said with satisfaction, Alan, do you have any significant proposals that will make the ministers feel a sense of accomplishment? There are 400,000 to 500,000 Indian immigrants in British Kenya, and they have a significant influence in the local area. But according to our observation, local blacks have a bad impression of Indians and think they are outsiders. This view is also true. I have carefully read the immigration policy and found loopholes in it. Once Kenya has problems or has to become independent, the status of these Indians will be very embarrassing. Alan Wilson smiled and said, if the new foreign secretary doesn't mind, he will feel a great sense of accomplishment if this matter is resolved. Very good. Norman Brooke nodded in appreciation and looked at the others. We must make the ministers feel a sense of accomplishment. Otherwise they may have excess energy that has nowhere to go. For example, the translucent nurse uniforms and the toilet paper scattered all over the floor. Alan Wilson couldn't help laughing. Haha. The meeting room of the cabinet office was suddenly filled with a fresh atmosphere. Happiness is contagious. Looking at the overall situation, looking back at the past and present, considering the average level of ministers, analyzing and summarizing, perhaps it can be considered so. Norman Brooke let out a long sigh. To sum up, in a nutshell, this is an obvious fact. However, they still claim to represent public opinion and the attitude of voters. Frank concluded with a contemptuous tone. The level of ministers and voters is perfectly matched. They are ignorant in the operation of the government is that ministers find solutions from the solutions we provide and make the most professional self-decision through our guidance. Norman Brooke explained without comment, you all have to do your job well, and don't let me worry about your ministers. Now it seems that Alan has an idea, and everyone should think about how to face the ministers. Yes, sir. A group of Whitehall officials nodded in unison. It was time to prove their reliability. This is also a test to kill the selfish and inappropriate ideas of the ministers. Norman Brooke raised his wrist to check the time. How about staying for a drink? Sir, we are leaving. Everyone understood and stood up to say goodbye. Everyone was very busy and worked hard for the country all the time. Take the Ministry of the Interior for example. They also have to work hard for the cultural industry. Ethel had not yet officially taken office and was pulled to this party by Alan Wilson. In a relaxed environment, they talked about the evils of colonialism. The party included Vivien Leigh, Audrey Hepburn and Elizabeth Taylor, who were at the peak of their acting careers. The gold content was high, and there were also exotic styles, such as Ms. Zia. However, in Alan Wilson's view, there were only ladies who had ridden rockets before, were riding rockets now, and would ride rockets in the future. Vivien, you look so good. Gloria Garson praised Vivien Leigh generously. Your career has developed to an enviable level. I didn't expect you to attend this cocktail party. Gloria, you are also very charming. Vivien Leigh's eyes moved, sweeping past the man who was talking nonsense in the distance, and said with two minds, even if we maintain it well, we can't compare with Hepburn and Taylor. Oh, by the way, this is Zia. I plan to bring her to the European and American markets. Ingrid's film company and United Artists are preparing to shoot a spin-off of the 007 series, set in the Pacific battlefield, telling the story of obtaining intelligence on Pearl Harbor. This historical fact prototype of this time and space was of course instilling in Edel Alan Wilson, who would rather kill 3,000 people by mistake than let one go. In fact, the local environment is much easier than Malaya. Some Chinese wanted to move their industries to places where they couldn't go. You were right to warn us. It involves the front line of confrontation and has nothing to do with Britain. If the colonial government insists on doing the opposite, then bankruptcy and liquidation will be imminent. It is normal for a big comprador in Malaya to want to go to a place where there are many Chinese and run his own sweet shop. As an outsider, Alan Wilson can understand it, but he cannot take risks with his own industry. In particular, the fraud island is strictly prohibited. No matter what the reason or excuse, if you dare to ask for money instead of life in this matter, then Alan Wilson will really kill the disobedient person. The British East Africa is short of troops. After recruiting the natives of the Oceanian colonies to join the army, they will be deployed to Africa. And the British troops in Africa will withdraw part of them to supplement the Middle East and the British troops stationed in Germany. Alan Wilson thought and calculated, Africa is less developed, so the islanders will not think too much. As for contacting Australia more after taking office, the Mountbatten Group has a strong network of contacts in Australia and can help when necessary. Permanent Undersecretary, when will I take office? Edel expressed his understanding and then asked when to leave. It's best to do it before the election results come out. Alan Wilson said with a smile, we all don't want to see any unpleasant changes, right? Ms. Xiaoming came from afar and was unfamiliar with the place. The permanent deputy minister in charge of foreign affairs, adhering to the principle that visitors are guests, let Ms. Xiaoming understand the concept in depth and personally received her. Xiaoming was seasick and needlesick, but she tried her best to cooperate with Alan Wilson's diplomatic work. The host and the guest got along well and had a good chat. Alan Wilson also took time to deal with the common position of the United States on France's actions, saying that it was not the right time for Britain to respond. Now that the election results were released, all issues will be responded to by the new government after the election results are released. This reason is justified. Britain cannot react now. If it has any opinions on the Soviet Union, the candidates of the two parties may try their best. It will not help the election to express their views on France. In June, legal voters went out of their homes one after another, ready to cast their sacred votes in the fourth election after the general election. All polling places were crowded. Like the last election, the situation was very tense most of the time, with the Conservatives and the Labour Party evenly matched. The Labour Party won an overwhelming advantage in Scotland, but was at a disadvantage in England. The tense situation continued until the end, when the Conservatives led by Eden defeated the Labour Party by 33 seats, and the Labour Party's continuous rule came to an end. Chapter 996 Backbencher Thatcher. Let's build a large wind tunnel right here. Pamela Mountbatten, wearing a sun hat, selected a coal to build a large wind tunnel, which was a prerequisite for the development of fighter jets. The development of fighter jets is not something that can be accomplished by a shameful plagiarist copying a shell. Even if Alan Wilson could do it, he would have to pass the large wind tunnel test. Wind tunnel tests are fluid mechanics wind tunnel experiments, which refer to an aerodynamic experiment in which a model of an aircraft or other object is placed in a wind tunnel to study the flow of gas and its interaction with the model, in order to understand the aerodynamic characteristics of an actual aircraft or other object. After becoming the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, there were not many places in the whole UK that could be called secrets for Alan Wilson. He could conduct a check on British aviation in his public capacity, but the results were not optimistic. At this time, he felt that it was absolutely reasonable for Britain to have a large number of weapons designed against humanity. On the other hand, Britain had so many anti-human errors in design, but it could still come up with decent products. It can be seen that Rolls-Royce has made great contributions in the field of engines, and it is worthy of being one of the few national treasure companies in Britain in the 21st century. Britain, which built the world's first wind tunnel, is facing the same situation of relying on its old capital as many other fields. The world's first wind tunnel is, in a sense, also the oldest and smallest wind tunnel facility. The United States and the Soviet Union invested heavily in wind tunnel facilities and surpassed Britain. Before World War II, Britain and France were both old and advanced aviation countries that ranked among the top. However, after the war, they suddenly found themselves lagging behind the United States, the Soviet Union and other countries, so the two countries regrouped and caught up. In the second year after the war, the French government decided to organize the research institutions scattered across the country due to war and occupation, set up a National Aerodynamic Research Institute, and began to build the Mordagne Test Center in the heart of the Alps, which is a world-class high-power aerodynamic test wind tunnel equipment. Compared with France, Britain's actions are quite insincere. Based on the principle of being enough, it is still using old wind tunnels. The man behind the female president of the Mountbatten Group instructed his pregnant wife to start the telegram to build the wind tunnel facility. So there is a current scene. Mr. Turing, can you build a comprehensive wind tunnel facility? Funding is not a problem. I want a wind tunnel that can theoretically reach the maximum value of existing technical conditions. Pamela Mountbatten looked at Turing a few meters away and asked, Alan is very concerned about this matter, and I don't want to disappoint him. Mrs. Wilson, your feelings are admirable. Turing smiled and promised, I will do my best to help. Thank you. Alan has always said that you are a treasure of Britain. As for the two of us, husband and wife are one. Pamela Mountbatten smiled and nodded. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me directly, and I will do my best to help. After just a few words of communication, Pamela Mountbatten was already a little sleepy. She gently stroked her belly with her bare hands and asked Marina to take her back to Perth. She came here to give birth to the next generation. As her body became heavier, she should temporarily stop going to the scene. Conservative Party leader Eden was on his way to Buckingham Palace to accept Queen Elizabeth's appointment, and then he officially became Prime Minister. At this moment, there was another couple who were equally excited as Eden. If Alan Wilson was here, he would definitely recognize the president of the campus Conservative Party, Lady Margaret, now Mrs. Thatcher. But he was not there. He was discussing the project of exploring the human body with Hepburn, and had completely forgotten Mrs. Thatcher, who had become a backbencher. It was normal for a country girl to be forgotten. My dear, I succeeded. Mrs. Thatcher, who also entered the House of Commons in this election, hugged her husband. Thank you for your support all the time, which made my dream come true. Congratulations, my dear. Dennis Thatcher smiled and encouraged his wife, who was 10 years younger. The scene of Mrs. Thatcher working until the early morning every day was still vivid in his mind. Now she finally got what she wanted. With such a wife who was only interested in politics, Dennis Thatcher had to take care of everything else. He didn't have to work as hard as his father did when he was young, trying to find ways to sell alcohol, coal, and lottery tickets. Whenever he changed to a new industry, he would hand out flyers to his friends, nail a new brass plaque on the door, and brazenly say that he would revive the family business in the future. It was a pity that this old man, who was old and weak and had suffered so much, still had to work hard for a living. In the morning, he staggered to the city center, and only his wife thought he was going to work. At dusk, he dragged his feet home. Dennis Thatcher's life was much richer than his father's at that time, but with such a wife who was so obsessed with politics, there were also many extra burdens. Fortunately, it was all worth it, and Mrs. Thatcher got what she wanted. Eden, the leader of the Conservative Party, arrived at Buckingham Palace and officially became the new Prime Minister. At this time, there was still some time before the formal formation of the cabinet. But it was certain that Harold Wilson's career as Foreign Secretary had come to an end with the defeat of the Labour Party. A new Foreign Secretary was about to be ushered in here, and the short window period would end with the formation of the new cabinet. For each department, who will be the new minister of their department is the top priority they all face. Other departments are easy to say, but in foreign policy, the Conservative Party and the Labour Party may have the biggest gap, which may be a considerable test for diplomats in Whitehall. Which department's ministers can enter the cabinet depends on which work the Prime Minister pays more attention to after taking office, but the ministers of the Finance, Home Affairs, Defence and Foreign Affairs departments must become cabinet ministers. Several giants within the Conservative Party, Harold Macmillan, Alec Douglas Home and Labour Butler, will definitely have a place in the new government, but which department they will be in charge of has not been officially announced. Alan Wilson really doesn't want Macmillan to come to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because his mother is American. According to ancient Chinese tradition, people with this background are inherently excluded from the sequence of princes. But there is no such requirement in the UK. The previous Conservative bigwig with an American mother was Churchill, who led the Admiralty in World War I and Britain in World War II. Alan Wilson couldn't tell the cabinet secretary that he felt that this person had a problem. At present, he did not have the strength to openly oppose a minister, so he could only hope that his guess would not come true. Alan Wilson had nothing to say about the new Prime Minister Eden. Although the Prime Minister was addicted to drugs, there was no clear evidence that he had any disloyalty to the British Empire. Many analyses in later generations showed that Eden just did not keep up with the times and still regarded Britain as the pre-war empire on which the sun never set. After Eden officially took office in the House of Commons, he went to the House of Commons and announced that he would accept the Labour Party's mixed economic reforms for the UK and adopt consensus politics to look at the problem. This was also the consensus after the Conservative Party reform. The Conservative Party recognized the welfare system while accepting limited nationalization plans and recognizing a certain range of planned economy. Eden took over as Prime Minister and acknowledged consensus politics in his first speech in the House of Commons. Then he changed his tone and said that he would form a cabinet immediately. A few days later, the list of the new government was released. Conservative giants such as Harold Macmillan, Alec Douglas Home and Rab Butler were on the list, and Macmillan, who Alan Wilson had to avoid in church, was appointed as Foreign Secretary. It seems that in this place in the UK, God's words are obviously not as effective as mine. Alan Wilson looked disgusted, and for no reason he remembered the lyrics of the International. There has never been a savior, and we don't rely on gods and emperors. When the new government took office, Britain welcomed the resurgence of the Conservative Party, headed by Prime Minister Eden and Foreign Secretary Macmillan. This configuration is very distressing. If Eden's drug addiction is used as an excuse to attack, it is very likely that the second-in-command Macmillan will take over, replace a Prime Minister who is somewhat arrogant and can't see the situation with a hardcore pro-American Prime Minister. It would be better to concentrate on helping Eden make some achievements and prevent the Prime Minister from letting himself go. The new government was sworn in, and Alan Wilson found an opportunity to go to the House of Commons to see what was going on. You can't enter the House of Commons with a title, but Alan Wilson's baronet is a civilian, so this restriction does not exist for him. After many years, he met Lady Margaret, who is now a married woman, and now a backbencher Mrs. Thatcher. Mrs. Thatcher took an important step into politics and entered the House of Commons, becoming a real politician, not just the former president of the campus Conservative Party. Although backbenchers are just ordinary members of parliament, the British electoral system essentially chooses the leader of a party as Prime Minister. This system means that once a sufficient number of backbenchers make trouble, the Prime Minister can also be driven out of office. This is how Mrs. Thatcher finally stepped down, so the political weight of backbenchers is not light. Mrs. Thatcher, who had just become a backbencher, faced the first test of a look that left an indelible impression on her life. This look did not move away from the beginning of the discussion in the House of Commons until the end. The two who had not seen each other for many years, one entered Whitehall and the other entered the House of Commons, and met again on this occasion. Alan Wilson wanted to wait until the meeting was over and find an opportunity to say hello to Margaret, but the other party obviously did not give him this opportunity and left the House of Commons directly after the meeting. What a shame. Alan Wilson sighed that his old friend could not meet again. In fact, the two could help each other, and there was no need to make things so awkward. However, he believed that there would be opportunities to meet again in the future, but it would be a chance to use poor to explain the misunderstanding. Chapter 997 New Government, New Outlook. He felt lost by the callousness of the backbenchers, as if he had not felt this way for a long time. Is there any misunderstanding that cannot be cleared up through communication? People involved in politics are really terrible. In any case, it is time to start again. No matter how reluctant he is, the Foreign Office has welcomed a new Foreign Secretary, Macmillan, who said during World War II that the relationship between the United States and Britain is like the relationship between the Roman Empire and Greece. He seems to be an unreliable Foreign Secretary. The rumors that the Foreign Secretary was cuckolded and that his daughter is not his own are strictly prohibited from spreading, and violators will be severely punished. I really don't know what kind of dark person would spread such unfavorable remarks about the Foreign Secretary, but as the permanent Undersecretary of the Foreign Office, Alan Wilson has the responsibility to maintain the authority of the minister and find the source of the non-existent rumors. Putting aside his disappointment towards Mrs. Thatcher, Alan Wilson expressed a warm welcome to the arrival of Macmillan, the new Foreign Secretary, saying, "The diplomatic work of the Empire will surely usher in a new atmosphere." Macmillan, like Eden, was an important figure in the Conservative Party before the war. At that time, he was in his prime and held a high position at a young age. He certainly would not have thought that the Conservative Party, which seemed to have led Britain to victory in World War II and had signs of a lasting rule, would be defeated by the Labour Party. It was 14 years before he came back. It shouldn't have taken so long. Who made the world change a little bit? So 5 years turned into 14 years, and Eden and Macmillan, who came back, were also a little old. Sir Wilson, the Foreign Office has such a young permanent undersecretary leading it, which will definitely bring new perspectives to the work. Macmillan did not care about his feelings and immediately responded with a smile. Young people always have so many wonderful ideas. After leaving for 14 years, Macmillan was not ready to make a big move just after returning. He first looked at the current situation. 14 years is not a short time. Many things have changed. It is best to take a conservative attitude and wait and see. I'm glad that the minister thinks so. Alan Wilson nodded gently. He has many wonderful ideas. Otherwise, how could he make the national treasure of the British Empire fall in love with him and give birth to an illegitimate child? However, Macmillan is not suitable to know this. Considering the rumors about the Foreign Secretary, he should hate the existence of Leo AI next door, not to mention that he is his permanent deputy minister. The work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is still very busy today. It is not like decades later, when he can just focus on licking the Americans. For now, Britain's interests are still spread all over the world, which is enough for Macmillan to understand first. The election is over. How will the new government express its attitude to the withdrawal of nuclear weapons from France by the de Gaulle government? Should the visit to the Soviet Union, that has been scheduled in 2 months, continue? The Iranian oil crisis in the Middle East is still raging. What should be done in the next stage? Of course, there is also the first visit. If nothing unexpected happens, it will definitely be the United States or Canada. All kinds of such problems will keep Macmillan busy for a while. This is not a problem encountered by a department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but a problem of the whole situation. At this moment, the things happening in various departments are similar. They welcome new ministers and run in. Margaret. Alan Wilson, who was ignored by the backbenchers, whispered bravely while hugging Her Royal Highness, who came to ensure logistics. Brother-in-law, I'm here. The Honorable Her Royal Highness responded. Alan Wilson got more from Princess Margaret, which is a unique treatment in the free world. If it were a country with the Soviet system, there would probably be problems with work style. It was limited to this moment, sighing, "This can't go on, hey." Her Royal Highness lazily whispered, "What's wrong? I'll let those agents leave. After all, it's a hidden danger, and I can't control the people in the 5th department." Alan Wilson hugged his sister-in-law's delicate body, his face full of sorrow. In the UK, as a royal princess, once you are exposed, it will be a huge scandal. It would be better if you were not a princess. This sneaky feeling is quite unfree and does not conform to the concept of the free world. At least that's what Alan Wilson thought. Even if he didn't catch it, he didn't have it. As long as he was thick-skinned enough, no one could say anything. But this was obviously not what Alan Wilson wanted. "I'll quit the royal family." Princess Margaret was in love. She looked up with determination and looked into the man's eyes. "In this way, royal treatment will no longer restrict me. Everything in the future will have nothing to do with the royal family." Alan Wilson was delighted, as this was exactly his purpose, but a completely opposite expression appeared on his face, and there was guilt in his eyes. "Margaret, isn't this too much of a sacrifice for you? How can I be so selfish?" Alan Wilson, who had been longing for this, threw out a series of words. The more he showed the unbearable weight of life, the more Princess Margaret made up her mind, and the more determined she became in love. "I don't want to be a royal princess. For you, everything is worth it. Whether men or women, reputation is the most precious treasure in their souls. If someone steals my purse, he has only stolen some rubbish. It's just worthless things." Alan Wilson hugged Princess Margaret tightly and whispered affectionately, "You are a complete fool. You're fool." Margaret's face was full of attachment, and she was in happiness. Alan Wilson decided to tailor a 2-year medium-term plan for the princess to gradually leave the royal family. The draft is currently being drafted. Her Royal Highness left in a refreshed mood and reappeared in the eyes of the agents. After the election, the dust settled. It seems that there is no essential difference. The difference is only limited to Whitehall and the military. Taming ministers, or being tamed, is a problem that cannot be seen in a short time. It is not just Whitehall that is troubled by the new government, but also the military. Marshal Mountbatten encountered the idea of reducing military spending and easing financial pressure pointed out by Defense Secretary Duncan Sandys. Duncan Sandys is Churchill's son-in-law. "Duncan, I thought the Conservatives would be more tolerant than the Labour Party on military spending." Marshal Mountbatten was full of disappointment and said, from a personal perspective, "Is this still the Conservative Party I know? Or is the Conservative Party different from the Conservative Party at the time of Prime Minister Churchill?" Marshal Mountbatten pulled Churchill out, which made Duncan Sandys a little embarrassed. That was his father-in-law. Although he has left politics, he is still considered a great Prime Minister in the eyes of some Conservatives. At least his contribution in leading Britain to win the World War is indelible. Although many people believe that Attlee's term as Prime Minister was greater and more successful than Churchill's, cutting off some troops does not mean weakening Britain's national defense. On the contrary, we want to make Britain's national defense stronger and invest funds in more important areas. Duncan Sandys emphasized, and at this time, the role of the Royal Navy. The role of the Royal Navy can be clearly seen by the attitude of the United States towards the US Navy. Khrushchev belittled the role of the Navy because the level of the Soviet Red Navy was not very good. Marshal Mountbatten calmly retorted in the tone of his son-in-law, "Maybe Duncan, you think that the Soviets' understanding of the Navy must be deeper than that of the British. Just ignore what I said." Of course, Marshal Mountbatten did not force himself to give in. His son-in-law was really in a position to prevent problems before they happened and formulated a disarmament plan. The previous merger of the British Oceania territories was also for this reason. Use the newly formed South Island Corps to replace part of the British garrisons in Africa, transfer the remaining British troops back to Europe, or send them to the Middle East, or directly include them in the disarmament quota. In this way, the purpose of optimizing military expenditure can be achieved. As for the heavy aircraft carrier Duncan Sandys, don't even think about it. The 4 heavy aircraft carriers have already started construction. With the efficiency of British shipbuilding, now each of them is more than halfway through the construction period, and it is too late to stop construction. Moreover, there is one in Australia. If the construction is stopped without reason, Australia may think that this batch of heavy aircraft carriers has some defects, which will cause a devastating blow to future arms sales. Arms sales are a major means for the UK to ease the naval inventory. For example, a batch of Tatankamun-class submarines were sold to Portugal before, and now a batch is ready to be sold to the Netherlands to strengthen the Royal Netherlands Navy in the East Indies. In this way, the military expenditure will be optimized, while the total number remains unchanged. The distribution of combat-capable troops to different regions will solve the pressure on the military force to maintain global interests. Marshal Mountbatten said, "The Middle East is an energy center. Britain has an obligation to protect small countries there from being involved in conflicts. Malaya is an important production base. The Far East troops cannot be disbanded. Therefore, it is very irresponsible to reduce the number of troops on the books. Optimization is possible, but Britain must find alternative sources of troops to free up the British Army. to reduce the corresponding numbers. In other words, the desire to disarm is good, but methods must be used. It is not just the Ministry of Defense. Similar scenes are happening in the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of the Interior, and various departments. We all know that this makes sense, but my Great Britain has its own national conditions. Because his wife went to Australia, Alan Wilson, who was losing weight and losing his appetite, came to the Foreign Secretary's office like a zombie. I don't know what Macmillan is selling. Is there any grand blueprint? It's better not to. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 998, Information Carrier. Permanent Undersecretary, the minister is confused about the arrangements for the visit to the Soviet Union. Dixon followed his boss and casually revealed Macmillan's true thoughts. This is reasonable, but thank you. Standing at the door of the minister's office, Alan Wilson turned around to express his gratitude, then pushed the door open to see what this old antique, the potential spiritual American, had to say. Macmillan welcomed him with a gentle smile. Alan, please take a seat. Many people say that you are an extremely diligent civil servant who has helped the former minister solve many problems. Dear Minister, that can't be said. Minister Harold has just taken office, and so have I. Many things were decided together. Alan Wilson gave glory to the former Foreign Secretary and sat down leisurely, saying, unlike you, dear Minister, you have been leading diplomatic work since World War II. You are a complete expert. We are ready to give you instructions and implement every decision made by the minister. Oh no, the minister cannot decide everything. Macmillan said with a double meaning. Especially in diplomatic work, we should brainstorm and make the most favorable choice for Britain. The minister's mind is amazing. Alan Wilson looked at Macmillan's face and estimated that he would not be able to become prime minister. It is actually very simple to cut off Macmillan's path to prime ministership. Just let Eden spend his 5-year term safely. This group of conservative giants will be in their 70s and 80s by then, and they will not have the strength to do anything, even if they want to. You should know that the current prime minister Eden is 3 years younger than Macmillan. What does this equate to? It is equivalent to Kozlov, the second in command of the Soviet Union, who is 2 years younger than Brezhnev. Unless Kozlov himself has physical problems, Brezhnev will never have a chance facing Kozlov, who is younger than him, has more experience than him, and has taken the lead. Kozlov's lead over Brezhnev is as solid as Brezhnev's lead over Shelepin, and even more desperate. In view of this, the current situation is to let Eden finish his term as prime minister safely. By then, even if he only serves one term, Macmillan, who is already 70 years old, will hardly be able to become his successor. Macmillan didn't know that this young permanent undersecretary, who always smiles wherever he goes, is speculating on his own fate. His destined fate as prime minister has been full of twists and turns because of his appearance. As Dixon said, the arrangement of the itinerary was the reason why Macmillan asked Alan Wilson to come. The Labour government had no problem accepting this itinerary, and the Conservative Party's hostility towards the Soviet Union was more obvious, especially Macmillan. The current situation is easing. Alan Wilson sat upright and replied with a smile. Our visit to the Soviet Union is also based on this judgment. The United States is preparing to hold an American Expo in Moscow to show the superior life of the free world and adopt a healthy competition method to make the Soviet Union realize the gap. Taking this opportunity to go to Moscow is also to strengthen the momentum of the US allies and out of consideration for the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Besides this, there is another consideration. Before Macmillan could speak, Alan Wilson said with a thoughtful look, this is also a test. In addition to maintaining the pattern of the Big Three in World War II, we must also consider the easing of relations between France and the Soviet Union. Since Charles de Gaulle came to power, France has been Britain's main competitor in Europe for 700 years. From the history of the First World War, France has a history of friendly relations with Imperial Russia. We also use this informal occasion to talk to Vice President Nixon, who is present from the United States, about how to treat France. France seems to be establishing itself in Europe with a more neutral attitude. This may disrupt the balance, and we cannot let the minister visit Washington directly, as this would isolate France, which would be harmful, rather than beneficial in the current situation. We need such a third-party occasion, but this third party is the Soviet Union, which feels like pulling teeth out of a tiger's mouth. Maybe one day in the future, when the documents are declassified, this will become a rumor. Alan Wilson found 2 important reasons for Macmillan in one breath: hiding his dark thoughts of wanting to watch the kitchen debate and be a witness, to brush up his qualifications. Although he is currently in charge of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he is not without competitors. There are double digits at random. There are many senior Whitehall officials with the same position and more qualifications than him. If there is a famous scene that allows him to brush up his presence, it will definitely be of great help to his future as the Cabinet Secretary General. Of course, he can also serve the British Empire by the way. It makes sense to mention the role of France. If Alan Wilson remembers correctly, after coming to power, Charles de Gaulle described the relationship between France and the Soviet Union as a special partnership. Special partnership is generally used in the relationship between the United States and Japan, and the United States and Germany. Since then, the relationship between France and the Soviet Union has heated up sharply. Of course, there may be some changes now. In the original history, France and the Soviet Union got closer as Britain moved closer to the United States. Charles de Gaulle developed relations with the Soviet Union in order to balance Britain and the United States. It may not develop in this way now, but it does not mean that France will not withdraw from NATO. France will not allow NATO to be stationed on its territory. What kind of future will this produce, whether it is controllable or unpredictable? We have to wait and see. Although Macmillan was the Foreign Secretary of Britain before the war, he has been away from the ruling position for 14 years. Although he questioned the foreign policy of the Labour Party when he was in the House of Commons, he was not in the position after all, and he did not understand all the foreign policies left by the current Labour Party. In addition, Alan Wilson did not evade the question at all. He talked about the Soviet Union and France, and for a moment, he actually felt that it made sense. No wonder many people have a high evaluation of it. It's not very high. Alan Wilson did not feel that it was not very high at all. He just made a humble gesture. It was the result of the discussion of the talented diplomats in the department. The credit belongs to everyone. After leaving the minister's office, Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief. He finally passed the first level. The Conservative group has been away from the government for too long. Now these ministers are easy to deal with. Once they return to the role, there may be a fight. For his ministers, Alan Wilson, the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, set a goal that Macmillan must not be allowed to become the Prime Minister at all. This is also for the collective interests of civil servants. With the coming of the Conservative Party, the vigorous nationalization movement will be temporarily terminated. This is not necessarily a good thing, especially for civil servants. Not only are civil servants in a difficult run-in with ministers, but the military is also the same. Knowing that Churchill's son-in-law had doubts about the military's military expenditure and scale, Mountbatten immediately took action. Reaffirming the role of the Navy and gaining public recognition was indeed Mountbatten's first priority when he became the head of the military. He said to the outside world, "We must first make others recognize that our ships can become carriers of large mobile rockets in the future, and then other matters can be put on the agenda." This is the first cornerstone of the policy pursued by the Admiralty. The second cornerstone is to ensure support for amphibious strike forces that carry out missions to protect British interests around the world. India and China have exchanged fire in the Himalayas. This telegram from Nepal was sent by Ritchie, the specially appointed High Commissioner for the 3 Himalayan countries before the British withdrew from British India. With the withdrawal of Britain from South Asia, because India's geographical advantages are indeed great, Ritchie can no longer act like a superior person like when British India still exists. What's more, New Delhi is relatively restrained in dealing with the British legacy and has not forcefully driven them away. Ritchie also played a flexible moral side and maintained a harmonious relationship with New Delhi. After learning about this exchange of fire, Li Jishan immediately informed London through a telegram from Nepal. Langjiu incident? Alan Wilson thought for a long time and remembered the name of this exchange of fire. China and India fought during the Cuban Missile Crisis, which does not mean that there were no conflicts before, but there was no good opportunity. Border friction has already begun. Alan Wilson's first thought was whether to inform Portugal and manipulate this matter for profit. There is no way. Alan Wilson is a pro-European permanent undersecretary, always thinking about making the pie bigger. But he stopped his eagerness to matchmake. He did not trust China in this era. The occurrence of an exchange of fire does not mean anything. He intervened in a hurry. He was anxious to connect before the matter fermented. What if he was betrayed by China? So far, they are class brothers in the third world. What is Britain? It is not scientific for old imperialism not to be scolded in Chinese newspapers several times a month. Fingers tapped on the table, making a thudding sound. Alan Wilson couldn't help but want to make trouble. He picked up the phone and asked the secretary of the permanent secretary, Wick, to come. Britain naturally couldn't intervene, which would hurt the relationship with India, a former colony. But Goa was there, and it was normal to get this news. The permanent secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs could turn a blind eye to this matter, but he could only ask Britain to restrain itself at most. Could he still control Portugal? At this moment, Alan Wilson was just a carrier of information. He had to convey this exchange of fire to the governor of Portuguese Goa in a roundabout way. Clear suspicion and stay out of it. As for Foreign Secretary Macmillan, the respected Foreign Secretary has so many things to do every day. How can he pay attention to this isolated incident? Logically, I should be judging, but my waist is very hard to sit, and I can't do it for a long time. I'm diligent if I keep updating. Chapter 999, Ghosts over South Asia. But this matter cannot be ignored, otherwise it will be like Alan Wilson's sidelining of the ministers. It still needs to be reported, and it should be placed in the general emergency, waiting for the expiration of time. Can the exchange of fire between the two major powers be ignored? Of course it can. From the historical tradition, Europe and the United States are most concerned about the pacifist countries. The history of the Ottoman army at the gates of the city is still vivid, followed by India and East Asia. In the international situation, distance creates beauty. The closer, the more worthy of vigilance. Whether it is India or China, the most obvious label at present is poverty. In fact, even the label of the Soviet Union is poverty, not to mention other countries. So this exchange of fire can be placed in the ranks of third world countries as a trivial matter that is not worthy of excessive attention, and it is right to be forgotten. The route of saving the country in a roundabout way is not a problem for Alan Wilson. Whether it is from Princess Margaret, through the Channel of Angola, or through the Portuguese governor's office on Timor Island, it can achieve the goal. Using oneself to push others, Britain has its own way of managing colonies, and there is no reason why Portugal does not have it. There is no need for Britain to pay attention to this matter, but it must remind Portugal. When the Sino-Indian War broke out, the world was mainly divided into two attitudes. One was Europe and the United States supporting India, and the other was the neutral mediation of the Soviet bloc. The former considered resisting the expansion of communism, and the latter felt that the outbreak of war was not worth it. When the crisis began, India, the leader of the third world and the leader of the non-aligned movement, actually does not have the ability to solve one problem at a time. If Nehru had the ability to control India's political situation, he should never have friction with other countries before the Goa issue was resolved. But the exchange of fire proved that Nehru's control over India was not very comprehensive. If we can find a way to delay Goa until after the war, we can still look forward to it. Just for Xiaomeng, Alan Wilson found an excuse for his behavior. As a gentleman, he cannot take advantage of a woman and must give back at the right time. Secretary Wick now has a new task, to invite Mr. Palden Thondup Namgyal, the Crown Prince of Sikkim, while Alan Wilson looked through the important agencies under the United Nations, and finally felt that the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization was a good agency. UNESCO is considered to be a more valuable organization among the organizations under the United Nations, and this is just one of the benefits. Another benefit is that the headquarters of this organization is in Paris. If you have a good talk with France, it will not be very difficult to push the Crown Prince of Sikkim to the top. Not all organizations of the United Nations have their headquarters in New York. Many organizations have their headquarters in other countries. For example, the headquarters of the Asia Pacific Economic Development Committee is in Bangkok. It was originally in the Magic City, but as we all know, in 1949, the headquarters moved to Bangkok. President Truman's disappointment with Changong can be seen from the fact that he did not move to Fraud Island. But then again, he will have to move away from Fraud Island in the future, so it is better to move directly to Bangkok. Because of the sudden incident in the Himalayas, Alan Wilson had to deal with this matter temporarily. For this purpose, he met with Princess Margaret and cruelly rejected the princess' request to ride a rocket. He came publicly and did not have the courage to do that under the watchful eyes of so many agents. Due to the complicated interests of the United Kingdom in the Asia-Pacific direction, we cannot intervene at the diplomatic level, but we can do this in private. Alan Wilson's face was full of sternness, as if he was dedicated to the public. Her Royal Highness, who didn't get on the rocket, was obviously not very happy, but she was also very sensible. Sir Wilson, if there is anything else I can help you with, just tell me. Your Royal Highness is really sensible. Alan Wilson said with a double meaning. I need an informal occasion to talk to the Crown Prince of Sikkim, Mr. Palden Thondup Namgyal. It's too obvious to go through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but it has to be done for the interests of the British Empire. Maybe I have to talk to the Queen. I'll ask. Princess Margaret's eyes lit up, and she agreed without hesitation. Even members of the royal family must obey the consideration of national interests. I have no choice but to do it. Alan Wilson found that when Pamela Mountbatten was around, ladies of the same status as his wife were still restrained. When his legitimate wife was around, they were more sensible. Now that she has gone to Australia, he is extremely passive. The only person who can be described as passive is Greta Garbo. When the silent film queen left gracefully, the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was already exhausted, which made the Sikkim Crown Prince Palden Thondup Namgyal quite moved, thinking that Alan Wilson was running around for his sake. It's all what I should do. Alan Wilson forced a smile, thinking that if it wasn't for the overall influence of South Asia, who would be willing to take care of you? Do you think I would take care of the people of the Cayman Islands? It is difficult to squeeze someone into UNESCO, and it is easy to say it is difficult or easy. There is no need to pay attention to whether it is an election year. Even if it is not, it is also a simple matter to select someone to fill the vacancy due to retirement due to illness. At least it is not difficult for Alan Wilson. After the end of World War II, according to the proposal of the Allied Ministers of Education Conference, a United Nations conference aimed at establishing an educational and cultural organization was held in London. Representatives from about 40 countries attended the conference. Under the impetus of two countries that had suffered from the war, France and Britain, the delegates decided to establish an organization with the purpose of establishing a true culture of peace. According to the plan, this new organization should establish human intellectual and moral unity to prevent the outbreak of a new world war. UNESCO was originally established by Britain and France. At least for now, the two countries still have great influence on this organization. Dear Crown Prince, you are also suitable to serve UNESCO. With the recognition representing the official attitude of France, Alan Wilson wanted to explain the greatness and significance of UNESCO from a macro perspective, but when he thought that he had just taken the back door, he felt a little uncomfortable. It is better to say it directly, with the tone of an imperialist rogue. Small countries are more peaceful than big countries. Small countries do not have the ability to start wars. Sikkim is so weak that it is the most suitable place in this organization. It is absolutely impossible to insert the Crown Prince of Sikkim into UNESCO in obscurity. At this moment, the assistance of public opinion hegemony is needed to emphasize this very important significance. As long as there are enough qualifiers, anything can be unique. Although Sikkim is a remote and wild place, it is still no problem to package it. It doesn't matter if it is poor and wets its pants. If the data is not good, don't mention the data. There is no indicator to measure happiness, right? Just say that Sikkim people love peace and their happiness index is among the highest in the world. What? You don't believe it? If you don't believe it, just go to Sikkim for a walk. After the walk, you will feel happy when you return to your own country. For the sake of peace and well-being, with the great wish of world peace in mind, the British Foreign Office Permanent Under-Secretary is running around secretly. What kind of spirit is this? This is a spirit of watching the excitement and not minding the big things. Through his father-in-law, Field Marshal Mountbatten, Alan Wilson said that he could conduct a preventive exercise with Portugal at an appropriate time, and the exercise location would be in the Indian Ocean. In order to prevent India's adventure in Goa, Alan Wilson had to take into account whether the existence of overseas Indians was reasonable. These second devils were no longer useful. A ghost from London, is hovering over South Asia. In order to put a noose on the big country with color above, all reactionary forces, Britain and France, Pakistan and Portugal, Sikkim and Nepal, they have united. 2 weeks later, the exchange of fire had completely become old news. Foreign Secretary Macmillan finally learned about this event that seemed to happen in deep space. Alan, it's been 2 weeks since the exchange of fire. This kind of trivial matter happens every day all over the world. It's nothing special. Alan Wilson, who had been busy for 2 weeks and received at least 3 ladies of the same status as his wife, said with all his strength that it was no big deal. It involves 2 populous countries. Shouldn't we express our concerns? Macmillan frowned, thinking that the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was too contemptuous of China and India. It was a fake, obvious slander, just a simple contempt for India. Moreover, Alan Wilson attaches great importance to India from a tactical point of view, and has been busy with it recently, but he cannot admit it. In the work sequence of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the French issue is the top priority at present. However, there has been some good news recently. We tentatively proposed to allow the Crown Prince of Sikkim to enter UNESCO, and the French side gave a positive response. From this incident, it seems that France is still relatively restrained towards Britain. We are focusing on communication with France, hoping to clarify France's attitude towards the free world in the past year. Indeed, France's attitude is indeed a top priority. Macmillan nodded after listening. The minister didn't know that arranging the Crown Prince of Sikkim to test it was a blatant abuse of public resources for personal gain, and it was not to test France, but to target India. Chapter 1000, Top Students of the Academy. According to our communication with Washington, US Vice President Nixon will attend the US National Expo in a few days. The United States attaches great importance to this expo, and it is expected to be very grand. Alan Wilson changed the subject and repeated the old tune. According to my estimation, the Soviet Union will also have important figures attending. If Britain also participates in such an occasion, it may increase its support rate and also highlight Britain's influence. Another point is that it can make the opposition speechless and end the controversy that hostility to the Soviet Union will not help European security after the ruling. Macmillan nodded. He had discussed it with Prime Minister Eden and agreed with the professional advice given by Whitehall. The reason for representing Britain to attend this expo was that Alan Wilson said, "Be prepared. The atmosphere may not be very friendly. There may be some disputes. If you are prepared in the diplomatic field, it is a good opportunity to establish your image." Alan Wilson kept silent at this point. Saying more may have the opposite effect. Since Macmillan has decided to participate, he just needs to wait for the time to go to Moscow. For no reason, the shadow of the cultural Tsar flashed in Alan Wilson's mind. I wonder how she is now. There is no way, because she is a sentimental man, always wanting to take care of women in person. Macmillan's worries are justified. Britain's hostility towards the Soviet Union is actually greater than that of the United States, otherwise Churchill would not have spoken the Iron Curtain speech. The United States and the Soviet Union are separated by the Atlantic Ocean, and Britain is much closer. The Labour Party thinks that this problem can be solved, but it does not mean that the Conservative Party thinks so. In the eyes of some conservatives, the Soviet Union is no different from the former Third Reich, but they don't say so, because the Soviet Union is too strong. Appeasement is everywhere, but it has different characteristics in different time periods. Can the conservative government really do something about the Soviet Union? The conservative government does not have the courage to do so. Before leaving, the little time left for Alan Wilson belongs to Ms. Audrey Hepburn. Everything is vibrant and colorful, and the trees are dense and lush, completely blocking the sunlight. The pale blue mist rises like the embers of a campfire. He likes the moisture on his skin and coat, because it is not his sweat, but the moisture of Britain. There is no more endless desert dry hot wind, or sunlight that can easily and mercilessly burn people. Hepburn untied her hair, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and followed by her inseparable cicadere, Ivy. This scene is like a forest elf, very pleasing to the eye. Ivy, come to daddy, Alan Wilson greeted, shouting at the cicadere, which was already quite big. Screaming. Hepburn was a little embarrassed. She felt that this man was taking advantage of her. It is hard to imagine that Alan Wilson would show such kindness to a cicadere one day. He had no feelings for any small animals before, whether it was cats, dogs or other white swans. He was not interested in them. But at this time, he actually showed a rare love, and he was completely different from before. This shows that, in order to win the favor of the opposite sex, men can do anything. Ivy is already very familiar with the man who greeted her. In her eyes, Hepburn is her mother and this man is like a father. She ran to the man, and turned around intimately. It seems that it is good to be exposed to more natural beauty, which can relieve your mood. Reaching out and touching Ivy's head, Alan Wilson laughed heartily. You don't have to think about official business every day in Whitehall. Don't be too tired. Hepburn reached out and put her long hair behind her head and gently persuaded. In fact, what do you officials think about every day? Can't you relax your nerves like clockwork? If we relax our mood, citizens will not be able to relax. There will always be people in the world who will be troubled. Let us do it. Get used to it. Alan Wilson shook his head quite casually, expressing the meaning that there is no such thing as a peaceful life, but someone is carrying the burden for you, and the image of a citizen servant is vividly presented on paper. Hepburn was helpless. In just a short while, one of her bare hands was grabbed by the shameful Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. Just a light shake. It still didn't help. Seeing that her parents were being affectionate, the little dear Ivy also went to watch the wind sensibly. She is really an obedient child. I'm going to Moscow to attend the American Expo, and I'll come back to see you. Alan Wilson repeated what he had already repeated twice, like a repeater. Hepburn turned her head away and whispered, go tell your wife, you don't have to tell me where you're going. Audrey, you're more important to me than anyone else or anything else. Alan Wilson's face was full of affection, and a trace of sadness appeared in his eyes again. You can define all the beautiful yearnings in my heart. If there is no you in the world, I really don't know if I can still face this cruel world. The night of London exuded a little warmth on this day, and Alan Wilson fell asleep smelling the fragrance of the ball flowers. The existence of the Iron Curtain is in all aspects. There are not many flights between Britain and the Soviet Union. On the route of the Comet airliner to Moscow, there are millions of Soviet Red Army soldiers in Eastern Europe ready to fight, with the prefixes of either Guards or Red flags, and each of them has experienced hundreds of battles. As long as there is any disturbance, this army will enter a state of war. Once it starts, there will be no end, until the winner is decided. Now, the British diplomats on the Comet will go to Moscow, the capital of the Soviet Union, to the heart of the biggest imaginary enemy. Many people are nervous, except Alan Wilson, who has been here before. For a British person who has never been to the Soviet Union, the biggest impression is the orderliness and the slightly vigilant eyes of the citizens of Moscow. Macmillan doesn't know whether he sees real citizens or KGB agents, and whether the Soviets really welcome him, or just pretend to welcome him. With these doubts, the group entered the Ukrainian hotel arranged by the Soviet Union. As foremost Moscow citizens, it doesn't matter whether there are more guests in their city today. That's all the government's business. For Furtsiva, the importance of today is not the arrival of another foreign delegation, but the time when her son returns home from Dzerzhinsky High School. I really don't know why his son, who has always been smart and obedient, is determined to enter the school that trains agents. He is still so young, how can he know the cruelty inside? Thank God, Alexeyev, you are back. Furtsiva, who saw her son, hugged her son, who was almost as tall as herself, tightly. Is the school inhumane? If you can't hold on, I will tell your principal. I have been the Minister of Education and I can still do it. But why do you want to do this, mother? Alexey's slightly determined eyes glowed with a different kind of brilliance. I don't think it's hard at all. On the contrary, I'm very interested in the courses there. I feel that my life is fulfilling. Uncle Yura is right. It's a good place with birds singing and flowers blooming, and beautiful scenery. Alexey ignored his mother's worries in 2 sentences, and didn't care whether he was lying or not. Anyway, the place used in school to describe birds singing and flowers blooming and beautiful scenery usually refers to a mental hospital. Alexey grew up very fast, and he already had a military-like aura, but it was a little different. But the danger level is even higher than that of soldiers. Although he has not been in school for a long time, he has adapted quickly, passed a series of courses, and gone through many tests. After being recognized by the Special Investigation Department, he became an excellent student, including but not limited to standing guard naked, standing still facing the wall training, simulated interrogation, and necessary physical tests. Physical tests are limited. According to the regulations of the KGB Special Investigation Department, any corporal punishment used on those who have been tested and resisted stubbornly must be a punishment that does not harm the body or cause physical disability. This must be strictly prohibited. It is not allowed to harm the body of future anti-counter-revolutionary workers to verify whether their body and mind are capable of the task. But it is allowed to an appropriate degree, and it is implemented in principle without causing disability, scars, or internal organs. Furtsever prepared a sumptuous dinner for the children's vacation, but when he pulled open the chandelier, Alexey's pupils subconsciously contracted for a moment, which reminded him of the electric torture he had undergone. What's wrong, kid? Furtsever was slightly startled. She was once the Minister of Education, so her son's reaction was strange. Nothing, mother. Electricity is a good thing that makes people progress and promotes social development. Alexey took the potato stew from Furtsever and said as if he was obsessed with learning. You should stop talking like an adult. You don't act like a child at all. Furtsever muttered softly. Could this be the same as that person? At the Ukrainian hotel, Alan Wilson held up a telegram and reported, Secretary, Vice President Nixon may arrive the day after tomorrow. The itinerary has been finalized, which is consistent with our previous judgment. The United States regards this exposition as an opportunity to showcase the superior life in the United States. There is also the tour itinerary arranged for us by the Soviet side. Alan Wilson handed over the itinerary, waiting for Macmillan's instructions. If there is no objection, we will inform the Soviet side that there is no problem. What problem do we have? This is the capital of the Soviet Union. The decision is not in our hands. Macmillan shrugged and said, just get a good night's sleep and see what the Soviets have prepared for us tomorrow to strike a blow to the arrogance of imperialism. There shouldn't be anything worth looking forward to. Alan Wilson showed the arrogance of an old-fashioned imperialist and then said, then we will reply to the Soviets. 1000 chapters. It's a milestone. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.